que bueno, és unes paraules, però que estem a l'espera de silenci que farem ara d'aquí 3 minuts.
Sí, jo crec que és més que merescut i el circuit va estar molt i li tenia molta estima i jo crec que és el millor homenatge que li podem fer en una cursa tan important.
Sortiu dins del top 10, que com esteu d'animats, no?
Top, Només el fet de poder estar aquí un any més ja és una motivació extraordinària. Tenim un gran equip, molta experiència, un cotxe que, bueno, no és de les últimes posicions, però tenim uns altres plus en l'equip que crec que podem donar una mica de gana.
I a més, córrer amb amics.
Home, això sempre, això és el millor. Tenir els meus companys, tant en Josep com en Marc, més tot l'equip PCR, jo crec que amb un Ferrari, que això semblava impensable poder estar a les 24 hores de Barcelona amb un Ferrari, bueno, doncs són un somni fet realitat i la més content no puc estar.
Doncs vinga, benvingut i molta sort. Vinga, l'aplaudiment per l'equip de PCR!
Or the race, which is due to start at midday local time, so under 30 minutes away now from the race itself. Great to have you with us as part of the 24H series. This is the 24 hours of Barcelona, the Trofeo Fermi Velez, and a return to the calendar for the 24 hours of Barcelona, powered by Hankook. This is where it sits in the championship calendar then, after the season started at Dubai for the 24 hours in January. There was then a month and a half off before we headed once again to the 12 hours of Mugello. That was in an unusual date of October last year, but back to its more traditional March date for 2021. The 12 hours of Circuit Paul Ricard followed in April. 12 hours of Hockenheim, again a split race in Germany in May. And it's been just about a 4-month break before we've had the opportunity to go racing again in Barcelona. Coppa Florio will be next month on Sicily, and the 24 hours of Sebring to complete this year's World Tour. So that's the calendar. Round 5 of the championship here in Barcelona. It will be Johnny Palmer, Peter Snowden, John Hindhaugh in the global commentary booth throughout the course of the next 2 days. And looking after things on the grid and in the pit lane, it's Nick Damon.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome down to the marvellous grid here at the Barcelona 24 hours for the Trofeo Fermi Velez. Before we get on with all the Volderol, we have a slightly sadder thing to cover, and that's a minute's silence for Ian Planas. Ian was a well-respected member of the Spanish motorsport community, organising races and track days. He was also instrumental in working with Creventic to get this Barcelona 24-hour part of the series. His family are joining us here on the grid, and we honour him with this minute's silence in his memory. Thank you all. Always Ian. Thank you indeed. So back to the method of it, what we're really about here. Let's go for a wander down the grid. First of all, let's say hello to the very lovely lady. Hello, lovely lady.
Hi.
Thank you very much. And let's start off with our poleman, the 91. It's one of the Renaults. I'm going to make a massive I'm going for this. Robert.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, 1 for 1.
Correct.
You put the thing on pole. How are you feeling overall for the race, though?
I mean, it's going to be an interesting race. Luckily, it stays dry and sunny, I think. Yeah, we will see what happens. I think it's our first pole in this series, or second pole. For sure, we won more races than starting on pole position.
You've got a mixture of, you're in the middle group, you're just in AM, you've got people in the AM advantage with more for you, you've got the guys next to you in full pro. I mean, are we going to have to wait a long time to see how that plays out, or?
Yeah, we will see. Depends on the full course yellows, how many we get. Yeah, you will see. You always need a bit of luck for categorization on how the race works, but in the end, it's for everybody the same. Need to see what happens on the track, and then you make your strategy.
So, is more full course yellows better for you? The more oranges, the more purples, the better.
I mean, if you're an AM, it's better to have many full course yellows because then you can wait for the next one. But yeah, I think with a grid of 33 cars, it will be not that many full course yellow sessions this time.
Final question. We weren't able to be there in person. How did you enjoy your Le Mans experience?
For sure, it was a very exciting experience. A lot of work for the team, especially with the new car, a new track. The complete driver lineup was new in Le Mans, so it was a big competition for the team, and yeah, happy to be back in Creventic now.
Yeah, not so many cars buzzing past you at 400 miles an hour. Thanks. It's Robert Renau from the 91 car, the car's in pole. In second, it's the 22 car, which is the Wochenspiel car, who have decided not to have any of their drivers around. I can't see that. Well, they're not actually all kitted up, which is a problem. They've got a cameraman kitted up. I've lost Seb. He's fallen to that oh, hang on, here we go. I'm all right. I have Daniel Kelowitz. Daniel, quick word. Daniel, the car not on pole, was that a surprise?
No, not really. But I mean, that's the first race, I think, for VTM racing this year in the 24-hour series. And we have not so much experience with the Hankook tire. So we are quite happy with the pace at all. And yeah, I think Robert deserves the pole well because he did a bigger job in the qualifying. And yeah, but we are happy with P2. So we didn't expect that before the race. And so cars were working quite good. Phoenix is doing a really good job, and so we are happy with P2 now.
I can see it's your teammate Jochen Krumbach starting. When do you get to have a go?
The plan is that I'll do the second stint in the race now, and I think it will stay like that. So I will do the second or the third stint. It depends if Jochen will do a double stint or not. So then I will go into the car very soon.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. So we have Porsche, we have Ferrari, and in third place we have Audi and the 18 machine of Rutronic Racing by TCEE. All the drivers unfortunately have their, Pierre Caffer's going to stay. Is Pierre around? No, Pierre's not around, so I have to ask one of the other drivers. Who'd like to be a victim of a conversation? Hey. Which of the drivers are you, sir?
Come again?
Which of the drivers are you?
I'm Sven Herberger.
Sven, yeah. I can only see a third of your face. Sven, are you happy with the third place qualification?
Oh, I mean, look, if you stand in front, of course, the first would always be better, but we're very, very happy with the third. And 24-hour race is definitely a long one, so at the end it doesn't really matter where we start from.
You're starting the race with the massively experienced Pierre Caffer. What was it like driving with a sort of racing legend?
Racing legend is always good to have on board. He's a pretty relaxed person, but also still very, very eager to win and to perform. So he's sharing the spirit of that and helping us to sort out the track in the best possible way.
Thank you, Sven. That's Sven Herberger from the third place qualifier. Over the other side, we had our fourth manufacturer as we move to Mercedes with the 85 car, the kind of the stalwart of Creventic Racing, right? CP Racing. I'm one of Mr. CP himself. There he is. It's Charles Putnam. Charles, great to see you again. I missed you guys since I've not been on the grid.
Well, we've been around here most of the time.
I haven't.
Yeah, we miss having the coverage too.
Okay, so fourth place, fastest Mercedes. In fact, you know, you've managed to put some good performances in. Is this a show of just a general increase in team speed over the last year or two?
No, I think the fields overall have gotten more competitive, you know, all the way across the board. But Charles had a really good run. He got a good break and got a good clear lap in there. So, you know, it's 24-hour racing. I don't put a lot of stock in qualifying personally, but it's always nice to know that you have the speed in the car there that's competitive. But there are a lot of things that go into a good finish at the 24-hour race.
You've got a couple of hairs in front of you. Are you going to do your normal thing of just running your own pace and hanging back and seeing what happens?
Yeah, I think that's always been our philosophy. I think it still will be. We'll set our pace, try to take care of the car, and then see if we're there to race the last couple of hours.
Great stuff. That's Charles Putnam from the 85 CP car. Now we go across next is the beautiful, and I say beautiful, it's a beautiful bright gold number 7. It's the, must get this right, Dynamic Motorsport car. And standing here, it's Armando Pampanini. Armando, you starting the car?
No. Today not. Today not.
You have a beautiful bright car, but you're quite a long way back on the grid. What happened?
I actually didn't drive the qualifier.
Ah, so if you qualified, you'd be right up the front.
Maybe. We don't know actually now.
I mean, does the Porsche suit this track?
Yes, I think yes. It's a pretty good car. We had a little bit of problems in the beginning, but now we quite actually find the perfect set for us.
So you're not starting. When do you get to go?
I'm sorry?
You're not starting. When do you get to go?
I got about 14:30, so in 2 hours I will get on track.
Have a nice relaxing time, and thank you. That is our 5th. And in 6th, we have Edex Sport with the 17 car. This has got a collection of interesting drivers, including Nick Manassian, but the starting driver, I'm sure, is Paul Loup Chatin. And here's Paul Loup. Paul Loup, it's kind of a change to what you normally do to come and do some GT3 racing. Enjoying it?
Yeah, it's my first time in GT3 with Edex, so I'm happy. You know, it's a different car, and because I'm more used to LMP2 cars, but it's a great experience. Championship is very great too. And Barcelona is a great place also. So I'm happy. We start P6, and you know it's a long race, so we'll see what we can do at the end.
And is Nick Manassian a good team manager? You can tell us. You can tell if he's horrible.
He starts to be old, but he's still very good. You know, it's a passionate guy, and as soon as he's behind the steering wheel, he's always fast. And I'm very happy also to share the car with Paul. I'm used to share a car with Paul in LMP2, but also with Patrice. So to be Paul, Patrice, Nicolas, and I, it's a good family spirit for Edex Sport.
And a bit of a French super team.
Yeah. And you know, there's a lot of many great teams, but we'll try to do our best.
Great stuff. That's Paul Loup Chatin from the 17 Edax Sport. Still, make sure I don't miss the chance to get far enough back to get the TCR leader, of course. Another lady. That's Seb. Oh, he's pretending he's doing the number, not the. Oh, what's he? Pretend it's the number, not the lady. Yes, that's the one. Let's have a quick word with Max Edelhoff from the 34 car collection. Max, you're quite a long way back. Is that tactical?
Not really. But yesterday qualifying was tricky. The second run of the new tires wasn't that good. But we still have a very good car, and I think for the race we will be more in the front. I hope so.
You're also one of the 3 teams in the AM Advantage class, so you'll have to make less pit stops, hopefully.
Yeah, that's our advantage against the other guys, and we try to stay on track and use that advantage for us. Yeah, sure.
And of course, you have that experiment. Well, that new Audi in your garage as well. Is that helping at all, or just distraction?
It's not distraction, no, definitely not. It's nice to see the performance of the new cars, and hopefully we will get the new aero parts for our car as soon as possible.
Great stuff, thanks Max. Yes, well hopefully we'll have I don't quite know how far back the 500 car qualified, which is the new Audi LMS GT3 Evo 2, because you need 2 Evos. Front of the SPX class now, this is the 718. This is one of the many KTMs. Let's see if we can just grab a quick word there at Yanis, who qualified the car. Eric, I'm round here. Eric, great lap to put the thing on pole in GPX. I mean, it's a really good-looking car. Is it a good handling car?
Yeah, I'm really happy that we have achieved the pole position in our class, because we did a lot of things before the race happened. We had some issues before we just came here. We had to fix the car completely, rebuild other things. So the guys did so much on the car, so I appreciate, and I'm really happy for them that we achieved together the pole for the start for the race.
And are you starting the car?
I'm starting the car, so let's see how it's going to be. So it's endurance racing, so we need to stay on the track to be safe, you know, to keep the pace. And everybody has to just avoid some mistakes, and hopefully we will go much further.
Wish you best luck. Thanks, Eric. That's the guy who's on pole in SPX. just going back a bit here, this is the car we're talking about. This is the Audi Evo 2 R8. Now, it's qualified a long way back because I don't think they were trying in qualifying, but it is very much a case where they have gone much, much faster when they went out into qualifying early. I think the start, I can just grab a quick word with the starting driver, which is Mr. Niederhausen. I need to get his first name, don't I, really? That's terrible. Or let's have a go, Chris John. Who should I talk to? I'll talk to one anyway. Anyway, you're starting about to get in the car. So this new machine, is it very different from the old car?
Yes, slightly in detail. We try always to optimize the R8 race cars. As you see, the most different detail is the big rear ring, which is changed, different shape, to have a better driving car, especially for less experienced drivers, in entering the corner, mid-corner. And yeah, so we are trying different things now in the race, and to further develop the components.
Very quick in night practice, was it because you weren't really trying in qualifying?
Yeah, Martin, our bronze driver, was driving the qualifying, except we were happy to be on P1 in night practice. But in general, of course, everyone is trying to improve the car and also on balance. So let's see how the pace in the race is.
Thanks a lot. That's Chris Johns from the 500. Seb, we need to move. It's a bit of a wandering time. We're running out of time. We need to get back to the TCE pole, which I think is going to be... Look, you can see me jogging. This is the highlight of everybody's day. Now, luckily, I have been in training the last year and a half, so I should be less out of breath when I reach the other car. Big statement there, Nick. Less out of breath when trying to get to a car. Here we go. Everyone's waving. Hello, we're coming. Actually, oh, you're on air. Oh, hello, everybody. I'm running with a mask as well, which means my airflow is very low. But we'll be there. I can see Colin White. I can see Colin, my quarry. Oh, come on. I can get here. Hello. And we're here. Colin, it's okay. You're about to put your helmet on. Am I out? No, I am. I am fitter. I'm definitely fitter. Well, Colin, you were a little bit concerned when we spoke to you after qualifying you wouldn't keep this pole for track limits. We have done. Great performance.
Yes, really good. And Alex Fender put the fastest lap in, and I was a couple of tenths behind. So all in all, we were on pole, which is absolutely great. And we're going to try and now sustain that through the whole time.
We had a chat with your GT4 rivals, Wim in the car and the BMW. And he said that if you keep going, you're going to win it. But he did say he was quite confident you might not keep going.
Well, that's the trouble at the moment. Hopefully we've got rid of all the niggles we've been having over the last few months. And fingers crossed, yeah, like you said, we're quick enough, but it's got to be reliable enough.
Hope so. Thanks, Colin. Colin White won the stalwart of the championship. Did you look quick across the 188? See who's got in there. Before we start, it's Mr. Dietrich. I'm not sure his first name is. For a very quick, he's getting in the car, you see. He's the head of the TCR side. Mathieu Dietrich. Mathieu, very quickly. Fastest TCR, but it's a very competitive class.
Yeah, that was not easy for the quali with the track limit. We delayed a lot of laps, but I improved my last lap to do no track limit, and that worked. So now we have a long race to do, and I hope no problems.
In the race, of course, you're going to avoid track limits problems because you'll end up with a stop and go. But when you're not going for qualifying laps, is it very easy to keep on limit?
I don't.
If you're doing an ordinary lap, is it much easier not to go over the track limit?
Yeah, that's the F1 track. So always the same problem. We have to push the over the limit for the quali lap, and on the race we have to do more calm down for no track limit, no penalties.
Brilliant. Thank you, Matthew. I've got one more person I want to get who's trying to run away from me, so I'm going to get in quickly. Hang on, you're not getting away from me. Getty! Hey, hello. It's been a year and a half since I've been on a pit road here, so I have to talk to the man behind Creventic, Gary Williams. Gary, tell me, what have you been doing for the last year and a half since I've been here?
Last year was a crazy year, of course, but we are healthy. We're still in business. We did a lot of races, and this is nice. Look at the how do you call it, the podium of the spectators are there. So yeah, this is I think this is a beginning of a new period. So we're really looking forward. So it's Barcelona, one of my favorites. So a great event.
Big races coming up in Italy, but more importantly in Sebring. How excited are you to be going to the famous concrete runway track?
Okay, how are you? Your question was again
about Sebring. How excited are you going to Sebring?
Sebring. I was there in March. It's amazing. It will be with a lot of camping people, and it's an amazing track. So we have a good mix of European and American teams. That will be exciting. A one-off event.
Gary, thank you very much. Well, the bad news for Seb is that the girls are leaving the grid. The good news for our commentators, the car's about to leave the grid. So with that, it's back to Peter Snowden, and first, Johnny Palmer.
Thank you, Nick. I've missed you. There's just nothing quite like a pit walk with Nick Damon. And how many grid girls did he eventually talk to by the end of it? It's got to be at least half of them as they work their way off the grid in readiness for the start of the 22nd Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona, with the pace car already in position. But before the cars are waved away, we will grab a word with Peter Snowden and just get a feel of what he thinks how the event's going to pan out over the next 24 hours. It's a sort of strange time to be starting a 24-hour race, if you like, because I'm used to more recent races that we've covered here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, like Le Mans, like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which are later in the day, 3, 4 o'clock starts. This is an early start on a Saturday, so it's going to be a long run to the evening, but then coming out of the darkness, a relatively short run to the checkered flag. Peter, good morning, first of all.
Good morning. How are you? Nice to speak to you again. How can you ever predict these things? 24-hour races.
You can't.
You just can't. It's a nice try. Thank you for putting me on the spot there straight away. Good opener. You can't say it. We've got that. It's a great circuit. Very lucky enough to have driven this a few years ago. I personally think it's a fantastic circuit. It's a good old mixture. It's got quite a bit more elevation change in it than people realise as well. It's not just got a combination of technical and fast corners, slow corners, and that amazing straight, which is much more of a brow than you realise as well. It drops down into that turn one far more significantly than the camera or we can relay on voice quite as easily. It really is quite a brow and a drop down. But a fabulous circuit, and a fast one as well.
And what about this dynamic of starting it quite early on in the day? Do you think that affects, because a lot of drivers I speak to think about it almost in mini milestones. So you think, right, let's make nightfall, but that's a long way away. I mean, the night time is going to be 10 to 9, I think, local.
Yeah, it's a long time. It's a different mindset, isn't it? As you say, obviously a bit cooler, so engines run a bit differently. So they'll run a bit more power, being a bit cooler this part of the day. Interesting one. It is that mindset, as you say, because we're used to 24-hour races starting at late lunch, mid-afternoon, aren't we? Sort of anywhere 2, 4 o'clock, roughly. Le Mans traditionally 4 o'clock, which was now 3 o'clock. As you say, it's only so many hours too, so it's a stint. Whereas now, totally different. You've got a whole day's worth of racing before we start to get to the night bit.
And about 11 hours of darkness, although, of course, there's that period immediately after sunset, which isn't completely dark, and likewise, the sun starts to rise, or the daylight begins to emerge slightly before you see the sun on the horizon. The red lights have just come on to the starting gantry. That is in readiness for the grid to come around again. And we need to give you the grid, in actual fact, because this was decided by 2 sessions yesterday of 30 minutes duration, and the TCE cars went out first, followed by the GT Series cars. So the grid for the 22nd edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona looks like this. Herbert Motorsport Porsche, it's been about 12 months, so Robert Renauer reckons that the 91 car has been on pole position. A 146.587 was the time set by Robert Renauer, who we heard from on the grid with Nick Damon, and that car will start alongside the 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, powered by Phoenix Ferrari number 22. The second row, 18 and 85, Rutronic Racing by TECE, Audi R8 LMS alongside the CP Racing number 85 Mercedes. We heard from Charlie Putman on the grid, but it'll be Charles Espenlaub to start. The underlined drivers are those that will be taking the opening stint. Dynamic Motorsport number 7 for Porsche, that's Roberto Pampanini to start the car from 5th alongside Edex Sport and Paul-Luc Chatin in the number 17 Mercedes. The 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche starts 7th with Tim Muller at the wheel. Elmar Grimm installed for the 34 car collection Audi from 8th position. 5th row will be the PCR Sport Ferrari 458, and yes, that is correct, 458 Italia GT3 alongside the RTR Project's KTM Crossbow in the GTX pole position, followed by another KTM, this time from True Racing, the 500 car collection Motorsport Audi, which is a brand new GT3 car, not yet eligible for GT3 competition, so it's been put into a P4 category, a class of its own. 724 Reiter Engineering is the KTM Crossbow from 13th, alongside the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche Treble 9. 955 Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche, and True Racing's second KTM Crossbow starts 16th. On the 9th row in the GT series, it will be the Vortex V8 car number 701 alongside the sister car from the French squad, number 712. 19th and 20th Speed Lover Porsche number 978 alongside the Rabdan by MRS GT Racing Porsche number 989. From Canada, 438 ST Racing is the BMW M4 GT4 that took the GT4 pole, alongside the car it's going to be racing with for 24 hours, the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW M4 GT4 number 450. Duvo Racing's Porsche number 909 with Andre Mukavos 23rd. 499 Car Collection Motorsport Jeff Westphal starts from 24th position, and that will complete the GT Series grid. In the TCE series, remember, completely separate points system awarded for this particular race. It's 2 races in one. And the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55 of Colin White, who starts, and Ian Stinton, and Jean-Francois Bruneau, and Angus Fender. But the man from Glastonbury in for the opening stint, we heard from him just a few minutes ago. 2:78 at the time that the Ginetta did in qualifying yesterday, 1:55.962. And the best TCR time was set by AC Motorsport, 1:56.8. Mathieu Detry did the time, and he'll start the 188 car. The number 1 and 112 Autorama Motorsport Golfs occupy the second row. So number 1 on the inside for Konstantin Kletzer, and on the outside Lithuanian driver Arūnas Gersiakas. Then the all-Spanish third row, 1, 2, 3 for Rail Equipe by Top Car Sport, which is a Cupra TCR, as is the Bapora Motorsport entry, number 151. No connection between those two teams, but driving for Spanish rivalry and the better of the local teams. And finally, 7th and 8th, 125 Baz Kooten Racing's Cupra TCR for Bert Metz to start, alongside the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2 CS, and it'll be Catesby Jones to start the 221 from 8th position. And nearing the end now of 2 formation laps then, the cars working their way through the recently reprofiled turn 10 into 11 and 12. Short burst to the throttle when we get to race pace before you then leap on the brakes again, and through the just less than 90-degree right-hander downhill. It's awkward turn 13. I think that's the best way of summing it up, as is the chicane really as well. There is the option for the bike track to continue on a little bit further into 13 and completely miss the chicane, but for cars generally that niggly section through the left and the right, which is no stranger to incident, particularly on the opening lap. So that's somewhere that Peter and I will have our eyes trained for the first loop through. So 21 occasions previously this event has run, and remember that Jorge Gutierrez Agui has done every single race, and he appears once more in the PCR Sport Ferrari 458. We'll delve into that story a little bit more today and tomorrow, but the cars are now on their start-finish line and the rolling starts, and the 2021 version of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona gets underway with a good start for the 91 Porsche of Robert Renauer. He's going to run down towards the first corner in front then of the 22 car from WTM by Phoenix. Good start from the CP Racing Mercedes, gaining 1 place on the Rutronic Racing by TE Audi. And the car then from the United States has moved into 3rd position, started by Charles Espenlaub, and he's wasting no time at all. Well, Charlie Putman claimed that they would be looking after their own race, but up ahead of Pierre Caffer, no less. Roberto Pampanini for Dynamic Motorsport, starting the number 7 car, is in 5th, ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin for EDEC Sport. Then it's Tim Muller, followed by Elmar Grimm, and the gold and black Dynamic Motorsport car losing at least 1 position to Paul-Luc Chatin. Now, we shouldn't be surprised about the Frenchman's speed, because he can do it so well in prototypes, and just able to recalibrate the brain to drive a GT3 car now at speed. They're heading through turns 7 and 8, lights flashing on one of the KTM crossbows. That's the second of the 2 that started together, so True Racing and Ferdinand Stuck, who is pursuing Eric Yanis. Into turn 10, this is a much more open corner these days rather than the hard stop, and you can almost feather the throttle through there. I'm interested in whether we're going to get any incident into the chicane, which is a bit of a bottleneck at the best of times, but Paul-Luc Chatin heading out of turn 11 and 12 through 13 now. Chicane is next. Brakes applied by the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi of Pierre Caffer. But what about Charles Espenlaub in the 3rd placed Mercedes, wasting no time at all? I mean, Pierre Caffer, Peter Snowden, is no slouch. He's driven LMP1s in the past with Audi. He's with that mark again now, but drops a position after 1 lap completed.
Well, I think no slouch for Pierre Caffer is an absolute understatement. Johnny, you're absolutely right there to say LMP1 experience in Audi. Vast there. I'm just watching the chicane there that you highlighted at the beginning of this, Johnny. The left-hand part of that, the middle part of it, has got really quite a high sausage curve, and I was quite surprised to notice there that even on the opening lap that Paul-Luc Chatin and the EDEC Mercedes clouting that curve really quite hard, which you don't really want to do, certainly early stages of a race, and damage sidewalls of tyres. So I'm sure engineers will have spotted that and be on the radio and sort of keep off the curbs.
Yeah.
A place up for the EDEC cars already, wasn't it? It was 6 at the start and into the 5th already. So a good clean opening lap as well, Johnny, I thought there. A few place changes, but nothing controversial, nobody locking up brakes, nobody diving for gaps, and as you don't need to do for a 24-hour race, but we so often say that tends to go out the window with drivers.
You have to have a sort of measured attacking mentality in that you want to gain places if they are there, but at the same time, we're not in the final hour. Far from it, so keep the car straight, keep it on the straight and narrow, in between the 2 white lines, and fair play to Charles Espenlaub, as there's quite a lot of smoke in the pit lane all of a sudden, I've noticed. No, that's possibly from an air gun that's been let off rather too early, and whichever team was involved there having to address that situation. No fueling in the pit lane, remember. All the fueling is done in a satellite quadrant elsewhere in the paddock, but you do change tyres and change drivers immediately in front of teams' garages. So it's Dynamic Motorsport that have the problem. And Nick, I'm not sure how much you saw of the incident, but I just all of a sudden saw what I thought was smoke, but it might even have been steam. I don't know. Tell me what you know.
No, it was compressed air coming out very, very heavy. They've had a problem with the compressed air rig. Of course, they use that to power the air guns, the air jacks. And I think they've had pretty much a total loss of one of the cylinders. They're looking at it now. It's a valve issue somewhere within the box itself, which they're trying to fix. But they've got 4 big cylinders. They're all close linked, so hopefully they haven't lost everything. That means they've got no way of getting the nuts off the car. But my guess is that some of the bottles will be turned off. They just lost what you saw was a complete bottle of compressed air going off. And of course, it comes out in that way. It looks incredibly smoke-filled. Of course, it's kind of expanding and evaporating as it goes. But it certainly got the Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia marshals interested. They all came running down here thinking it was a fire, and then sloped off thinking it wasn't. Do you remember the vultures in Bedknobs and Broomsticks? Just like those.
I do.
Got a fire. Oh, it's not a fire. It's not a fire. It's not a fire. Just like that.
What a classic film that was.
Oh, yes.
And good reference to something very bizarre and unusual this early on in the race. We've only had 5 minutes. Welcome back, Nick.
I was just thinking that, how to get Bedknobs and Broomsticks in within 5 minutes of a 24-hour race.
Do you think that was a bet he had on with somebody else?
Obviously won it there, Johnny.
Can we crowbar it in? There's quite a queue of cars developing now behind the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and particularly behind the 34 Audi. because actually Roberto Pampanini has made a break from Elmar Grimm, but behind him he's got the new Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, which has been started by Patrick Niederhauser. Also in that line, Marc Carol Ibarra for PCR Sport, so in the blue Ferrari 458, and actually just gaining a place on that lap, Tim Müller. So Grimm, Niederhauser, Müller in Herbert Motorsport's second Porsche, Marc Carol Ibarra for PCR Sport, and Eric Yanis in the RTR Projects KTM Crossbow. Side by side now for Tim Müller around the outside of Patrick Niederhauser. Careful not to make too much contact, if any, because that's a very smart-looking, brand-new Audi R8 Evo 2. And not in the main GT3 category, but it's clearly got some speed this weekend to be taking the fight to, well, Elmar Grimm's equivalent model, the outgoing Audi R8, if you will, in its final year of competition, or a sort of peak competition. I'm sure we'll see one or two of the older 2020 spec Audi R8s continuing on in GT3 competition. Side by side now for Tim Müller and Elmar Grimm, very briefly, because Tim got his front wheels level with Elmar's rears on the Audi, and there's almost contact as they slow for turns 7 and 8 as well. Big jump from the Audi as it clips the sausage curve on driver's right. So this is Elmar Grimm realising he's not necessarily got the speed in the opening stages as those cars behind, but he's perfectly within his rights, Peter, to defend as Tim Müller goes for a move and gets it into turn 10.
Well, it's quite extraordinary, John. I was just going to say, we've got 4 different manufacturers at the start: Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, Audi, the first 4. The second lap, we had Charles Espenauer in the CP Racing Mercedes, hot under the rear wing of Jochen Krumbach's Ferrari, and then that seemed to ebb after the second half of the second lap only, and took in the second half of the second lap in a 24-hour race. That seemed to sort of almost ebb away, and Jochen Krumbach must have gone to the rear wing of Renault's Herbert Porsche instead. And it's just already, we're only on the third lap. You're saying, what's the predictions? You were saying earlier, you were asking me, starting the race early, what's it going to be like? They're going to be so long before they get to early evening. They don't seem to care. They're just going for it. It's a sprint race. Nobody's told them it's a 24-hour race. Get Nick down there and get him to tell all these team managers it's a 24-hour race, by the way. Did you not see the memo?
Maybe they're expecting a checkered flag in 10 laps' time, but that will be a surprise to them, because it's not going to appear until tomorrow at midday. The 34 Elmar Grimm car, which has 5 names on the dashboard, is going to be overtaken by Patrick Niederhauser. New Audi overtakes old. Yes, but remember that the 500 car is not in the GT3 category because it's outside of homologation. This is the world debut of the brand new LMS Evo 2. And both run by Car Collection Motorsport. Car Collection are a big Audi dealership in Germany and have run as many as 3 R8s in 24-hour competition in the past. Certainly at a couple of Dubais previously, they've had many Car Collection cars at various levels of GT3 running. Remember, if you enter a car into GT3, it can either be in Pro or in AM, and the AM is also two-pronged. You've got AM Standard and AM Advantage, and it all depends on what your driver lineup is. And if you don't have a full-out Pro in your combination, then you can be entered into AM Advantage, and that gives you a slight better run as far as the fuel is concerned, a larger tank, and therefore you can put more fuel in it, both during under green flags, but also code 60 when only 50% of the fuel allocation applies.
Just watching those there again, Marc Carol Ibarra in the PCR Sport Ferrari 458 there. Not a 488, a 458, by the way, so quite an older generation Ferrari there. Now giving Elmar Grimm's Car Collection Audi R8 a really grim time all over the back of him. And just watching those two cars around the track there, I mentioned at the very beginning of the show, you asked about what the circuit's like. It's a real mixture. It's almost like an outer fast loop with a very technical infield, if you like. It's a slightly simplistic way of describing it, but can't you know what I mean? Through the technical infield part and the either slower corners, the Ferrari was all over the back of the Audi, then the Audi pulling way down the straight. So an interesting dynamic of the two vehicles there. Whether it's just tyres haven't come in yet or what, I don't know. But it was quite interesting. And this is for, what's this, 5th, 6th place?
Yeah.
Down the order, it's not even for the lead.
Well, that's the beauty of modern GT racing, is that you're pitting a rear-engine Porsche which is a normally aspirated 4-litre flat 6-powered car, with an Audi, which runs with a V10, 5.2-litre normally aspirated V10 in the middle of the car. So weights, speed differentials are actually very different in their rawest form, but the beauty of balance of performance should make the two very different cars about the same around a single lap. But of course, those two different cars make their speed in different ways, and you're going to get this yin and yang through the course of a lap, at least, you know, where one car might be slightly stronger on the straights and the other car is good through the corners, and that's always fantastic to try and work out where a car is making its speed. Now, the 500 car, because it's new and because it's not technically a GT3 car, should theoretically have been slowed down so that it can't win the race. But again, nobody's really told this message to Patrick Niederhauser, because he's just been able to overtake Tim Muller there on the brakes into the chicane, and the P4 class Audi from Car Collection now runs in 7th position and behind Roberto Pampanini. Nick Damon was trying to tell me something there, but I only heard your voice, Nick, didn't hear the details. Do you want to flesh that out?
Yeah, we had our first actual pit caller. It was the 724, which is the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow, the yellow and blue one with the Felbermeyer sponsorship. Came in right at the other end of the pit lane for me. Luckily, I could see what they did. They changed the front right tyre, so that must have been a puncture, perhaps on one of those curbs that Peter was warning about.
Yeah, certainly not the sort of damage you want to be repairing this early on in the race, and these tend to be mistakes that are made, if they were made at all, in the opening couple of hours, and then you realise we've got to take a bit more care of these cars. Pampanini was fully on the opposite lock there, coming out of turn 5, and that has presented the opportunity once again, Peter, to Patrick Niederhauser, who gains the place on the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche.
He didn't need asking twice, did he? It was reminiscent of historic racing, all good with something like that, with the car sideways, which is great to watch, but gives the driver a heart-stopping moment. You don't really want that in slicks, wings, and aero cars. And I'm sure the team manager will be, what are you doing? Why is it? It's great car control, but why is it there in the first place?
Yeah, don't know whether he caught the curb on the inside of 5, or maybe
you're probably right, Johnny.
Just a bit too far wide on the exit curb, but. Somebody else who fancies an overtake, Tim Muller now in the 92 Porsche. So Pampanini, if he's not careful, will lose 2 places in 1 lap.
So does that point towards there being a bit of an issue with that Porsche? It is suddenly being pounced upon, isn't it? Just keep an eye on that as to whether it's got an issue. It should have the straight line speed though. Tim Muller tucked in right under the rear wing of it, might have a dive down the inside into the first corner. He pulls out. Is he going to make it? He is down the inside. I think Pampanini may have a problem there, because he didn't even defend that one bit. So I just wonder whether the number 7 car is just already this early stage of the race. It seems to have lost its edge. It just hasn't quite got its sparkle, if you like, that it did have in the first couple of laps.
Ran very wide into turn 1, out in the marbles, and I think that was the debris that was being churned out the back, rather than I just wonder whether there might have been a bit of smoke, in fact, but I think it was just because the car was offline and he'd realised the game was up, so decided to give Tim Muller the place, maybe just to collect his thoughts. You know, this is not a 10-lap race. We're racing for many, many hours yet, and just a question of allowing a quicker car through so that you're not delayed in this segment of the race. The 458 now is having a nibble on the back of the blue and white Audi from Car Collection of Elmar Grimm. So that is Mark Carol Ibarra for local team PCR Sport, turning out this Ferrari 458 from 2012. So almost 10 years old now, but fantastic to have a normally aspirated prancing horse on the grid. For me, this makes a much better noise than the more modern 488s that are now turbocharged. And Nick got the full story as to why this car is in action this weekend. Special dispensation from Creventic for it to run not on Hankooks, but a different tyre manufacturer, in fact, because Hankook do not supply a 19-inch size tyre, and that's what this car runs on the rims. So they've had to sign quite a lot of stuff with 24H Series in order for this car to be eligible and to take part in this year's event, but great that it can be here, because it means that Jorge Gutierrez Agui's unbroken run in the 24 Hours of Barcelona from 1998 all the way through to the present day can continue.
Roberto Pampanini there has dropped almost a couple of seconds. In fact, he's a 1:53 now. It's definitely dropping its lap times. Meanwhile, Patrick Niederhauser in the 500 car collection Audi R8 has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:49.7. Sorry, second fastest lap of the race. It's the leader is Herbert, 1:49.5. But the only two to be in under the 1 minute 50s already. So it's an impressive run there from Niederhauser. But that Pampanini car, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, does look to have a bit of an issue. And I'm just wondering if it's an odd thing to say at this stage of a race, but almost as if it's tyres. It looks to me just like it's a little bit oversteery. Just can't get it turned into the corners and can't get the mid-corner speed. And I'm always wary of speculating because you're not sitting there in the car doing it. But it just doesn't seem to have the sort of footprint it should have at this early stage of a race. And tyres should not be an issue this far into a race.
Roberto Pampanini, bronze rated. He is Italian by nationality, although he was born in Zurich in Switzerland. And great to have Amadio Pampanini, who I'm going to assume is Roberto's younger brother, but I don't know that for sure. Clearly from the same family and racing the same car this weekend too. But Roberto Pampanini put out for the opening stint, and yes, is that already a tyre issue? There is no limit to the number of Hankooks you can use across the 24 hours, so if they're beginning to realise that that is a flat spot that has got worse and worse, then no problem with them coming in early for fuel and a new set of tyres, as the pressure is still being applied from the Ferrari 458 that's been started by Mark Carol-Ibarra, and Elmar Grimm having to really stick the elbows out to keep the older, what do we say, chassis number that was, number 29 in all of the GT3s. When you bear in mind that the latest GT3 model from McLaren is number 53, then car number 29 in the GT3 world goes go back a number of years to 2012 in the year.
Historic racer, isn't it? It's ancient.
Pretty much in GT3 racing it is, yeah. It's the car that they produced after, in the order of GT3 cars, after the Mercedes SLS. Well, it's been a while since we had any of those cars in 24-hour series racing. 499 is a bit further down the order. This is Jeff Westphal taking part in his first ever 24-hour series racing. Again, for Car Collection Motorsport. Jeff with a big connection to Audi himself. So Car Collection with actually 3 cars in this race, and 23rd position for 499. But it is a GT4 car, we must remember, running therefore in the GT4 class that 24H Series has had for a couple of years.
Having a big moment coming onto the pit straight there as well, a real oversteery moment, using track limits and a bit beyond, and I'm not sure if he didn't kick up some of the gravel there. I'm quite certain he did. I hope there's nobody following immediately behind, because that would have peppered the windscreen. But it was definitely a big moment there, just discussing that one, Johnny.
Westphal versus Brett Strom, and they're only separated by 0.9 of a second in the GT4 battle. And now Elmar Grimm and Mark Carol-Ibarra have just lapped Bert Metz in the Baskuten Racing Cupra, which is running in 8th place, the yellow and black car, one of the first out in qualifying yesterday, out into the session, I mean, rather than retiring from it. And that Cupra now working its way through the chicane, just missing the first element of it a little bit, and looking like it was going to be swamped by one of the 4 KTMs in the entry very shortly indeed. KTM then leaving turn 16, and yeah, darting to the right-hand side to get by Bert Metz. Still got 3 KTM crossbows together on the timing screen, now led by Eric Janis. So he is the GTX race leader, from Ferdinand Stuck for True Racing and Klaus Angerhofer also for True in 717. But that is a nice battle developing in GTX, with the Vortex also involved of Lionel Amrouche, car 701. So 4 cars right together there from 11th place back.
Roberto Pampanini picked up the pace again, come back to a 1:52.3 again. So slightly odd there. It wasn't like it was in traffic that caused it to suddenly. It had 2 laps where it definitely dropped a good second and a half. So and it looked like he couldn't defend from it either, or didn't want to defend either.
And just gone green. Just gone green through the first sector. So speed is back again. Whatever was up with the number 7 Porsche, it seems to have returned. So the Italian-run Porsche, we have German-run Ferraris. There's something not quite right about those flags up against the car names, but we know the reason why. And Wochenspiegel Team Monschau powered by Phoenix these days. In the past, their Ferraris have been run by Rinaldi Racing, another German outfit. And Phoenix, Rinaldi, other teams as well that are recognised more so for their competition on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, being welcomed into the fold here with Creventic, and that's great to see. Rutronic Racing's number 18 Audi is Pierre Caffer, trying to reverse those positions from the start of the race as Charles Espenlaub gained third spot on the run pretty much down towards the first corner. And those places have stayed the same since then. We're already, though, Peter Snowden into traffic. It's not a, well, it's a sort of medium length lap here. Nothing compared clearly to Le Mans and Spa-Francorchamps, 7 kilometres. But this is, what, about 3 miles round, I would guess? I'll give you exactly the kilometerage in a moment.
Contact there. We're just talking about the traffic there. I think that's the... that's Charles Espenau in the CP Racing, just going past one of the TCR cars, and just a little bit of contact there. I think that was turn 6 by the look of it. It just got down the inside of it. I'm just not sure who caused that or whether it was just one of those things. And it's put the number 1 car off. It is the number 1 car that's gone off into the gravel there. I just saw the outside of that being just on the outside edge of turn 6, the left-hander there, just touching the CP Racing Mercedes, and he's very, very truly buried into that. So you won't get that one out. A front-wheel drive there. It's a long, long way in. Just sideswiped it. Whether he just didn't see it, that's the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf with Konstantin Kletzer at the wheel of that, and it is turn 6, I thought. And it's they just clipped the side of the Mercedes there. Charles Espenau. I'm not really sure if anybody was to blame there, but it's just got into it. Yeah, he didn't quite get into the back of it. Just misjudged it. It didn't leave him quite enough room there. Charles Espenau got through, and he just outbraked himself in the Golf, and just, I think, trying to avoid the Mercedes. Actually, Johnny, he's gone off and just buried itself completely into the gravel.
The problem with multi-class racing is you've got to always consider what the car you're racing with can do. And unfortunately there, I think that was Charles Espenlaub pulling it in front of the Golf across the bows, braking at his natural point in a GT3 car, and a TCR car cannot stop at the same rate.
Exactly. And it's things, old things. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus here in any way, shape or form. It's a racing thing. We'll see what the stewards may or may not say. But as you say, you're in a GT3 car there, and other cars don't just disappear.
So this an opportunity, of course, although it's very, very awkward for the number 1 Autorama Motorsport Golf, which is now being towed out of the gravel. It does provide, Nick Damon, an opportunity to work the strategy this early on in the race.
Yes, indeed. Now, the first thing to say is that the fuel station is in pit in, so they come into fuel before they come down the pit lane. There are 8 pumps. I looked at them earlier in the weekend, and they are now currently occupied by 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 6 GT3s and the bright orange KTM. And the first car to exit the fuel station is no surprise whatsoever. It's Robert Renaud in the 91. So Herbert taking on the fuel. They're coming in as well. They're looking like they're going to go for some tyres. That's the air jack digging here. Renaud is staying on board. We're also going to see the 18 machine that was running 4th, which is the Rutronic Racing. But I think that's a full service. Yeah, they're getting Pierre Caffer out of the car. Can't quite see who's getting in. He's got an Austrian flag, so I guess that's Michael Doppelmayr who's getting in. So they're obviously going to try and burn some amateur time up with code 60. The other cars, there's the Edex Sport car, I think and the Pampani, the 7 Dynamic, that has just got fuel and rejoined. New tyres for the 500, that's the Evo car, and just fuel only for car collection 34. So, effectively, most of the GT3 cars have taken fuel. The only one who's done anything different are 91 Herbert, who've taken tyres, and the 18 is doing a full service, putting Michael Doppelmayr in, having taken Pierre Caffer out, and the 716 KTM, which I think is indeed that bright orange one. Is he going to stop? Yes, he's going to go. He's going to go. He's running through. So 716, and that's it. I think by the sound of it, we've gone back to green.
That does certainly sound like revs rising, so caution has completed, and if you were already in, well, if you were into pit lane as the code 60 was out, then still you can only take 50% of the fuel, and the rest of the pit stop then has to happen. But unfortunately for those that couldn't quite get to the pits as readily as those that were first in, some of their pit stop is going to bleed into the green flag period, so that could be a bit costly. The other very important thing to note regarding the number 1 Autorama Motorsport Golf is that they're the championship leaders by 4 points over AC Motorsport. And all of a sudden, Emil Heyerdahl and Konstantin Kletzer, who are the full season entries in that car, losing points to Mathieu Detry and to Stéphane Perrin. This early on. This will be a high point scoring event because it's a 24-hour race, so lots of points on offer, although there's plenty of time to recover that situation. Let's go back to Nick Damon in the pits.
With Pierre Caffer. Pierre, that was a much shorter than you expected first stint.
Yeah, okay, you never know how the race will be, so everyone has a strategy. That was our strategy. It could have been that it would be after an hour, for example, so you never know it before the race starting, right? For me, it was quite a nice stint. I was battling quite with the American car, so it's always nice to battle with them. And as you know, the race will be very long, so there's a lot more to come.
So were you hoping the code 60 might have been a bit longer, so Michael could have used some of his time under code 60?
No, we want to be, it's our first 24-hour race this time, and I'm pretty sure that Michael feels very confident in the car, and so we go as our plan is. So, and you never know what happened in the race. It's a long race, it's not a sprint race.
Yeah, certainly not. Thanks, mate. Thank you.
It's Pierre Caffer from Rutronic Racing, and yeah, interesting that it's the first 24-hour race for that particular team. Certainly not the first 24-hour race for Pierre Caffer, we hasten to add, but yeah, the experience that he has gleaned over years and years of long-distance running, I'm sure will be very, very useful for a team relatively early on in their campaigning in the 24H series. They've done several split 12-hour races. I'm pretty sure Pierre's been an ever-present all year so far as well, with the split races at Mugello and Hockenheimring as well. So they came in from 4th, and Rutronic Racing's Audi returning to the racetrack now in, let's just check, a bit much further down actually. Michael Doppelmayr is exactly right, Nick, so you'd spotted the Austrian flag correctly for the German team Rutronic Racing by TECE, and car number 18 is in 18th place actually, joining just behind the ST Racing BMW of Nick Whitmer. And the TCE series lead in the hands of Colin White, who did not elect to come in to make a stop. So I don't think any of the TCE runners have been able to come in for fuel. It's just simply too early on, and their fuel mileage is much, much better than a GT3 car. Might even extend to 2 hours if there's a bit of code 60 here and there for a TCR car anyway. I'd imagine the Ginetta G55 will burn more fuel than that, but might be able to make an hour and a half. We will keep a close eye on how the CWS engineering does between fuel stops, but thankfully, and credit to the RACC for their quick work there to get the car recovered from turn 5, VW Golf of Autorama Motorsport, because that code 60 was very, very short indeed. And back to racing again we go, Peter.
Indeed we do. Just watching the Pierre Caffer driver change there when Nick was had a quick chat. It was quite slow on the left rear of that car. I don't know what was going on with that one, but hopefully that was just a one-off. But they did seem to struggle with that one, certainly compared to the others. But say, quick thinking, as Nick quite rightly said, it was no real surprise to see the Herbert car in straight away as soon as the safety car got out, and I think we had 6 cars in almost straight away there, taking advantage of that safety car. And I'm a little bit surprised at tyres so soon. Really, I suppose it's a free chance to do it, but I guess they can recycle that set later. But they haven't really done an awful lot of time on those tyres. You always take on fuel, but whether tyres were needed just yet, I don't know. But they all seem to do it, so they probably know best. We're sitting in a commentary box. What do we know?
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make about recycling. There's no need to recycle them because there's no limit on tyres, but it depends how much cash you've got, basically. And
Over the way with motorsport.
There'll be an awful lot of meat left on those Hankooks that started the race. You would think it would be a virtually new set for the start of the race. So I would imagine they will revisit that
Well, they'll give
set of tyres.
They'll give them to the rookie for testing, won't they? At some point later in the season or something, or you can have the old set from Barcelona that have now gone rock solid.
Yes. Through
see how you get on with those.
Through a very long heat cycle over a period of months. Maybe. Charles Espenlaub continuing on. I'm keeping an eye on the message at the top of the screen, which does say the incident involving Charles's Mercedes and the number 1 Golf of Konstantin Kletzer, championship leader in the TCE series. That is under investigation. And having witnessed it again, I've got to say, Konstantin in the Golf couldn't have been any further right. He would have been in the gravel on the curb if he'd steered any further to the right-hand side there. So he was desperately trying to stay out of the way of the Mercedes.
I hate to say it, and I hate to preempt anything that isn't our decision. So just not really playing devil's advocate there, but I've got to say I don't think Charles Espenlaub really helped there because where's he going to go? It's still a physical match, as you say. It's a different dynamic. It's not going to break the same way, and he did go over completely to the right-hand side. All he had to do was leave a car's width. Because the Golf was never going to come by again, but he needed a greater braking distance, and he didn't have anywhere to go. And I think he did remarkably well not to drop kick Espenlaub actually, and it's an unnecessary risk. In reality, he's got away with it. The Golf hasn't. He's got away with it for the moment because the officials may see differently. And I'm not trying to force or preempt that. I am trying to be neutral. I'm just looking at it. I just think he could have been I think he could have been kinder and more helpful of his own cause.
I will say on the road, public roads, normally if a car goes into the back of another, it's always the car behind's fault. In this situation, I personally think that thought was not given to the bigger extent of the car's capabilities, because you've got a GT car overtaking a touring car pretty much, and Charles very rarely makes errors like that. And normally will hold his hands up to them as well if Nick catches up with Charles towards the end of his stint, or at the end of his stint. We'll probably wait for a decision before we comment any more because, as Peter has said, not down to us. It is very close, though, between the Mercedes number 17 and the 91 Porsche of Robert Renauer. So Paul-Luc Chatin being caught by his fellow Le Mans 24-hour runner from this year, Robert Renauer. Paul-Luc Chatin was in a prototype in LMP2, one of the 2 EDEX Sport cars, of course. And Robert Renauer was taking part in his first ever event 2 weeks ago at Circuit de la Sarthe in a GTE Porsche in the AM category. There are further problems and another code 60, in fact. And this is all because of an incident at turn 4. Now, that's the area that the Mercedes and the Porsche have just gone through. And the way was clear literally seconds ago. But turn 4 now, the scene of some sort of incident, bringing out the second code 60. And we've only had just over half an hour of this race. I hope there's not a sign of things to come, with a very staccato affair so far. And it is because of at least one car in the gravel at turn 4.
Is that the 500 Audi?
I don't think it's quite the right shade of silver for that. It might be the 458 Ferrari in its blue. It is certainly a GT3 car because it's got a very large rear wing which is backwards up against the barrier.
Which is good because the rear wing's on it still, even though it's close to the barrier. It means it hasn't impacted the barrier a great deal, and there's no real damage to the Repsol barriers on the way there. But there's you're right, there's certainly a GT3 car in there. Just very quickly going back to penalties while we sort that one out. The number 34 car has had a 6th offence and now a 10-second time penalty. That was the car we were talking about earlier, which is the Elmer Grimm car collection Audi R8.
I just want to celebrate a moment where Palmer gets it right, because this is the first time.
Certainly, there'll be many of those.
Certainly this year.
Don't peak early. We're only half an hour in. You've got 24 hours. You've got 23 and a half hours to be right still. Don't worry.
It's a first for 2021, folks. But that is the Ferrari 458 Italia of PCR Sport, which is being now towed out of the gravel trap. So dark blue colours, and I mean, I couldn't tell it was a 458 from here, to be honest, because the distance from our viewpoint is rather great.
You called it. You called it right.
But it's the right colour, and it's got a rear wing, a very large rear wing, as the Ferraris tend to do. We were talking a lot about rear wings last night.
We're going to get onto rear wing debate, aren't we? Again, to Swan next, whether it's a forward one, a rear one, a double back, or the different phrases that Nick could use there. I'm sure he's writing them all down as you speak.
Yeah,
aren't you, Nick?
I think the crucial thing about the new wing versus the old on the Audi is that it moves its position completely, so that the rear wing has been pushed forward over the boot lid of the car, effectively, because of the way that it's suspended. Another opportunity for pit stops, though, and interesting that the AC Motorsport car has come in this time, not leading its class. Actually, may have been before the stops took place. But now the new car leading TCE series is the 112 Altarama Motorsport by Wolf Power Golf, which is being driven by Arunas Gessia-Kass. And Nick, more stops. We've had barely 40 minutes.
Yeah, we got the CP Racing Mercedes in this time with Charles Espelab. He's come in, taken fuel and got a fresh set of tyres, but nothing more. We've seen the 499, we also saw the 450. They've come for fuel. In fact, the only car so far to have stopped has been that stopped out with the fuel station. Though it looks like one of the Herbeth cars is about to stop, which I expect should be the 92, because the 91 did the full fuel and stoppage last time. They crawl towards you. The speed limit in the fuel bay is unbelievably, excruciatingly slow, and it is indeed the 92 now. Herbeth car's going to pick up a fuel set of fuel. Bang goes Colin White in the 278. The Horsfeld Meyer 724 car goes past. The Vortex 712. The 188, which is the TCR with Mathieu Dietrich in it. They've all gone down. Just have try to get not get their face in view. I look and see they're stopping for fuel, and it looks like they are mostly going down. One car's got a big wavy stick. It's the 188. So the 188 and the Vortex both come in for service. And it's tyres definitely for the 188, and it looks like no driver again. So it looks like people are pretty much keeping their driver powder dry. Now, what the interesting thing is that we've had a situation of queuing at the fuel stop for the first time. It's very tight, actually. The 8 slots are very tight. If you don't get your first choice, it's kind of like a bit of a shuffle forward and back. It's a bit Austin Powers at some of the 11-point turns they're trying to get into there. But it looks like, I'm not sure, but I think one of the KTMs just aborted because it couldn't get in. There are now spaces, so perhaps that was just a weird exit he was taking, but they are now taking a couple of laps to come in, waiting for some space at the fuel stop, and it's the very attractive kind of bronze and white KTM, the 718 that was started by Eric Yanis, and then we have the 909 Porsche goes past me, and I can see up that there is, I think that actually the car that was leading, which is the Ferrari of WTM, is also coming. I'm not totally 100% sure. It looks Ferrari-ish, and it looks white, so I'm hoping that's the car. Because you're obviously winning car identification bingo so far, Johnny. So I need a 1-all at some point.
Oh, there'll be opportunity for that. Plenty of hours of daylight yet, but it's better to play it before 8 o'clock tonight, I would suggest. Gets very tricky after that. 85 Mercedes up to second place then now, but on an out lap. I mean, we'll get a true flavour of the order when they cross the line the next time around, because Jochen Krumbach is actually timed as the race leader, but he's in the fueling area. That's purely because...
Oh, right then.
You were right. Yes, that is the Ferrari with the WTM
he's
sponsorship.
quite a long way away, because he's the first in the first pit stall, and I'm down pretty much, not quite halfway, almost halfway down. We all know how many eyes have gone off the last year and a half.
So is that 1-all up between you two?
I think so.
So I need to do some catching up then.
Absolutely.
Have you got your specs on at the moment, Nick?
That sounds like a joke, but honestly, I was sitting there going, do I take them, do I not take them? The problem is, I'll be real honest, if I was going to have the specs, I'd have to have them on the string round my neck. And I'm just not ready for that yet. That's a couple of years away.
It's a look, isn't it? It's a look. I'm not ready for that yet.
I don't want the look of a spinster librarian just yet.
You also...
hinge and bracket.
You probably encountered...
I'm sorry, but Peter's just won the 70s reference competition.
There you go. Very good. You've probably encountered this dilemma as well with glasses and a COVID mask.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a right nightmare.
That's why I've forgot. Normally I'd have sunglasses, not bothering.
Completely tangled up.
I just love how in the
sorry, Peter, quick
sorry,
one.
go on, Nick.
What were their first names?
Oh, one was Hilda.
Yes. That is Hilda Brackett.
The other there.
Evadne Hinge.
And I'm not cheating. I'm not looking it up.
It's Evadne Hinge and Hilda Brackett.
There you go. There you go. I love how we get to a code 60 in how long are we into the race? We're 40 minutes into a race. We get into our second code 60 and we get into such first world problems of 70s English comedy duos. Brilliant.
Well,
it's going to be a long night, Johnny.
Thankfully, we're back to green, and car 16 is being recovered to the pits, is the message on the top of the screen. So number 22, Jochen Krumbach, stays at the wheel after being fuelled and is still timed as the race leader. But I'm sure as Paul-Luc Chateau comes round, well, that might correct itself. Of course, those cars behind have also pitted. The one that hasn't yet come in is Klaus Angerhofer. No pit stop next to the True Racing KTM Crossbow's name just yet. And when that next comes through the end of Sector 3, I'm sure that will have gained an awful lot of ground by virtue of the fact that it hasn't yet taken fuel on board. And again, the consumption will be a lot better on those KTM Crossbows that weigh just over 1,000 kilograms with that potent Audi-derived engine in the middle of the car. 4 KTM Crossbows of the new shape on display this weekend. Vortex V8 just being overtaken by Paul-Luc Chatin,
who in turn, by the way, was just going past the 112 Golf, the Autorama Golf, and very carefully sat aside, waited and went round one side to the left-hand side of the Golf. In the meantime, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche said, "Oh, I'll go up the inside and take the pair of you," and drop down straight away into that position, which he's still third at the moment, isn't he? And it's still Renard at the wheel of that car, according to our screen.
Yeah, Robert he'll be fine to stay in there up until the 2-hour driving limit, so no reason to change the pilot just yet, even though it will have had a burst of fuel on on one of the code 60s, yes, because Renault's only been in once. I think the second code 60 probably fell too close to the first if you'd already come in for fuel during that first code 60 for the recovery of the number 1 VW Golf from turn 6/7. So we've had 2 code 60s, the first of which lasted 3 minutes to recover car 1 from the gravel at turn 7, and then there was 2.5, no, that was a longer one, 7 minutes actually for car 16, which collided with the barrier at turn 4. Driver reported to be okay back to the steward, so that's great news as far as the PCR Sport Ferrari is concerned. I just hope that if there's been any damage done, that they can fix it for Marc Carol Ibarra, because the pace was there for the rather aged GT3 car returning to action this weekend.
Nothing wrong with aged GT racers returning to action.
GT car, I meant. Not old drivers. I think old drivers should stay retired.
Oh, do you now? Okay. Let's not start that thread, shall we? It depends on how old they are.
I don't really. I'm joking. I'm pulling his leg.
No, it's fine. I'm used to it. I've got a whole day of this. I know. Don't worry. That's why I was slightly surprised as well that Pierre Caffer did do such a quick change there with that first stint, and they put in the Rutronic car. Put Michael Doppelmayr in it, didn't they? I didn't see the need to change it so soon. I mean, we were 20 minutes in that first code 60.
Yeah, I mean, unless the drivers that Pierre is racing with just weren't comfortable with taking the start, so he put Pierre Caffer in maybe for the first 2 hours, but if the opportunity arises before that to change the drivers, then why not go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's something for Nick to find out. I know he's interviewed Pierre already, but it's just I'm just a little bit surprised they have a philosophy, a strategy for that. There's a good reason for it. I'm not doubting why they've done it for 1 minute. I was just a little bit surprised so soon, as you say. They've left others in there. Robert Renard and the Herbert car stayed in. Okay, we've got 2 hours. Why change quite so quickly? But maybe that's one for Nick. Obviously, I don't want him going there resting too much and thinking about his spectacles and his around his neck as to what to wear. I know it's obviously on Nick's mind a lot, that. But we'll give him something to think about and maybe find out what the Rutronic Racing theory was behind the strategy of getting Pierre Caffer out of that car quite so soon. Barely got warmed up, did he really?
No. So there would have been a bit of build-up through the course of the morning, but he's got one of those brains that can just turn on and off when he's in and out of the car, I suppose. So it
I
won't
thought
take
you were
long.
about Nick for a minute then, sorry.
No, not at all.
That's why I was looking confused, sorry, yeah.
Nick's brain generally is always off, in my experience. But for Michael Doppelmayr, has raced in the 24H series previously with Car Collection and done some GT3 racing in the Middle East as well, from Austria originally, and now part of the Rutronic Racing crew with one podium already this year. That happened at Paul Ricard earlier on in the campaign. So that Audi number 18 has some good results already in only its second year of competition as part of the 24H series. So who did they finish behind? So Doppelmayr was part of the lineup then as well. It was a race at Ricard that was won by the 91 Porsche and the classic combination of Daniel Allemann, Ralph Bone and the two Renaulters. Second was Josef Kral together with Miroslav Vibo and Matusz, his son. We're missing the Middle Cat Racing Ferrari this weekend, I've just noticed. Number 11 not in Spain, but hopefully can be maybe taking part in the Copa Florio next month, or indeed the 24 Hours of Sebring. Very late on the brakes indeed for Porsche number 91, which is the Herbert car of Robert Renault, and already in second place, just jumping past the number 18 car, which offered no sign of defence. That's the difference, I suppose, between having Pierre Caffer in it and one of the other drivers, Michael Doppelmayr, identifying his own speed and realising that the battle with Herbert Motorsports Porsche was not one to fight just yet.
Well, he's lapping 10 seconds a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
gives
the
you
difference.
perspective, doesn't
It gives
it?
the perspective, exactly. So say nothing to defend and no reason, no point in taking the risk whatsoever. But Michael Doppelmayr in 18th there in the Rutronic car doing a good job there. Just lapping on the 2-minute mark. Nobody's got back under the 150s. We had that quite a bit earlier on, didn't we? We had the Krumbach did a 49.1, I think, is the best of the race so far. In the 488 GT3 Evo, he managed to 49.9. No, actually, I might tell a lie. It's Renault in the Herbert Porsche did a 49.059, so nearly into the 48s already.
And the track will get faster as more and more Hankook rubber goes down, as the ambient temperature cools and the air quality comes a little bit better for engines as well, whether they're turbocharged or particularly the normally aspirated cars like the Porsche and the Audi. It is a Ferrari that has a twin turbo though in the 3.9 litre V8 that powers the 488 GT3. That leads the race, and Jochen Krumbach for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. Krumbach again a regular with the WTM outfit. Wochenspiegel Team Monschau is the newspaper owned by Georg Weiss, by the way, and his son Leo Weiss very much part of the driving lineup this weekend as well. Leo is a real talent in all sorts of different machinery. So you've got father and son duo, you've got Jochen Krumbach, Daniel Kalvitz and Hendrik Still, and the two semi-pros being Leo Weiss and Hendrik Still, although interestingly it was Daniel Kalvitz who's the pro, so that explains it, was put out for qualifying yesterday. So Daniel Kalvitz on paper should be the quickest of that quintet, with other drivers getting more and more used to this circuit, when Phoenix and WTM, of course their home is really the Nürburgring Nordschleife for NLS racing, for the 24 Hours of Nürburgring as well. Side by side Audis towards turn 8, and that's the 500 car, started by Patrick Niederhauser, and there's been no driver change there, so it is still the Swiss pilot at the wheel of car 500, running in 5th and putting a lap on Michael Doppelmayr in the 18 Rutronic Racing Audi. So they're just working their way through turn 10 now. Sunshine is out, temperatures set to get pretty high today, 30 odd degrees, and almost the start of the race again now into turn 5, as we've got BMW side by side, 2 TCR cars. The Audi from GT4, number 499, is also trying to work its way through this little gaggle of machinery. Jeff Westphal for Car Collection Motorsport. And this is so often what happens around, well, lots of tracks around the world, is that the traffic just starts to group together. A bit of clumping taking place in just the first hour. And the BMW up ahead of 499 Jeff Westphal was all over the road for a moment there, Peter.
Yeah, lots of rear traction there, wasn't there? Certainly for the BMW getting away from it. And again in the next turn, left-hander. So it was almost again a tyre issue. The fuel flap door on that car as well. But it looks like it's struggling on its rear tyres there with a definite oversteer issue mid-corner, making it move around all the place. Certainly keeping the driver busy and focused, shall we say, at the pointy end of the car. This holding the steering wheel. It's moving around underneath him a great deal more than he would like.
Bashar Mardini, who is at the wheel of the number 999 Red Camel Jordans.NL Porsche. This is a GT3 Cup car, but so new it's not yet eligible for a standard 991 class entry. So they put it into GTX, have Creventic, owned by Speed Lover. All the 92 Porsches off the road there at turn 1 and 2. So not the race, not the second place car in the race, but the 92 car with the yellow door mirrors, which is being run still by Tim Muller, who started the race at midday and just running out of road a little bit down at turn 1. But yeah, more on the Porsche Cup car, which these are the now current cars in the Porsche Super Cup, which supports Formula 1 Grand Prix. Also, you'll find this brand new Porsche running the Benelux Championship and Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. It hasn't yet made the UK, though, where the new cars will actually debut in the United Kingdom from 2022. But I have to say, Red Camel Jordans.NL have done a very good job indeed in obtaining one of these new Porsche Cup cars from Speed Lover. It is loaned from the Belgian team, having competed in a couple of Benelux races earlier on in the year, certainly in Austria. And it is Bashar Mardini, the driver from the United Arab Emirates, given the responsibility for the opening stint. Again, lots of hectic racing taking place into turns 10, 11 and 12 as the recovering Tim Muller Porsche heads towards turn 13 with a KTM in tow.
It's just interesting watching. We discussed this at the very beginning, Johnny, about that chicane. You said it would be a point of focus for you, even at the first lap, and it's going to be a point of focus throughout the race, even more so at night, I would suspect, when you're slightly less sighted or certainly different vision. I mentioned that on the left-hand side of that, there's a really quite a high sausage curb that marked in yellow, and it's interesting just watching certain drivers there and certain makes and patterns and attitudes. Who avoids it fastidiously? Colin White's Ginetta stays so clear of it, you could almost ride a bike between the two of them, between that curb and the car. So do the KTMs, but the Porsches ride them really quite heavily and seem completely unfazed by it. And it's just very interesting to watch the differences of the two. Quite where that's leading, I don't know, but it was just quite interesting watching the differences of different drivers and styles and vehicles there. Ferrari being brought back on its low load to the pits, whether that's going to be it's almost like it was a mechanical issue that took that car off, because there was no, one of the things that you spotted apart from the fact it was blue, which was pretty obvious, even though I thought it was silver in the sunlight, but your eyes are younger and better than mine, clearly. We have evidence of that now. But the rear wing was completely intact on the car, which, as I said at the time, it was a good point, because it hadn't connected with the barriers in a heavy way to damage it. I just wonder if that had a mechanical issue. It's sitting on the back of a low loader. It looks to me like it's really low at the rear, almost like the bodywork's touching the rear wheels, as if it's had like almost a suspension failure, which is what's made it swap ends and pop into the gravel there. Is it right rear? Yeah, I would say right rear, sitting low on that car.
Yeah.
This is the number 16 Ferrari, isn't it?
From PCR Sport with Mark Carroll Ibarra, who was at the wheel, but unfortunately we were not able to witness Mark Carroll's actual incident. But you're not hanging around in that vicinity of the circuit. 3 to 4. I mean, that's, yes, there are arcing corners, but I think is that the acceleration point coming out of 3. Let me just revisit the message to tell me which area he was in. Yeah, it was the turn 4 barrier as described. So I think that's as you accelerate out of 3, and it's almost as if the car has been lost somewhere between 3 and 4 or on the brakes into 4, and that's quite a high speed off. Rear right showing damage from its contact with the tyre wall. There isn't another car described on the message from race control, so that would indicate to me that he's gone off on his own, although even that's not guaranteed, to be honest. I haven't seen another damaged car anywhere, though, in the field, so a little bit of a mystery. The great news, though, as far as 24H Series rules are concerned, is that when the car is recovered on a flatbed and taken back to the paddock, it can restart and they can still get a finish, because outside assistance is permitted in this championship. It's not like we're at Le Mans, and if you are taken back on a flatbed, that's pretty much you out of the race. That is overlooked in Creventic racing, so let's hope that the car can be fixed and can rejoin the race. My only worry is about spares for that car, because they must be dwindling now, being nearly 10 years old.
There is that, but it's an interesting one, because cause and effect, Johnny, because there's no real damage to the bodywork of that car, nothing really obvious that we can see visibly as it went by on the low loader there, just looking for signs of what happened. I just wonder if if there's no other vehicles involved, I wonder if he's just locked the rears and gone in and swapped ends and just kissed, if you like, the barrier, which is what might have. But if the suspension's damaged and the bodywork isn't, that would suggest to me that the suspension's failed first. If that's what it is, it might just be the attitude on the truck. We are speculating and trying to second guess. For sake, we have no evidence of why it went off. We just saw the car stationary, so we have no idea why. So that sounds to me like a mission for Nick Damon.
I'm sure he's listening, and we'll be noting that down. Side by side.
Doesn't say he's going to do anything though. I'm sure he's listening.
Side by side Cupras, and this again is like the start of the race all of a sudden, because Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre for Really Keep My Top Car Sport versus Bapura Motorsports number 151. So the two Spanish teams switching places, in fact, because Lorenzo Flusa Cross gets ahead of Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre to gain, now where is that in the TCE order, 3rd position for Bapura Motorsports. Cooper side by side with Cooper for a time, and the 151 car wins the race to the end of the lap. And they're all now about to be joined by the race leaders. Robert Renauer, by the way, is up ahead of Jochen Krumbach. That happened out of my sight, but you've got Renauer leading Krumbach by 1.1 seconds now. So an overtake that's happened very recently, probably not on the lap just completed, but the one previous to that. And Herbert versus WTM powered by Phoenix, virtually neck and neck. But Robert Renauer using this gold-graded time for as useful as possible. He is down as a pro on the entry list from Creventic, and Jochen Krumbach. Good question. I'll look him up, actually, because he has a lot of experience from the Nürburgring. He's a silver-rated driver, so therefore a semi-pro, 50 years old, and lots of racing experience, as I say, at the Nürburgring, stretching back as far as 2004 when he entered in a Class A8 machine. That was an Audi RS4, in fact, that Jochen Krumbach first sported in the 2004 Nürburgring 24 Hours, and he's still very much present on the entry list these days too. Running in SP9 earlier on in the year, taking part as well in a few NLS races, the man from Langeweer. So Krumbach running second, chasing Robert Renauer, with Charles Espenlau almost an ever-present in third, ever since he made that move at the start of the race on Pierre Caffer, the 85 CP Racing Mercedes, running in third ahead of a chasing Patrick Niederhauser in the new Car Collection Motorsport Audi. But it's not taken Robert Renauer very long to get to the sharp end once again, Snowy.
As usual. Not exactly breaking news, is it? But a great job still, and a solid first stint. And we were talking about this, weren't we, earlier, Johnny, about what you need to do, what is the strategy, what's the thinking, and you highlighted quite rightly that we started this 24-hour race much earlier in a day than we would normally. So there's a different mindset, there's a different theory. What will the teams be thinking and getting their drivers to do? Because the drivers just get out there and do as they're told, essentially. so that it's down to the strategists and the team. They come up with a plan. And a good, solid first stint at this stage is a foundation. And Robert Now there in the Hobart Motorsport car doing that with aplomb, to say the least. He has set the fastest lap of the race, so 1:49.059. Top 4 cars have all gone under the 1:50, but it's Renaud that's got the closest and nearly pipped into the 1:48. Which I wouldn't be at all surprised. As you see, plenty of Hankook rubber going down on the track as this race evolves, so that the track will get quicker. It'll get even cooler a bit later on. It's starting to warm up now. We've just crossed our first hour.
Really good fighting in GT4 between Jeff Westphal and Nick Whitmer. So Whitmer, the Canadian, in the ST Racing BMW M4, up against Car Collection Motorsport. We've only got 2 GT4 cars in the race, but they were providing a superb scrap there, door handle to door handle, and preventing Jochen Kronbach from getting by briefly in the white and the red and the black Ferrari. Now that Audi is trailing a bit of bodywork, I think, on the left-hand side as it turns right.
Yeah, it certainly is left rear.
Need to confirm that, but it's got a couple of vents on each side of that Audi. Quite a large open mouth behind each of the doors, and a bit sideways there from Jeff Westphal too, as he inches his way through turn 3. But that, I think, is an indication of quite how close he and Nick Whitmer got in his ST Racing BMW. But the Audi, is there damage there, or is that just... No, it's part of the opening there, which was misleading me. I did wonder that as it was about to turn right through turn 1. Maybe just a slight bit of bodywork that's out of place.
It looks like there's something doesn't look quite right, does it?
It's protruding too much, I would say.
Intake, exactly. It's taking in more air, which is good. It's helping cool the brakes more. But I would agree that there is a little bit of...
Well, if they've just had a side-by-side glance, it might have buckled it slightly.
Damage at the bottom, so I think there is something there on the left-hand side. They've definitely had contact with something there. As you say, it might just be a little side swipe. Yeah, the bottom of it's damaged.
The concern will be that doesn't get any worse.
It's the bottom edge of that scoop, Johnny, that's become detached. So whether it's actually because of damage or contact is what's caused, I don't know. But it looks like the bottom edge of it, and that's what's deceiving us. At higher speed, it's pulling out, and at slower speed, it's dropping back in again. So that's why it's confusing us. It is moving. That's why.
Yeah.
So technically, a movable aerodynamic device.
Yes. Which, well, I have to check the regulations for GT4, but I'm sure that was put out of the regs a good few years ago now, abolished and made illegal. Out of turn 16 goes the 125 Cupra, but Metz at the wheel of that, and Metz has Catesby Jones rejoining from a pit stop in the BMW M2. Now that car must have pitted under green, therefore, so that's a slightly strange decision, unless it was an issue with a tyre deflating slowly, slow puncture for the number 221 car, but it's been in and then back out again. Nick, did you see that stop for car number... Oh, well, maybe not for 221,
I
but...
did.
Oh, you did? Okay. I thought you mentioned the word Ferrari.
Just fuel. I'm out the back with the Ferrari, so hopefully you can hear me. The camera guy can't come back here, so I'm looking at the remnants, well, of the 16 car. It's got quite a bit, as you would expect, of damage to the right-hand side. Scuffage all along the way. But the problem does appear to be that it's had a rear, as Snowy expected, a rear right failure of some sort. That's certainly got no damper. Oops, not sitting too badly on the ground. I would say, if they have the parts, it's repairable, because it's mostly cosmetic apart from that rear right.
Okay. Well, that's generally good news.
I think it should come into the pit lane through the weighbridge probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Excellent. Well, we will throw to you for more updates in that case when we get to that situation. But, yeah, the team will be scrabbling around for all the spare bits they need. Given special dispensation to take part in this race on different tyres as well, so that Francesc Gutierrez Iguil could continue his run from back in 1998, which was the first ever 24 Hours of Barcelona. and it's been an unbroken run since then through to 2021, and he can tick this one off now as well as the car has started the race. It depends how he kind of qualifies it. Does he need to be in the car for a stint or even a lap, because he hasn't yet been there? Remember, it was Mark Carroll Ibarra who had the moment after starting the car, so maybe Francesc considers that he needs to do at least a lap to have been involved in this year's race. The 909, which is the Duvo Racing Porsche, heads down towards turns 1 and 2. And who is driving that? It is Andrei Mukovoz for the Luxembourgish team Duo Racing. Mukovoz, Russian driver, and he is up to 11th position now. But Robert Renauer leading by 8 seconds from Jochen Krumbach, a pro-rated driver up against the semi-pro, and that is the difference. It's probably only tenths of seconds each lap, but you add them all together, and Robert Renauer, having taken the lead from the WTM powered by Phoenix Ferrari, is now really starting to stretch his legs. Even if there was another Code 60, it wouldn't mean that this lap would disappear entirely, because the purpose of Code 60 is to hold on to the gaps going into the caution period, and therefore the more you build, the more you should theoretically have through the course of the whole race, with nearly 10 seconds in the back pocket now for one half of the Renauer twins. Alfred still to come, Ralph Bone still to come, Daniel Alleman still to come in the number 91 car, and they know one another's driving talents inside and out, let's face it, having taken victory already this year at the Paul Ricard event. Just run through actually who has won events so far in 2021, with Dubai and the 24 hours, a victory going to GPX Racing, when Julien Anlauer and Mathieu Jaminet were part of a Porsche lineup that also included Fred Fatien, Axel Jeffries and Alan Ferte, and they managed to win up against the WRT, the might of WRT, and an Audi that contained Dries Vantor and Kelvin van der Linde, no less, and the Mercedes from HRT Bilstein. It was a high-class entry at Dubai back in January, and GPX Racing came out on top. Then we went to Mugello, which was a first win of the year for Herbert Motorsport, for Alleman Bone and the two Renauers during the split race at Mugello, which saw some running on the Friday. I think 4 hours on Friday night and 8 hours on the Saturday in Tuscany. They won the race from Middlecat Racing and the Ferrari, Josef Kral, Miroslav and Matusz Vibo, and the Roberto Pampanini, Mauro Calamia and Ivo Giacomo dynamic motorsport Porsche that we have in this year's Barcelona race in the gold and black colours. Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone, Alfred Renauer and Robert Renauer also took victory at Paul Ricard in France the following event, but they couldn't make it 3 on the bounce because the Hegeli by T2 Racing Porsche with Pieter de Curtens, Manuel Lauk and Mark Basseng took victory 4 months ago in Germany, again for a split race around the Grand Prix circuit at the Hockenheim Ring. So Porsche number 66 took the win on that occasion from the middle cap racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini was third. So potentially Herbert Motorsport could take a third win of the season in this one, but all we're basing this on is the pace so far of one of their drivers, and it could be very different once we introduce Alfred Renauer, Ralph Bone and Swiss driver Daniel Alleman into the mixture. 1 semi-pro and 2 AMs as part of their lineup for GT3, and if they've got 1 pro in their lineup, I think they are eligible to run in AM. Therefore you can run with as many as 2 pros in GT3 as an ultimate maximum, but if you do run with 2 pros, then that automatically puts you into the GT3 Pro category. 91 Porsche up alongside the 989, and here comes the 458 Italia on the dolly jacks, so a chance for Snowy and I to see it slightly more up close and exactly what has caused the damage. Nick, you'll be down there as well. So it has emerged from the scrutineering bay and is being wheeled up the pit lane now with PCR Sport, the local crew, desperate to try and get this car fixed up.
Drama, because the 16 is being wheeled down the running lane of the pits, but actually it's about to cross the 18 Rutronics pit box, but they're about to do a full pit stop, including driver change with Eric Earhart getting in the car. So out will come Michael Doppelmayr. Earhart will get in. So they've had an hour or 45 minutes of Michael, and now they've, this constant driving change concept is being rolled on. The blue Ferrari is kind of snuck on the Dolly Jackson, parked in front of the Herberth pit. They're now getting ready to get going again. Obviously, they had a huge amount of effort to get the thing rolling in the first place. Now they've got to do it again. So having to use human brakes, of course, 'cause it's just sitting on a selection of trolley wheels. Pretty standard stop all the way through here for Rutronics. A little bit slow, I think, getting the driver out, but he is of a more mature and what's the word for it? Well-fed demeanour. So he's come out now, and the A team are going. We'll then join the 16 as it comes down the pit, because we're going to be slow. But when you look at the 16 now, it's hard to say what most of the damage appears to have been from the slide into the barriers, including a bit of a front end damage as well. But it is, I think, very much a rear right failure.
And Elliot Earhart had to be very careful as he left the pit lane there, because there was a guy sitting all crouched on the red strip doing the track temperature, basically between the working apron and the fast lane, and almost in the line of sight of the 18. It was very nearly a nasty accident there, but thankfully Elliot Earhart was clued up to the situation.
He gets the award for bravery straight away for that one. So are we equal now that you spotted the Ferrari correctly? So I opined it was an Audi, but I've spotted the right rear suspension failure on it. Are we now equal? That's one apiece, isn't it?
So far.
So far. It's early days. It's a 24-hour race, but as it stands at the moment, you didn't need to add so far.
Nick's reckoning that we need to get confirmation from the team. Go on, what do you think, Nick?
Well, basically, I'm looking at it now, and all sorts of bits are slightly deranged. He did actually, unfortunately, reach the barriers at a reasonable whack. And it's kind of knocked everything slightly out, so much that they had to use a mallet to get the bonnet off, which is, my sort of engineering. Also, the other problem is all the dolly wheels underneath is every time they move it, lean on it, it kind of moves slightly. Oh yes, excellent. A big screwdriver
It won't be a mallet, Nick. It'll be a special tool that Ferrari provides.
No. It's not a El Prancing Horso Malletto. It is it's a B&Q special. Well, they haven't taken the rear right wheel off yet, which I was hoping they'd do. They're actually plugging up the computer. Perhaps we're all wrong. I thought it was straight off of that wheel to see what's wrong with it. What if I
Maybe they can't get it off.
What if I sneakily go across and see if it's broken? Hang on. I'm walking back now. I'll get in trouble for this. Just have a look.
Trouble's your middle name.
Just see if it moves on its own. No, I don't know. It does look collapsed on one side, but what's cause and what's effect is always the issue, isn't it? And the bodywork's slightly deranged there as well, which might give it a look of limpness. But the driver's nowhere to be seen, unsurprisingly. He's decided not to be here.
So do you think, because it went backwards into the tyres, Nick, do you think it's actually sort of twisted then the front as well? Because as you say, the panels on the front didn't all fit together.
It's gone in sideways. I think it's had a big sideways slam in there across the board. Look where the dents are. It's dented on the rear three-quarter panel on the right. The front's dented. They're paying no heed to the rear right, Peter. I'm sorry. They're now looking at the front right. So far, I'll give that so far. But if they thought that was broken, I'd have it straight off. But it had a side swipe in.
It was turn 4, wasn't it, Nick? It went off at, which is the right-hander. I wonder if he just lost it on the way in, collected the front first at an angle, an oblique angle, gone round and then tapped the rear as well. Because it was facing the opposite way to the track. So I think that's what it's probably done. He's lost it under braking, gone in, clouted the front right really quite hard. Oh. That's taken the big impact, and then collected the rear as well.
Oh, right, see.
Well, that's because you're in the way.
No, I'm actually not. For once, normally I am, but for once I found the edge of a table to hide behind, so I'm fine.
Well done.
The other thing I will say is it pretty much it's had the basic in wrapping, because everything now is looking Ferrari red, as the light amount of blue wrap has fallen off and all the gaps weren't done. So it's now kind of gone multicoloured. But No one's looked at. I know this is not big news. But no one's looked at the rear right. If they've taken the fronts off, is that the rear left that's come off? Let's have a look at the rear left's come off as well. Yep,
no, it's still on, I think.
So, oh, hang on, there it goes. It's coming off now. It's coming off now. Here comes the big one. Off it comes. Oh, I think it's probably getting off too easily. And look. Can I point out they just dropped the right on my foot? I think it's all right. I can't see anything immediately wrong with the rear right. It's got a bit of gravel in there. And I think it's broken. So unless it's a shock issue, which it doesn't look like, I think we've all failed. I think the problem, as you can see, given there's a man underneath, is at the front right. So I'm afraid, Peter, we're going to scrub that point off.
Oh, brutal so early as well.
But I think the reason you thought it was looking low is because the bodywork's been deranged.
Ah, there it was then.
I'm not saying it's not the wrong, but yeah, they've paid no heed to it. And if I'd snapped his wishbone, I'd be straight on it. And they're giving it a lot of looks at the front right. So,
well, you are quite right that I was looking at the wheel arch gap, and logical conclusion would be that the wheel had moved closer to the bodywork, not the other way round. So maybe I'd get a half point.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll think about it.
There's nothing.
Hang on. I was talking to Nick and Johnny decide.
Well,
since when did Johnny become adjudicator?
Well, it's all down to Eve, really. But
well, exactly. Eve's the responsible adult will decide whether it's worth half a point or not.
I'm going to use my CSI Barcelona. Given the fact that there are 4 engineers around the front right, that's what I think the problem is. Oh, it's running around.
No flies on you.
I need to get out of the way now. I think I'm slightly getting in the way. So I shall leave.
I think when they're dropping things on your toe, then you're not really hiding behind the table anymore,
are you? It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? You can stand there, but you have to support the tyre with your foot. Anyway.
Exactly. You've got to be useful. Make yourself useful while you're in there.
I'm a tyre holder. So I don't know whether they're trying to say there's some sort of front right brake failure. I don't know. Oh, yeah, they're putting new lines on. They're putting new brake lines on for the front right. So perhaps it had a weird braking problem that pitched him off. Well, that's what he's told them anyway. Yeah, it was the brakes. Yeah, that's what happened. None that worked properly. Could be.
Yeah, having experienced that round Barcelona, I can vouch that it's not your best moment in motorsport. It's one you remember pretty well. I won't tell you where that was yet. We'll save that one for later in the wee hours of the morning. But brake failure into a particular turn at Barcelona at a fairly high trajectory does get your attention.
I don't know how much experience Mark Carroll Ibarra has, actually. Oh, no, plenty of it, having raced in the Spanish GT Championship. He's also actually driven in the World Touring Car Championship at independent level with Seat. Done a couple of races, presumably as a guest driver, but a number of races in the Seat Copa España Championship. He's a former champion in that, in fact. So I don't know whether Mark Carroll Ibarra is around, Nick, to have a catch-up with, but always straight from the horse's mouth is a good idea. He's a local boy as well, from Sabadell, which is one of the Barcelona communes, districts. So he will know this place intimately. Just a big surprise, perhaps, that something has gone on that car and pitched him into the barrier. And all of the focus now from the PCR team is on the front of that car, trying to work out what the issue is. Meantime, almost another 20 minutes of the race done, so that will put us an hour and 20 into it. And the race leader is still Robert Renauer in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche by 13.5 seconds over Jochen Krumbach in the WTM powered by Phoenix Ferrari. CB Racing's Mercedes for Charles Espenlaub in third, ahead of Patrick Niederhauser's car collection Audi Evo 2 and the Paul-Luc Chatin-driven Mercedes from EDEX Sport. 701 Vortex, driving that is... Let's have a look. Driving that is Lionel Amrouche in the Vortex V8 with the Vortex 1.0 and 13th position for that car. It is entered into the GTX category and is chasing therefore 2 KTM crossbows for Klaus Angerhofer and for Ferdinand Stuck. So True Racing of Austria have taken no real time at all to head to the top of the charts in GTX, and True Racing on not the factory entries for KTM. Reiter Engineering, in fact, is the car entered from Graz, and Horst Feldmeier Jr. running in the number 724 car is in 5th place in the GTX category. So yeah, GTX set to be hard fought for the full 24-hour period as work continues on that number 16 blue, although increasingly red, because that was its old paint scheme, and some of that's been unearthed from the damage on the front right corner. The blue Ferrari is continually being fixed with even more mechanics on the front now since I last looked.
Well, I think your point earlier of how many parts they may have for that car being an older model now is proving ever more valid, Johnny, because the front end of that is split and damaged, but they've not taken it off yet. And I'd have thought if there was a replacement there, the simplest thing to do, even though they've got plenty of time, as you said, rules of 24-hour series, outside assistance allowed, you can rebuild the car and get it back in again, that's fine. But I'd have thought that front end had been whipped off and thrown to one side, ready with a new splitter to go on, had they got a spare already. I could be wrong, but there's, you say, an awful lot of work going on the engine bay there that they, I'm not sure what prize off is the right word, but removing, just the thought that Nick told us about, removing the bonnet from a Ferrari with a mallet.
Yeah.
And it tells you what's happened to it, doesn't it, really? It's not a phrase that rolls off the tongue easily, is it? I'm sure it's not an approved component either.
Good to see that they're thinking outside the box, though, PCR Sport, and dealing with that as quickly as they can.
Now, great battle at the moment with Charles Espenauer in the CP Racing Mercedes and Patrick Niederhauser right behind him. That's in the 500 number, the Evo 2 LMS Audi that was just coming into the fabled chicane just towards the end of the lap there, and all over the back of Espenauer's Mercedes. But almost to the point where it actually cost him time through that chicane there a little bit as they come out onto the fast right exit of that and onto the pit straight. It's cost him a little bit of time as he's not in touch again. So spending this half of the lap now trying to get back in touch with him. But a battle royal going on there for, and this is for, got to remember, this is for 3rd place at the moment. So it's for provisional podium, if you like, which is perhaps a daft thing to say at an hour and 20 minutes into a race, but you know what I mean. I do it for comedy value, just to keep Johnny happy anyway.
It's good. I like it.
It's not very often you hear him say that about anything I say. Get that, make a note of that one, you please, Nick. Is that worth half a point?
God, you're desperate for these points, aren't you?
Typical driver, mate. Absolute points.
Yeah.
Points mean, you know what points mean? Prizes.
That's right. I'm not sure how much I can offer you. There's some grapes there. That's a surprise. Blueberries. Robert Renauer.
Not on air.
From Jochen Krumbach and Charles Espenlaub remains the top 3. Patrick Niederhauser and Paul-Luc Chatin 4th and 5th. The class leaders, we're not really counting P4 as a class. That's just the way of getting the new Audi into today's competition. But GTX is led by the 2 factory True Racing KTMs. I was getting the factory team and the Reiter Engineering team a little mixed up, but True Racing are the True KTM team from Graz, in fact, and 2 cars present on the grid. Ferdinand Stuck ahead of Klaus Angermeyer. The 991 class is topped by Duvo Racing and Andrei Mukavoz from in 2nd position, the Really Motorsport by Ebby Motors crew. So that's Romania mixed with Ebby Motors of Italy, and Fabrizio Bloggi doing the driving there. And GT4 is led by a very small amount. Brett Strom in the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW M4 leads it by 1.7 seconds from Jeff Westphal's Car Collection Audi. So the balance of performance is bang on there, you have to think, in GT4, equalising that field well, with ST Racing's BMW M4 a further 14 and a bit seconds down the road. So pretty much 15 seconds separate the top 3 in GT4 as things stand. In the TCE series, Autorama Motorsport by Wolfbauer and their Volkswagen Golf for Arunas Gesiauskas, 112 leading the way from the Cupra of Bapora Motorsport and Lorenzo Fluter Cross. And in 3rd position, leading his class, is Colin White, because remember there's 2 different classes in the TCE series. TCR and TCX, and the TCX leader is the Ginetta G55 from CWS Engineering.
Great point you made there, Johnny, about the battle between, on track, what is third and fourth places, but of course not in class. Charles Espinal in the Mercedes and the Patrick Niederhaus car collection Audi. Of course, that's the Evo 2 Corp P4 class car. You're absolutely right, of course, as you always are, that they don't need to worry about that. It's not a battle, but the reality is you're driving a Mercedes around the track and you don't want the Audi to come past you, and you're not going to want to do that in a hurry. So Charles Espinal should let that car go through, and as they've just crossed the line, they have indeed done that. He has swapped places. So Charles Espinal has allowed the car collection Audi of Patrick Niederhaus ahead into third position, as it were, but of course that's a P4 class car, so Patrick doesn't really actually get that third place at the moment. It's Charles Espinal that's still in third position there. It's Robert Nauer in the Herberth Motorsport car, leading from Jochen Krumbach in the Ferrari 488 Evo. WTM, my apologies, powered by Phoenix, and third place at the moment is Charles Espinal in the CP Racing AMG. They're split at the moment by Patrick Niederhaus, who's just nicked third place, as it were, but of course that's not in class. It's just P4 on the in the category. EDEC car, Paul Luchetan still in that car at the beginning, the number 17 car. They started 6th up to 5th position now with the similar car collection Motorsport Audi of Elmer Grimm there. Nick, you're in the pits and got an update for us.
Yes, I got a nice improvised repair for the 16. You're right, I don't think they got a spare nose, so they've decided to make their own with a little bit of probably glass fibre. Look, an instant. Look at that, kind of a rivet gun, and there we go. There's 4 rivets, absolutely approved by Maranello Services, and more importantly, that didn't cost him £175 an hour to get done either. So this could be the guys you want. If you've got a Ferrari that needs fixing in a hurry for cheap, I come down to the Barcelona pit lane because they've managed to sort out the front and the nose of that already, and they're also having a go at the brakes. So they are. So
they've just drilled it and pot riveted it together and put a bit of tape over it.
Well, the tape's the key point, because as we all know, the tape will keep it. It moved worryingly when he hit it then. I'm not sure about how stable an aerodynamic platform they've got moving forward, but there we go.
Well, it's only meant to move through the air and not hit anything, so it should be all right for the race, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, you know, this could have been the Evo 3 version that Ferrari should have built. You don't know, do you?
You heard it here first. Breaking news on RSL, the Evo 3 version of the 488 outgoing Ferrari, or replaced Ferrari. There's a scoop. There's a scoop right there.
It's long enough into its development run for it to have at least reached Evo 3. Nick?
They're patching the lip as well, so they're very happy with the pop rivet. Oh, it's all going so well. They just slipped off. Drill the hole first before you put it on the piece you want to drill it through. Because just make it easier, doesn't it? The hole's already in the piece of metal. It makes it easier. But obviously, I'm not doing it in a panic in a pit lane. A few pit stops have been happening behind me. For example, actually the 1, 2, 3 Seat Cupra. That's just doing a standard stop. They had a standard stop from the Ferrari next to me, which I think is the 909. I think it was. It was stopped. Also the brighter orange of the 2 KTMs, which is the 71. I'm going to guess. I look at my number. I think it's 716 stopped as well. It was 717. No, it's 717 stopped as well. So all these green flag stops, it's all kind of been spread about because of who decided to take what during those 2 quite close together code 60. So we're having much longer first stints we normally get. And it looks like most people. Now the 188 has just emerged from the garage. How long was the 188 in the pits, Johnny? Because that's just literally just come out, I think, from the garage. It obviously had a problem in the fast and the TCR cars.
An hour and a half. In fact, it's only done 31 laps so far, and well, how long have we had? No, that wouldn't add up because we've only had an hour and a half of the race. But the clock was
31 laps down.
You're right.
Oh, I saw him go down to the pit lane. I didn't see him. I actually didn't at that point see him dive into the pit. I saw him have a service. But he's now.
I don't think it is 31 laps down. It's 31 laps.
but he's back out running again. But my guess is he won't catch it up in the next 22 and a half hours.
Yeah.
No, you're right, Johnny. Sorry, you were right in the first bit. Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
The bit I couldn't understand was that the stint column, which when a car is in the pits becomes the length of time the car's in the pits, actually read an hour and 30 before it then ticked over to the driver's stint time, and it can't be an hour and 30 because that's all that we've had in the race so far. Stefan Perrin and the AC Motorsport Audi, which is the car we're talking about, has certainly done laps already. But that is, as Nick says, a lengthy period of time in the pits. Can probably work it out, actually, because it is... Well, let's see where the leader is in terms of TCE series. 10 laps better off. So 10 times 2 is 20 minutes. So it's been in the pits for the best part of 20, maybe 21, 22 minutes, which could be rather costly. A good spot there from Nick. 6th place in its class, which is TCR, 8th place in the TCE race. But yeah, a 20-minute spell in the pits for Stefan Perrin. Not what they would want in the opening hour and a half. Working its way through turns 11 and 12 is the Willi Motorsports by Ebby Motors Porsche. So Italian prepared for the Romanian flagged team, Willi Motorsports, and Italian driver Fabrizio Broggi second in the class in the 991 division. Andre Mukavos, car number 909 for Duvo Racing, running in that number in the Porsche 991 Cup class. And there's only 10 seconds between those two cars. EDEC Sport Mercedes, a little bit wide coming out of the final corner for Paul-Luc Chatin. 5th place for that car, but 40 seconds away now from Charlie Espenlaub. So work to do for Paul-Luc Chatin, which is a surprise, because Paul-Luc's going to be one of the quickest drivers out there. Not quite sure why it's lost the time. It's only stopped once, and is about a minute down now compared to Robert Renauer. If you are going to be in the top 10, you needed to have pitted really only once before. So when the first Code 60 came out, a number of cars chose to make use of that. I'm not sure whether you can remember back, Nick, to generally the numbers that called in during Code 61 versus Code 62, and whether one was slightly more popular than the other. But Herbert Motorsport, which one?
Code 62 was more popular. The only of the front-running cars that went for Code 60 on its own was the Ferrari of WTM. All the others came in the first one. I've got a pit stop here for the 450, which is a Century Motorsport BMW M4 in GT4. It's going to be a change. I know that I can tell you that getting out will be, getting in will be Darren Jorgensen. You can tell he's getting out because it's written on your screen. Brett Strom's getting out. So this car, I know a bit about this car, mainly because we've been hanging around the back of their garage, because it's the first garage that's got a timing and scoring screen and a TV screen we could get from the front of the garage. We've also got an onboard as well, so having a pretty good race. Nathan Freak also in this team as well, normally a team manager, running in this time. So in 21st overall in the GT4 class. Looks like a pretty standard stop, everyone's about to get in. Of course, quite a longer process with these cars because we've got the 5 stud nuts on the wheels rather than a single central spline. Up it goes and away, and so yeah, it's quite a one by one pit lane at the moment. They say we would have normally expected in the GT3s by now, because they all had an extra slurp of fuel and some of them some extra tyres. My guess is they're going to try and get most of them under 2 hours.
Yeah, Nick, quick update for you. The Paul-Luc Chatin driven EDEC Mercedes has just popped into the fueling area now, so that's going to be down with you for, I suspect, a driver change very shortly. So we're intrigued to see who hops in to replace that opening stint from Paul-Luc Chatin.
It's Paul Lafargue's getting in.
Well, it's Paul's team,
and it's Paul
basically, isn't it? Yeah, Paul's team, the Lafargues, as far as I know, are basically EDEC Sports, and Paul and Patrice have been kind of running the EDEC name for a number of seasons, back to 2016 when they ran in the Le Mans Cup and some carefully selected 24H series races. They did Dubai 5 years ago as well. That was the first time we saw the EDEX Sport Racing name, the banner, in the 24H series paddock. They had previously run with a team known as Ruffier Racing in the 997 class as it was in 2013. But 33-year-old Paul Lafargue, who's the son of Patrice, EDEX Sport is a well-recognised outfit in yacht racing as well, out of France, but former European Le Mans Series champions, EDEX Sport, and ran 2 LMP2 prototypes in the 24 Hours of Le Mans once again this year. So, with their connections with ERA Motorsport from the United States. So good to see Paul again in action. He is racing with his dad Patrice and with Nicolas Menassion, who we heard in the coverage yesterday as well. So they've got to be entered into GT Pro. I know Nick ran through the list, yeah. And that's because, Nick, they've got 2 pro drivers, Paul Loup and Nicolas Menassion.
Out gets Paul Loup, one of those 2 pro drivers. Members who should be helping. Of course, the man in the green top is the official driver assistant mechanic. There is that was a couple of years ago in Creventic. You have a one-man who's dedicated to getting the belts on and helping out everyone else. So as you can see, the tyres have been done quite a way before Paul Lafargue is settled down again. Paul Loup next to me. Do you want to just run down what class each of the cars are in?
That would be great to remind me, if nothing else.
I have to do it in number order. I can't do it in where they are. So the number 78 Motorsport is in pure AM. The 16 PCR Sport car, the Ferrari, which is currently broken down, is in AM Advantage. EDEX Sport are in Pro. Rutronic Racing, that's the one which had Pierre Caffer there, in AM. WTM Racing 22, the Ferrari is in Pro. The 34 Car Collection Motorsport, which we saw Elmar Grimm in, that's in AM Advantage. CP Racing, that's Charles Espenlaub in the Mercedes at the moment, he is in AM. The 91 Herberth, Robert Renard, which is leading overall at the moment, is in AM. And the 92 Herberth car is in AM Advantage. There you are. That's the whole set of who they are and where they are.
Fantastic. So the last car that you read, 92 AM Advantage, that's because they haven't got a pro driver in their lineup. I'm intrigued by the number 22. Oh no, there is a pro driver car, the pro driver in that lineup. I'd missed Daniel Kylewicz. So they go into pro, but they could theoretically run in AM with 1 pro driver and 2 semi-pros, unless if you're a semi-pro, that is also counted in inverted commas as a pro driver, and then if you've got 1 pro and 2 semi-pros, perhaps that automatically puts you into pro as well. But the 22 car is a strong entry, as we know, because it's running 2nd overall, so I think that is just about the right place for it to be. Yeah.
Yes, so with Paul Chatter, who's just got out of the car, with his mask on. So Paul, that seemed like a relatively difficult hour and a half.
Yeah, it's not really easy. You know, we have a lot of tire degradation. We tried to do a double stint with the tires, but at the end it was quite tricky. I know the other put 2 new tires on the left, and he will change a bit of strategy to go on this way. But you know, it's 24 hours race, and our goal is to do our proper race, and at the end, if we have something to do, we will try at the end.
How are the track conditions? Is it as you'd expect at the start, or are they already slightly mucky?
At the beginning it was tricky. The level of grip is quite low compared to yesterday. So the lap time are slower compared to what we expected, but you know, it's the same for everybody. So let's see.
Well, Luke, thank you very much indeed. So there we are. The 2 tyres on the left is the key, and what people are doing now. So they're basically 6 tyres per long stint. And just seeing that Colin White is trundling down the pit lane to the far end, a long, long way away from me. So I'll look at what's going on, and I expect it to be a full service for the Ginetta.
And that is the car that is leading the TCX category. Not yet at the lead of the TCE series race, though, because Colin's Ginetta running 4th of all of the TCE runners. So 3 TCR cars ahead of him. Bapora Motorsports Cupra for Lorenzo Flusser Cross. 2nd place in TCR and 3rd, both for the Autorama Motorsport Golfs. First of all for Arunas Gesiauskas and Konstantin Kletzer is in the second of the Altarama Motorsport Golfs, third in TCR. So they've recovered nicely, actually. Remember when that Golf went off the road and ended up in the gravel to cause our first Code 60, Peter Snowden? Konstantin Kletzer back up to third place in class now.
Oh, it's a very impressive recovery, isn't it?
Mm.
And that was a long way off into the gravel. As you say, it was a straight toe back out again. It wasn't just to get it to one side and get it out again and recover. It was a proper toe out. No damage done to that car, so but a great job there to be back up to third into class now. Our leading cars, though, it's still Renauer in the Herberth Porsche, Jochen Krumbach in the WTM powered by Phoenix 488 GT3, and of course the E-Deck car back out again now. That's the number 17 car with Paul Lafargue at the wheel. We've just had the pit stop there, covered by Johnny and indeed Nick down in the pit lane there. So that car back out and making its way back out. It's currently in 8th position, but of course we've got cars ahead that still need to pit, so it'll settle out again in a few minutes. We are an hour and 40 minutes into our 24-hour race here at the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. A lot of action to start with at the very beginning of the race. A couple of Code 60s in the first 40 minutes, one at 20 and one at 40 minutes in, I think. But it seems to have settled down now. Famous last word spoken. Probably shouldn't have gone and said that now, should I? Because as soon as I said that, something will go and happen when somebody go and park in the gravel, and they just go, why have you done that? The curse of the commentator, that dreaded curse.
Car R8, I think Nick said, going in the pits. 718. Go on, what do you know? Tell us now.
He's been in before, and they were fiddling with it. I wonder what they were doing. He's got a problem with the right-hand side clamshell window. In fact, I think it's kind of blown out or been broken in some way, because it's mostly now taped, and there's a very big hole in the top right-hand corner of it. So they've had obviously an issue with that window on the clamshell, the right-hand side, so much so now that I think they've tried to patch it. The aero has ripped off that patch and it's gone into the garage.
So further difficulties for one of the KTM Crossbows. These cars built as, well, certainly track day cars for sprint racing in some cases as well. But no stranger to the longer distance stuff with Creventic and with the 24H series. 4 of them in the entry, but difficulties for the 718 car of Eric Yanis that we heard from Eric on the grid, and he was hopeful of a strong run so far. There's no denying the fact that it may get better for RTR projects, but 718 in the wars at the moment, just as the number 16 car has been to this point, that the PCR Sport Ferrari, and that car in fueling as it's labelled, but we know it's been in the pits, in fact, for the best part of an hour now, after it had that disagreement with the tyre barrier at turn 4 as it rotated on its way towards the circuit scenery. Herbert Motorsports, Robert Renauer leading by almost 30 seconds now from Patrick Niederhauser's Car Collection Motorsport Audi, with the Ferrari of Wochenspiegel Team Monschau powered by Phoenix. That's Jochen Krumbach at the wheel of the number 22 car, running just 0.6 of a second behind Patrick Niederhauser now. So Krumbach possibly starting to turn up the wick. Or is Patrick Niederhauser encountering a problem? That car has only made one stop, but all of a sudden Krumbach and Espen Laub are back in the fight again. Let's go back to Nick once more.
The one car, of course, the reigning champions, the Autorama by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen TCR car, which was unceremoniously removed from the track earlier, that is now in the pits. It's Eric Niedermeyer who's getting in. Sorry, Eric Niedermeyer. It's Emil Heiderdal who's getting into the car. Not sure who was in it before. You can tell me who's in it before that. He's got out. Quite a few bits and bobs going on. I'm not sure whether what they're doing is anything to do with the problems they have, but they've opened the boot, which is quite a rare thing. You don't tend to see the hatchbacks opened on there. And they're having I think this is they're having a look at the actual functioning of the gas strut, the gas pillars that raise the cars off the ground. There's a horrendous smell of fuel there, I must admit, that's not so good. So perhaps that's the reason. Perhaps they've got some issues at the back with the fuel as well, because it stinks of fuel and has actually leaked some fuel on the apron. So perhaps the bit they were looking at, whilst being near the compressor for the jacks, the problem actually is there's a bit of fuel on the circuit, so that's not so good. Obviously, if it's just an overfill, that's not a problem. If it's going to leak, it's a massive problem.
It was Konstantin Kletzner that was in that car, Nick, that got out of the 112 car. Number 1 car you're talking about, my apologies. Autorama Golf. But no good if it's leaking fuel everywhere by the sound of it.
So Emil Heyerdahl has taken over that car now. It is both Konstantin and Emil who have done all of the racing so far this year. So they are top of the shop in terms of the TCE Drivers' Championship, and looking to lose as few points as possible now, because, well, I wouldn't necessarily suggest this has become a recovery drive just yet, because there's plenty of time to get back to the situation that they would have ideally been in, which would have been hunting the lead down. But yeah, Heyerdahl is back in the race once more, but they've had the upset of minding their own business towards the start of the race and getting caught up in an incident. What I haven't checked is whether there's been a further decision on that incident that involved the 85 car. So it was under investigation at 12:30 local time, I believe that was. Yes, just trying to work out whether the times here have synced to another clock, but 1:37 is the last time to being reported from race control, so that will be conclusive. It is all down to local time. So 12:30 was the initial message about 85 and car 1, so CP Racing's Mercedes and the Autorama Motorsport Golf being under investigation, and we haven't had any further updates about that. So have they NFA'd it, as in no further action, or are they still trying to obtain maybe some onboard footage from those cars? And they might not be able to get things like USB sticks with locally recorded footage until the number 1 car next makes a pit stop. The 80. Go on, Nick. Sorry, that was a gap. And you went for it.
Yeah, there wasn't, because you need to know I'm going to do it. Otherwise, it's just me speaking to myself, which I love, but isn't that good. 499 had a long stop, which is the GT4 Audi. Just trying to see if we have a look at this damage, but they weren't that bothered by it, but they were doing quite a lot of investigation inside the driver's cockpit. So whether they're having an issue electrically or the steering wheel, I mean, it's gone out again. They've done a full service, but it's probably sitting there 20 seconds to half a minute longer than you expect. That's the 499 car, but they have done new driver on board and a new set of tyres and new fuel. So yeah, but not bothered about the area issues you were talking about.
When I can hear you in my headphones initially, that's only going to me, isn't it? It's not necessarily going to our fantastic audience.
No, that's the problem.
When I say, yeah, go on, Nick, they've actually not heard your voice by that point, have they?
Well, they had
so I need to make sure that it's a proper introduction.
I just make sure I hear myself in my own ears, and I'll say it again. You know, I get a chance to hear myself twice. It's marvellous. Into the pits comes the Herberth Racing Car 91. Out will get our leader, or our erstwhile leader, Renault. I think it's Daniel Alleman getting in, just checking that round. So this car, it's a full stop, all 4 tyres being changed. We have heard the tactics is to run with 6 over the course of the 2 hours. So Robert's been, in there about 1:46, 1:47, less any pit stop time. So it wasn't that close to his 2 hours, but probably actually was getting close to the effective 1.5 tanks he had. Because I doubt he would have been able to brim it from that early code 60, even with half a tank. Waiting to fire up, cars drop down, waiting to get engaged. No. Oh. That was a frustration. I've done all this work, and you're sitting there, you know, texting your mates. Oh, and I'll knock on the window and you'll get going. So that's the leader off and running again. And Daniel Alleman now will pick up and run. And I expect we're going to see. Look round. We see another car. It's the GT3, the 500 test machine. Driver going. Chris Johns is getting into that one. This car, I mean, I suppose it's running at 9/10 its capability. They're trying not to win, basically. As shown by its performance at night practice, it has the pace to win if it wants to. obviously depending on luck, of course. But they're, I'm sure, just going to go through a raft of changes. They may even bring it in at some point to do some setup changes, as it is just running as a proof of concept. This is the Audi GT3 Evo 2 of which we speak. And yeah, so it's interesting because normally this is quite an interesting difference to the Creventic races I remember. Whereas normally the first set of pit stops is like they're all coming together, it's chaos. But everything's got very spread out, not just by the 2 Code 60, but by of course the fact that there are 3 different classes of GT3, Johnny, and each of them have different amounts of fuel allowed to them. So they actually can last a lot longer as long as their tyres last.
Yeah, go deeper into the stint, and also you need to be thinking about driver time, I suppose, because also, I mean, you're only talking probably, what, 5 or 10 minutes more of fuel, but it depends where that sits within the driver limit, which is still 2 hours, as far as I know. So does 2 stints of fuel fit neatly into 2 hours? Probably not. So there's quite a bit of extra thinking that needs to be done in order to pit the car at the optimum times. Limping back to the pit lane now, by the way, is the 701 driven by Franck-Léon Provost, who had a spin at turn 9, was it? Right, so I was just about to ask Peter Snowden about where we thought the Vortex had spun, but we'll get to that in a moment, because Robert Renauer now joins Nick Damon.
Robert, well, you bought the car in I think in first, you were in first, and then you lost it again during the Code 60, so you've obviously got a very, very quick car.
Yeah, seems like we changed the tires. I don't know if the Ferrari changed the tires as well, but they had not the pace in the second outing. So in the end, we gained this position back and could make a small gap to the other cars. So everything is running well so far. Try to protect a little bit the brakes because it's very hot. So yeah. Try to stay on track and do our best.
Is tyre degradation very high then?
Yeah, especially in the rear. But I think when it's dropped down the temperature a bit, then it's getting even better.
Thanks, Rob. Well done. Thank you.
The Vortex then, car 701 had a spin, but also looks like there's been a drama for the 712. So that also rotated. I got it down as the 701 that was having a recovery moment, but there were 2 separate incidents, one at turn 9 and one at turn 14. So the 712 Vortex is now in the pits without stopping for fuel, and car 701 is also in the pits, isn't it, Nick? So we got Franck-Léon Provost, who'd had a moment, I think, at turn 14. And yeah, 701 going into the pits.
Going into the pits. That car has actually had several visits down to the pit lane because it's a Vortex. I haven't really bothered commenting on it. And the 712, that car was running quite reliably, but this is the first time I've seen it make an unexpected stop. And it's like when it came in, he didn't stop for fuel, which is normally indicative of the fact that there's an issue, because otherwise you may as well just take a slurp every time if you've got to come in. That's up on the jacks, but that's just in the pit lane at the moment. We're wandering down there because it's very hot, so we go at a slightly slower speed than we do.
Just quickly for you, Nick, it's two separate incidents for 701 and 712. 701 had a spin, I think Johnny's right, at turn 14, but then had quite a deliberation getting the car facing the right way, because it was facing 180 degrees oncoming traffic, and managed to sort of part turning around and couldn't quite do the full J-turn on the track, and then had to reverse into traffic. I missed the gap. But the 712, I think, was actually, I just caught the end of what looked like the incident for that car, and I think it may have been tagged by a GT3 car.
Yeah, the 712's just left, Peter, but the weird thing was he didn't stop for fuel, and they didn't take any tyres, they didn't change the driver, so that was obviously something they needed to sort out. The 701
just came in to empty the ashtray.
Yeah, quickly, he got through his first pipe for the day.
Exactly.
And perhaps he wanted just to have his bow tie adjusted in good old 1930s Le Mans style. But on a serious point, the 701, we're almost there now. That has been trundling down on several occasions, so it's not a massive surprise that he's in again. As I said, he is. I think I mentioned that the the KTM with the window problem, that only stayed in the pits for about 3 minutes. So they just, I think, found a bigger piece of tape was the solution to that one. I'm almost there now.
I have to say, we're giving the Vortex quite a bit of stick, and that's purely on recent reputation, but they've had some good races this year, and I do think they've been battling some of the reliability issues in recent time. Hockenheim was a good race, or if not, Paul Ricard before, but we're almost making a backward step here for the two little French cars. Okay, for both.
It's 701 in the pits. Should be you should be getting to see it quite soon. There's 4 of them in the rear left. There is a spare hub, interestingly sitting on the floor there. It'll probably be the one that's come off already. I didn't know that quick. So it looks like they've got a hub issue. You do occasionally lose drive shafts, and obviously it's the same process. The hub to change the drive shaft. So which one it is? But yeah, it's just yeah. I mean, I know. Effectively getting better every race, but you know they have had this another mechanical problem, and this is the 3rd or 4th time this car's come into the pit. 712, disappointing. He was going well up until that last stop.
712 involved in the contact with a GT3 car, and I can't remember which one it was, but heading out of turn 10 and into 11, there was some compromised space, and the car rotated with Boris Gimont at the wheel, or at least he's taking the car back out again. I think it probably was Boris actually driving the 712 at the time. 701 was definitely Monsieur Leon Provost, Franck to his friends, and the 701 now receiving the much greater attention. More yellow flags on the racetrack. It hasn't yet had to step further towards a code 60, but this has been a drama and incident-packed first couple of hours of the 24 hours of Barcelona, and these yellows are staying out for a little while as well. Now it is a code 60 confirmed on my timing screen, and this will be the 3rd of the race so far. Another opportunity for teams to come in then and make further stops. The last code 60 ended at 20-1, so we've had an hour and 15 minutes. Therefore, if you're running a TCR car, this might be a great opportunity to take more fuel on board. It's 978, the car that it is in the gravel at turn 7, and 978 is that the MRS GT racing machine. It's the all-white Porsche, Peter.
It is. It's all black and white. It looks like an American police car, doesn't it, those colours, almost?
Speed Lover it is.
Yeah, Speed Lover car, yeah.
For Ricky Coomber, who has had a moment either involved with somebody else or going off on his own. Can't tell you the answer to that just yet, but the Englishman off in the gravel.
No obvious damage to it, and it's being straight towed with the Hilux, or other brands are available too. Pickup truck towing it backwards through the gravel. Towing line pulled straight onto it. Can't see anything obvious to it. Just flicking back to the Vortex for a minute. I know Nick's going to just update on that in a minute, but there's a the car that was nearest to that at the time, I hate to say, was a CP Racing Mercedes. Looked to be the closest to that car at the time. I hate to say it, but that was the one.
I thought it was, but I needed confirmation of that.
There's exhaust damage on the right of that Vortex. It's got twin exhausts coming out the back, pointing down, and the right-hand one is at a different angle to the other. So whether that indicates it's been nudged by another car, which is what turned it into its rotation, I don't know. Again, cause and effect, and we've got to be very careful to speculate, but it's just something I observed on the exhaust system.
Even the 4x4 is struggling to get any traction at all. All the power coming through the rear wheels, bizarrely. There's a bit in the front, but not a lot. So that's fun and games in the turn 9 gravel track, because that car is nearly a foot in the gravel now, and I'm talking about the Navara doing the towing. Whilst I get very entertained by that, let's go to Nick Damon.
And down here with Charles Espenlaub, just out of a very successful first stint for the Mercedes 85. Aggressive start as well.
Yeah, the start kind of fell in our favor. CP Racing guys gave us a great AMG Mercedes, and it just worked well the whole time. Obviously, with the heat, the Hankooks, you really got to take care of them. They build a really tough tire. I can tell you, I got a pair of Hankooks on my F-250 big diesel pickup truck in Florida, and it's hot, and they do a really good job in the heat, but we still have to take care of them. And I think you'll see that play more this afternoon as it gets warmer.
You had a bit of an incident with the #1 TCR car. Did you? It seemed like a misunderstanding. Was there actually any contact at all?
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely my fault. I ducked in, that particular corner. I thought I was clear. I was checking the Audi in my mirror. I'm going to go apologize to him. Completely my fault. I had, in the States, we used to race against the DP guys with the GT cars, and they used to cut us off all the time. And we had them. So I know. I hope he doesn't punch me when I go down there. I'll go apologize.
I know they're punching, and there's good news for you. They're putting together a very strong recovery drive.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really strong out there. Again, my fault for the incident, and I hope they recover fine.
Charles, thanks very much. Cheers.
Hopefully, everyone witnessing the race heard all of that interview, because it was very, very interesting. I just heard a flicker of sound in my ear suggesting that we maybe only caught the back end of it. But Charles Espenlaub holding his hands up, saying the incident that involved me and Konstantin Kletzer into turn 6 and 7, entirely my fault, and I'm going to go and apologise to Autorama Motorsport now. The good news, as Nick was suggesting, is that the #1 car has sort of got back into the mode where it can compete in the TCE series. Still, the 978 Speed Lover Porsche is being recovered, so a chance for us to catch up on the current standings after 2 hours of the race so far. The GT series is led by the number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and at the wheel is Tim Müller. So that's not the car that was on pole position, remember. 91 car actually started from pole and is running in 3rd place. So Tim Müller now in the pits. This is going to take a little while to fully untangle itself, because we're under a code 60. Some cars have stopped and others have not. The 85 CP Racing Mercedes is currently in 2nd position, and now on an outlap after its 3rd stop of the race, the 91 Daniel Alleman-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche, that I think is in the best position of that top 3. The 500 Car Collection Motorsport car is in 4th place in its own P4 category, because that's an unhomologated GT3 car. The WTM powered by Phoenix Ferrari 488 number 22 is in 5th place, ahead of in 6th the Edex Sport Mercedes, the all-red number 17 for earlier Paul-Luc Chatin, now Paul Lafargue. In 7th position, it is Nicolas Sturzinger in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, 7th. 8th place for Eike Angermeyer, driving the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow in the GTX race lead. And closely fighting in GTX, in 9th position, Peter Cox, True Racing KTM Crossbow. 10th spot for Stefan Aust in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8. And in 11th position, although now in the pits, Fabrizio Broggi in the Villi Motorsport by EB Motors car. 989 is the Rabdan by MRS GT Racing Porsche. 2 Audis next. First of all, from Car Collection Motorsport, the number 34 is 13th, ahead of the Rutronic Racing by TECE car that was started by Pierre Caffer. We've had Michael Doppelmayr and Elia Earhart at the wheel of that. And now in the Rutronic Racing car, it remains Earhart, but the car is in the pits, so they may be doing another driver change to Sven Herberger. True Racing's KTM is in the GTX category, 4th in class there, 15th overall, ahead of the Duvo Racing 991 class Porsche, which is 3rd. First in class, but 17th overall in the GT4 category is the 450 R8C Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW. ST Racing's Beamer number 438 is 2nd in class, and in 3rd position, all 3 GT4 cars together on the timing screen, therefore, the 499 Car Collection R8 LMS GT4. Another GTX entry is a KTM from RTR Projects, the car principally from the Czech Republic, 718. 712 is the Vortex V8 for the French crew, 21st. 22nd position for the Speed Lover Porsche, which is off in the gravel at the moment. The other 701 Vortex has had dramas of its own, and the PCR Sport Ferrari number 16 has had a long spell in the pits. He's still there, in fact, now an hour and 23 minutes after it left the road at turn 4. In the TCE series, the CWS Engineering Ginetta leads 278 from the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing VW Golf. That's the TCR leader, therefore. Ahead of Bapora Motorsport's Cupra, number 151. 4th is the 221 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2. 2 more Cupras next, 5th and 6th. That's the Bas Kooten Racing, yellow and black, number 125. And the Rail Equipe by Top Car Sport, 123 car. Then the number 1 Autorama Motorsport VW Golf in 7th, ahead of the AC Motorsport 188 car from Belgium, which was so strong in qualifying, but they've not had the luck come the race. It's 2 hours done, and we can reflect on what those first 120 minutes have produced so far in this year's 24 Hours at Barcelona. It's the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the 22nd edition of this fantastic race. The weather is still nice and warm, although cloud cover difficult to break through at the moment. Sunshine piercing at times to reveal a blue sky behind. And the 21 hours and 53 minutes that are ticking down on the top of the scoring tower, the famous scoring tower here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, indicating how many hours there are still to go. 59 laps completed, about to be 60 just as soon as Jürgen Hering heads across the line. But there's been no real rhythm to this race to this point. I expected 1 or 2 cautions because it's an old-fashioned circuit. It hasn't at all got the degree of runoff that Silverstone has, for example. Gravel traps mere feet from the edge of the road, and if you do have an accident like Mark Carroll Ibarra, it's going to be car in the gravel, requiring a tow, and automatically a code 60.
It's a very good point, Johnny. I've been so busy looking at detail that I hadn't really thought about the big picture. But you're absolutely right. Despite being a 24-hour race, and okay, we had a couple of early code 60s. This is our third, but much further into the race. There's still a kind of air of expectation about it. It's like it hasn't really settled down yet, has it? Which is a slightly strange thing to say at this stage of the race. There have been performances of up and downs and spins or whatever, all that kind of stuff we'd expect. And a Ferrari off in the barriers. We've got a Porsche in the gravel now. That's turn 5, isn't it? Turn 5, where they're trying to sort out. They've got that Porsche out now, where we've seen the almost comedy of the tow truck. Four-wheel drive tow truck getting itself stuck into the gravel, as in just bogging down, spinning its wheels, not being able to actually tow that Porsche out. I guess that's evidence of just how beached the Porsche was on its under tray, just not able to overcome that and pull it out. But it doesn't feel like it's settled down yet. Now I'm gonna speculate here, always with a note of caution, but.
That's what we do best.
Yeah, after this code 60, when we get this 978 Porsche recovered, which is needing to go onto a flatbed. That's interesting. So it's freewheeling, but it's needing to go onto a flatbed. So I just wondered if its transmission had locked, which is why the tow truck couldn't pull it out. But it is able to pull it onto a flatbed now. So they obviously found neutral. But I just wonder, once we've got this 978 Porsche clear, which is what's causing our current code 60, bit of gravel clean-up, marshals do all their bit they need to do. Are we going to see a burst of action that's going to get that point of settling the race down a bit almost? Or is it going to be an air of caution? And it goes back to what you so eloquently said at the beginning of the show, and quite correctly. we're starting this race, a 24-hour race, much, much earlier than normal. Is that reflected in the fact that it hasn't settled down now? Our team's just getting a good solid foundation. They've got hours and hours to go before darkness. Maybe that's the time to try and make headway. I don't know. I'm trying to work out people's strategies and just see what's coming. I'm painting the scene, as our colleague Joe would say.
No, it's good. I mean, it's
painting the wrong scene by the wrong numbers, but I'm painting a scene somewhere. I'm sure Nick's belly laughing in the pit lane somewhere at my attempts to paint a scene here.
Some of it's a reflection on speed differential and also car capability, because, you know, Creventic make a big thing of the fact that there is a GT race going on here and there is a TCE race, a touring car endurance race going on here, and you're naturally going to get the two of them tripping over one another at times. That being said, some of the incidents have been GT car on GT car, and then others have been entirely on their own. I don't know about Ricky Coomber's moment, in truth. It might just be, I mean, it's very easy to outbrake yourself into turn 10, even though that's now a faster corner and less of a hard stop. It used to be virtually come down to sort of about 40, 50 kph maybe, and then turn left and a deliberate, you know, turn in at walking speed, whereas now you can carry much more speed into that turn 10 and blend the throttle in on the other side as well with just a bleed of the just a dab on the brakes really to arrest the speed and then carry the corner through. But you're arriving then into turns 11 and 12 at a much higher rate of knots. 0221 02221. I've heard of those guys from somewhere. Are we advertising our own production team now, courtesy of a bit of advertising hoarding at turn 2? I like that. And the camera personnel down at the first couple of corners homing in as two more GT cars work their way through.
Well, you say work their way through. Actually, that's it's Paul Lafargue in the E-Deck Mercedes, absolutely glued to Stefan Aust's car collection Audi, ready for the restart. And I mean, they're way apart. I mean, Paul, as they cross the line, Paul is in P6, and the Audi is in P9. But it's anybody would think it was for position for the lead of the race, wasn't it? Where he's absolutely glued to the back of the Audi there. I'm surprised he has. I'm not suggesting it's bad driving. I'm surprised he hasn't made contact with it. He is so close. That's my point.
Well, the issue for Paul Lafargue may be that he doesn't feel that the car in front has its speed restrictor calibrated correctly. Because the difficulty, of course, is that if Paul's dash is saying, I'm only doing 58, 59 kph as we go back to green, he's losing time because you can't overtake the car in front. But if the car in front's not doing the full 60 kph, as in code 60, he will be wanting to give them the hurry up. Anyway, we've gone back to green, so he can put that out of his mind. And Paul Lafargue potentially being slowed by a backmarker there, under caution. But everyone must be doing 60 kph because otherwise you're losing the time, you're losing ground to those that you were racing just moments before that caution came out. The number 7 car of Nicolas Sterzinger for Dynamic Motorsport. Sterzinger of Switzerland racing for the Italian team Dynamic Motorsport rather, running in 7th place and trailing Paul Lafargue. The 712 Vortex jumps well out of the way to allow these quicker GT3 cars through, and that is good heads-up driving from Boris Gimont.
Yeah, I would say that the Herbert Porsche there just jumping straight away, absolutely mugging him almost, but I'm sure it wasn't the position anyway. But Paul Lafargue in the EDEF needs to get his head into gear now and get that sorted. The 85 car, that's Charles Putman in the CP race. That's second place position at the moment, next to Jürgen Harding in the Herbert car. So Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche sandwich at the front, followed by Ferrari, the Daniel Kalvitz driven WTM powered by Phoenix 488 in 4th position. Audi it is, car collection, Christopher Jans in 5th place. That's the number 500 car. Of course, that's the P4 car, non-homologated car at the moment, so it's in a different category. The 712 Vortex having its driver's door coming open whilst out on track.
No, that's an aerodynamic device.
That's an aerodynamic device, another movable aerodynamic device. You said that with such a deadpan face and a poker face. I took you seriously for a minute there, Johnny. I take everything you say seriously, you see. You caught
That's
me
a big
there.
mistake,
You-
Snowy.
it-
A
well,
big
it is.
mistake.
Well, hey, there you go.
Well, it's coming straight in, so obviously the
Which will
problem...
be no surprise to our pit reporter, Nick Damon, of that car coming into the pits again.
Now, I'm going to assume that is a left-hand drive car, being French, and therefore it was very obvious indeed to Boris Gimont that the door was well open, and all of a sudden the airflow will have changed completely. Very drafty indeed in the 712. They have smart gull-wing doors on these Vortexes, hinged then from the top of the door, and you won't be able to take that down because it's a door, and the officials will say, no, you need to be able to get out of it in seconds if it's on fire, let's say. So it's not a question of just slapping a load of sticky back plastic onto the bottom of the door to keep its position.
It's going to be a door catch failure, isn't it, by the look of it? Simple as that. It's just popped up, and it's certainly an air device, so the mechanics are going to shut that door down again. But as you say, what can they do there? They can tape down the passenger side door, because you don't need to exit that, although I wonder if that's within the rules or not, depending on how central or left or right it is, because depending which way the car were to go in the potential of an incident, we've got to look at safety first. If it goes in on the left-hand side, and by the barriers, you need the opposite door to get out. So it's an escape route, and you, as you quite rightly say, Johnny, you can't just tape it up and say, it's great to get it back in the race, but then your driver can't get out.
There's a rule at Le Mans, for instance, that everybody had to pass in this year's race and in previous as well, in that we give you 20 seconds to get out of your driver's seat and out of the opposite side door in a period of time for precisely the reason you say. If the car's up against a barrier, it might be upside down up against a solid wall, and you need to be able to get out on the wrong side. So I don't think you can take down either door in actual fact. And yeah, they were checking, weren't they, to see what had failed on that. I think using the one that was functioning okay to say, all right, it is latching in like that, so let's try and get the broken one sorted. But that could be potentially a lengthy stop to get that solved.
In a bizarre world, I don't suppose they can run sans doors, can they?
Like a milk float.
I hadn't quite thought of it as a Vortex milk float, but
I've given you an image.
Yeah, you have. Just this.
I mean, it would make pit stops a heck of a lot easier if you didn't have the doors on it. Driver changes, they would be done in an instant. And I don't think any kind of rigidity to the whole of the chassis is offered by those doors. They merely plug a hole. But now the focus has turned to the front of the 712. Are you there, Nick? He may have darted off for a break, because it's been 2 hours. We don't want to push him too hard. So we'll speak to Nick a little later on. But this car is... the focus is on the front. Both doors are being held in position now.
Well, there's front right damage to that, and I wonder if the front clip has been pushed back, which is damaging the hinges and impeding on the doors and pushing the doors back in turn, which is causing the catches to fail. I'm really trying to drag that one out there, but both doors don't appear to be fitting very neatly. And I know Nick's going to say it's a Vortex, don't expect them to, but because of that front right damage on the bodywork there, I wonder if that's pushed it back and just damaging the door's hinge at the front, so leading edge. So I just wonder if there's something, again, cause and effect doing that. But the 712 Vortex is back out again. So our intrepid pit lane reporter Nick Damon has gone to lunch, quite rightly, so it's the Spanish siesta, so we're on our own for a while on this one, Johnny. Our leading car is, it's got Daniel Alleman at the wheel now of the Herbeth Porsche 911. Second place is still at 85 car. Great run so far by the Charles Putman driven now CP Racing Mercedes AMG into second place. Jürgen Herring it is in the Herbeth Motorsport car, and for that sandwiching those two, the first and third places of Herbeth, sandwiching the CP Racing Mercedes. Daniel Calvert it is that's still holding Ferrari honours in the 488 GT3 Evo 2020 version of that car in fourth position. Christopher Jones in Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 in the P4 class. Remember, that's a currently unhomologated car at the moment. EDEC Motorsport, the number 17 Mercedes, still driven by Paul Lafargue in that, and we'll wait to see father and son into that, and of course then Nick Manassian into that car later, who's informed me via message earlier this week that he's always happy to drive and looking forward to driving a GT car again, because he's I think the last time he drove really was Elms, Monza, wasn't it, when we were there back in October, when he had to jump in because of one of the drivers testing for positive for COVID then, and he jumped into the LMP3 car at Monza and did a very good job, as you'd expect, but back into a GT car again, so almost back to his roots of 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, runs the team at Edec Sport, team manager, but Manassian, well, claiming to have retired for probably about 6 years running now, and a bit like Johnny Molam in that he can't stay away from race cars, but of course it's a different role, and I do recognise that.
Yeah, more comebacks than Sinatra.
Yeah. But he had said as well at Le Mans, he said at the start of the weekend to Nick Damon that there are points in long distance races where he just thinks, okay, it's my turn now, I'd like to do a couple of stints, and clearly just not possible, but great to have him back at the wheel of the number 17 Edec Sport Mercedes this weekend. Not yet done any driving. Paul-Luc Chatin started that car, and Paul Lafargue now doing the current stint, with Nicolas Sturzinger chasing, about a minute behind in actual fact. Daniel Alleman, Herbert Motorsport Porsche, ahead of Charlie Putman in the CP Racing Mercedes. He is the CP of CP Racing, Charlie Putman's team, and well recognised, of course, the 85 crew, with Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis making up the foursome from the US. Charles is the semi-pro, and all the others entering in the AM category, but they've chosen to run in AM standard, or AM neutral as it's known in the regulations, rather than the AM advantage category, which gives you slightly more fuel at every stop. Rutronic Racing Audi exiting turn 16, and behind the 18 car, I reckon, is the race leader once again, yeah, with the red door mirrors, Porsche from Herbert Motorsport, now with Daniel Alleman at the wheel. Alleman and Putman and Herring are all of the AM driver rating, so rather than when you're comparing pros with pros, you're talking probably tenths of seconds between them. There can be a larger dispensation, or a larger difference in time between the various bronze-rated drivers. So this is interesting to me, where the time can be gained. Daniel Alleman, just about one of the fastest non-pro drivers in any entry that Creventic produce. He, last time around, did a 152.8. It was a 152.6 for Charlie Putman, and for Jürgen Herring a 155.5. So this is potentially a good opportunity for Herbert Motorsport and for CP Racing just to inch their way away from the third place fight. Daniel Kylvitz is making ground on Jürgen Herring, there's no doubt about that, taking chunks of time out of Herring, 3 seconds a lap pretty much. So we're going to have a really good duel for third position in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, just watching a little bit there of the number 18 car there, running really wide at sort of places like turn 6 actually. Turn 6 is a fast downhill left-hander up to a fairly tight turn 7, funnily enough, after it. Funny that, isn't it? Who'd have thought? I know what I meant. But it's a fast approaching into a slower one, and I'm just surprised by just how much of the curb and a bit more that the number 18 car used there, the Audi.
Across the line, race leader will go. Daniel Alleman, Swiss driver, but has been part of the Herbert Motorsport initiative for a number of years now. When was he first part of Herbert Motorsport? 2015, which was the HB Racing Team Herbert A6 entry. And remember, all those years ago, we didn't have GT3 as a category per se. It wasn't labelled as GT3, it was labelled as A6. And Daniel Alleman used to share with the two Renauers and Ralph Bone as far back as 2015 when they raced at Mugello and Zandvoort, here at Barcelona as well. I wonder where they finished in 2015 in the overall lineup. They were quite a way down, actually, 63rd position, so didn't have a great run. 360 laps completed 6 years ago when the winner of the Barcelona 24 was scoring 662 laps. So that's about the race length that we might be achieving this weekend, over 600 laps around the Barcelona Grand Prix circuit.
I was just thinking that when you said it, 600 and something laps, I was just thinking, I know that's right, I'm not doubting you for a minute, but I still had to process it when you just thought 600 laps around Barcelona. Yes, of course, it's a 24-hour race, I get that, but it's still extraordinary. And it's the fact that any car finishes is almost remarkable, isn't it? You think about it, what they're putting these through. And we're not talking road cars. You mentioned earlier about driving on the road and compared to race driving, but they're driving flat out all the time. Yes, we talk about fuel saving or tyre saving or having a steadier stint. It's relative. It's still, you know, to your average bit of road driving or your road user, put somebody in one of these cars at what we'd call, 7/10s, and they're never going to go that slow in these races. They'd still be absolutely horrified and think it was a roller coaster ride gone mad. That's something we just take for granted, don't we? That they survive, they last, they run, and it doesn't matter whether it's a TCR car, a Golf, a BMW M4, one of the GT3 Porsches, Mercedes, Ferraris, cars at the front there. They are being driven virtually flat out, hour after hour after hour, and as you say, totaling around about 600 plus laps. It's extraordinary testament to engineering, technology, and all the designers and research to get these cars into it. And then the problem all goes wrong, of course, they can put a driver in it.
Yeah. That can be where the difficulty begins, no doubt about it.
They always say that the most easily changed component on a racing car is the driver.
So 2014, 653 laps completed. 2016, 662 laps. I should really dig out a record distance in more recent years when this became a GT3. You're sniffing. Have you smelt lunch? Have you managed to smell lunch just then?
I think it's next lunch.
Maybe it is.
Paella.
Yeah. I think there's some tapas on the way to
just complete the stereotype.
Our global commentary box. No, really, there is. 677 laps completed in 2018. That was despite a 4-second penalty for Daniel Allen and Ralph Bone, Alfred Renauer, and a certain Matty Campbell, who replaced Robert Renauer on that occasion. I would imagine Robert was busy in the ADAC GT Masters 3 years ago, and therefore couldn't be part of the lineup for Herbert. So they brought in a certain young Australian Matt Campbell as a replacement pro driver. And in 2019, the distance was 690 laps. So that's the highest yet, nearly 700 in fact, achieved 2 years ago by the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini of Adrian Amstutz, Leo Mishitsky, Patrick Kuyala and Dennis Lind. Very good lineup that on paper, and they managed to beat by 10 seconds after 24 hours of racing. 10.4 seconds was the winning margin over that pesky Herbert Motorsport Porsche once again. So they've had some really good results of Herbert through the years, but they didn't win the last time out here at Barcelona, which was in 2019. Leading this event so far, though, 68 laps completed to this point. So there's a long way to go yet if we're going to get anywhere close to the 600 or even 700 lap marker. 15 seconds is the advantage for the number 91 Porsche over the 85 CP Racing Mercedes, and Daniel Kylvitz, who is now into third position. I suggested that move may happen shortly, and Daniel Kylvitz has wasted no time at all in getting up ahead of Jürgen Hering, and he's now faster than at least Charlie Putman up ahead, and possibly Daniel Kylvitz, depending on how the traffic falls for Kylvitz. But Daniel Alleman knows his way around here, having won a couple of times previously and been an integral part of the Herbert Motorsport quartet since 2015. The black and red Porsche with the yellow door mirrors is number 92, Jürgen Hering. And that car then now down to 4th, having been overtaken by the newspaper car. Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, powered by Phoenix, backed by that daily newspaper.
That's the one with the bits of chrome trim at the front that's going to deceive you and think bits of bodywork are damaged. I was listening to night practice last night where you were waxing lyrical there before we got on to Audi rear wings.
Well, I caught that,
even more entertaining.
I caught that car from about 3 different angles and was convinced it had been involved in a shunt on each of the 3 separate occasions.
The problem was I was watching and listening at the same time at home to yourself and John Hindhoff doing that, and I was thinking, he's right, there's damage. There's unquestionably there's damage. Then it's like, and then John just quietly said, it's chrome. Like, right. Yes,
yeah,
okay. We hadn't spotted the chrome
Nick
bit.
standing next to the car said, that's just all part of the paintwork, Johnny. All right, okay. Well, I'll wait to daylight hours before I agree with you, but he was quite right.
It does have the advantage of standing right next to it. So, you know, I don't think, I think, I'm not even sure it's points or half points for that, but...
No, definitely not. No. I'm still leading 1 point for identifying 458.
I like the way you said that. No, definitely, I'm still leading. Yes. This being the pertinent part of the phrase, I'm still leading. Yeah. You sure you're not? There's a sort of inner driver in you there somewhere?
No. I'm positive about that. 4 cars together, almost on a rolling start, as the 92 of Jürgen Hering has a little look at the inside of the KTM Crossbow. One of the 2 Vortexes in this mixture as well, and that's the ST Racing BMW, I believe, up ahead, which is the 438 car. Chandler Hull doing a stint in that. So it deliberately goes a little bit wide through the reprofiled turn 9 to allow 1, 2 and almost 3 cars through. 718 is the KTM Crossbow that I was scrabbling around for. So that's Pietra Lisa, another Czech Republic driver for the Czech team, RTR Project, and running 5th in GTX. BMW number 438 of ST Racing, careful not to lose too much time with respect to the other cars in the GT4 category, but can fairly easily allow these GTX cars through, and will now do likewise for Jürgen Hering, who will cross the line in 4th position. He in turn's being caught by Christer Jørns, I've just noticed. So the 500 Audi, silver with the red stripe, 5th position, and getting closer and closer as the yellow and black TCR car rejoins. That's number 125, I think, from Bas Koeten Racing, now with Martin van der Berg at the wheel.
Quite extraordinary how that evolved over the last third of a lap there, Johnny. When you picked up on the 4 cars in line there, Jürgen Hering at the back just saying, yeah, I'll just keep out the way, just let this settle itself. I've got the power on the straight, no point in risking it. And then you said the problem with that is that you exercise caution to not get yourself involved in trip over a slower car, which is utterly pointless, thinking I've got the power on the straight. The problem is it backs you up. As you said, it's allowed somebody else to come into play, and next thing you know, 5 corners later, not even that, say 4 corners later, he's going through that fiddly little chicane, which I'm going to show my age now. It wasn't there when I raced this circuit, by the way. It was 2 flat rights onto the pit straight, which definitely got your attention. But Jürgen Hering there, just backs it up a little bit, and he's now suddenly got to get back on it because he's come down the straight, he looked in the mirrors, and there's an Audi all of a sudden that wasn't there 3 corners before.
And Christer Jørns, 34 years old, he's silver rated, so that should mean that he is a semi-pro as part of Creventic.
It's all over the back of Jürgen Hering now that he's made up that gap and got that advantage down the pit straight, and is now starting to hassle Hering. The number 92 911 there, the Herbert Motorsport car, has suddenly got that discretion being the better part of valour, and I'll sit back and just wait a minute, let these 3 smaller class cars sort themselves out, if you like, or lesser powered class cars sort themselves out. And a lap later now, it's a very, very different scene as the Audi's getting a draft onto the pit straight with him, and it could well be a change here for him. I think Jürgen Hering has really got his work cut out. He's got to use the track as much as he can in front of him. The Audi is sitting tucked up on the rear wing. Is he going to pop out? Possibly, possibly not. I thought he would. Nice defensive driving from Hering there, just not down the middle of the track, but slightly left of centre, shall we say. I don't mean a political. The job's done now. The Audi's gone round the outside at turn 3.
And I have to say, that is just testament to Christer Jern's talents versus Jürgen Hering. No disrespect, but Hering is a non-pro driver. He's an AM on the entry list and getting more and more used to Herbert Motorsport Porsches, but he just cannot offer the sort of speed that Christer Jens, who's raced Bentleys at factory level, let us not forget, he just holds that ability to get the better lap time out of this brand new car run by Car Collection Motorsport. So Christer Jens wasting no time at all, up to 4th position. The 92 Porsche will have a stronger later period once they start to put Marco Seyfried back at the wheel, of course. Wolfgang Triller and Bobby Gonzalez still to come as well. And they are entered into AM Advantage, whereas the 500 car, well, won't actually get a GT3 classification, because it is a car that we will be seeing in GT3 action next year, and this is its pre-season debut. Once again, a GT3 car debuting with the Creventic series. Must be about the 3rd or 4th time that has happened, and that is massive credit to this championship for providing the foundation for works teams to go for an initial running, rather than, you know, one of those boring private tests that goes on for 30 hours but doesn't have another car in the event. Why not bring it to race in true competition here in Barcelona? So amen to Audi competition, Audi Sport, and also to Car Collection Motorsport for making that decision. And the 500 car, with that rear wing that we were talking at great length about, it's really rocking around when the car gets to high speed at the end of the start-finish straight.
Shimmies, doesn't it?
It moves from left to right quite a lot. So I assume that's all part of the design process. But again, the car is not yet finished, in a sense. It needs a run like this to then be further fine-tuned in readiness for its competition debut start of next year.
It's always surprising how much those move about. I know you were talking in that great length of wing gate, shall we call it, for a better way of putting it, but also talking about the types of struts they have, whether it's carbon or metal or whatever. As you say, it's in the straight line speed there where it's doing the most work at the highest speed on the part of the circuit. They're going down to turn 1 over that brow past the pits, but it's shimming left to right, that wing, and it almost looks unstable. I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure Audi will be looking at you saying, "You think our wing's unstable? Who are you to say that?" This is Volkswagen Technic. They know what they're doing, but it just looks that it's shimming around so much, and compared to other makes, is what I'm saying.
As I say, this is public testing, though. Yeah. So, you know, they may well draw some information from this run and say, we need to revisit the rear wing. But it's a fascinating design and an adjustment to where the plane is positioned in relation to the back of the car as well.
He says much further forward. I know yourself and John were talking about it last night, that it's virtually over the rear wheels now, i.e. creating much more downforce immediately there over, you know, the driven wheels, traction, which I wouldn't have thought it needed, but it's obviously Audi thought it's not just a different thing. I think Nick was saying that it's the previous shape one was just completely straight, leading edge and trailing edge. Yeah. This one's much more sculpted. So there's all that.
It's also slightly bowed as well.
Yeah, all that I can understand, but the positioning from being aft of the vehicle behind the bodywork of the car actually, and moving it to over the top is a big. I know it sounds silly. It's a big move. That's it's quite a bit of thinking to change that. I'd love to know the reasoning from that. I'm sure Audi will send us a press release, and I'm joking, won't be telling us in the details quite like that, but I'm intrigued at such a change of thinking. But these things, they evolve all the time.
Yeah, they have to, in order to stay at the peak of competition. Although, you know, there is an argument about GT3 racing is that however fast or slow your car is, it's going to get bopped into vaguely the same sort of speed as everything else. But it's an interesting adjustment, certainly. They might also be thinking aesthetics too, rather than having a giant wing protruding out the back of a car like a specific Pikes Peak type machine. It's tidier to have it within the box shape of the silhouette of the side of the car.
Well, is that
I don't know.
Compared to the Mercedes the GT3 wing there, which is, it's almost like a Lego model. It's just an absolutely complete straight. It's a foil, end plates on braces. That's it, on struts. Yeah. That's all it is. There's no sculpture. I'm not suggesting for a minute that it's prehistoric, but it's a very simple thing, as is the Porsche one. huge. The Porsche has a little bit of shape to it now, but that Audi one, it's I think this Wingate could run, you know.
It is doing into day 2 already, and we've got 4 hours or so of race coverage to look forward to tomorrow as well, where we could extend it yet further. It's nice to have a race where we can compare the current Audi with the new one, though, and I'm sure there'll be times, it's already happened, where the two have been side by side. Sported by Car Collection Motorsport, they have 3 cars in this year's race. Dynamic Motorsport, Nicolas Sturzinger driven Porsche into turn 5. Now behind the 7 car is the 85. They're not on the same lap, so Charlie Putman is trying to lap the number 7 gold and black Porsche, and Charlie Putman has now with him Daniel Kylvitz. That is a potential overtake for position, as the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche comes out of the kink at 9 and has to go away into the dirt there on the left-hand side to get past the GT4 Audi, number 499, being driven by Lisa Clark, who, in fairness to Lisa, she was also trying to lap or be overtaken by the CWS Engineering Ginetta GT4. So we had 3 very different cars there, all trying to find a bit of racetrack to themselves, and that rather put Nicolas Sturzinger out in the marbles on driver's left. Has Kylvitz got ahead of Charlie Putman yet? They'll need to wait until they cross the line at the end of the lap to confirm that. Daniel Alleman sticks 75 laps now on the counter alongside the 91 Porsche, and Kylvitz has got ahead and into 2nd position. So the 22 white and red Ferrari up now to 2nd spot by dispatching Charlie Putman relatively easily there. That's the difference between a full pro driver that Kylvitz is and Charlie Putman, who is no slouch at all when you put all the AM drivers together. He must be one of the quickest ones out there in the CP Racing Mercedes, but he could not hold the German back. So Daniel Kylvitz in the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, powered by Phoenix Ferrari. That car up to 2nd spot, and maybe now has the overall lead in his sights, because Kylvitz will be faster than fellow Daniel Alleman. You've got 2 Daniels now, 1st and 2nd, but I think that time's going to start to come down now between the Ferrari in 2nd and the Porsche that leads the race. What do you reckon? Ferrari versus Porsche? Kylvitz is fast enough for me to at least eat away at the 25 seconds that separates the two. However, we might be going another code 60, because I think there was a vortex off in the gravel on the right-hand side on the run between 9 and 10 there, and potentially facing the wrong way. Well, it must be at least 15 minutes since we last had a code 60, so we're due for another.
You're absolutely right, Johnny. And of course, it's the 712 car again, and indeed a code 60, exactly as you predicted. If your predictions are that good, can you just write down the first 6 numbers that come into your head, please, and we'll share the lottery winning between us.
7, 1, 2, 6.
No, you just read the numbers off the
They're not coming into my head, they're just purely in front of me.
Into your question there, Ferrari versus Porsche. The underdog of me loves the idea of the Ferrari. Just like that idea. We've seen it with Octane Racing in NLS. I love that, but you'd be hard pressed. Smart money has got to go on a Porsche, I've got to say.
Even with Kylvitz at the wheel of the Ferrari, I mean, he should be able to take at least probably a second a lap out of Daniel Alleman. But all right, we'll see. They're all in for fuel now, crucially, because that was half an hour since the last code 60, not quite the 15 minutes as I was suggesting. So the last code 60 came to an end at 12 minutes past 2 local, and we're now into our 4th code 60 to deal with the 712 Vortex, which is in the gravel trap on the right-hand side of the circuit between turns 9 and 10. And the same Nissan Navara has been called, I think, to deal with another car in the gravel. Now, it didn't end well last time we called one of the Navaras into action.
Well, we had an update on that from on Twitter. Thank you very much for Alan Protter, just telling us that it was the rear wheels on the Porsche weren't turning, which is what I remember I said when it went onto the flatbed. They were, so it was as if it had found neutral, but they weren't turning in the gravel, which is I think was why that Porsche couldn't be skimmed over the top of the gravel, if you like, and the Navara got itself stuck. because you said that Navarro was pulling it out, and they've done this enough times. It's the right type of vehicle for doing this. So it was odd why that one dug in. I think that's what it was. Whether it got stuck in a gear or something, I don't know, but it's highly unlikely. But I think that resolves that one. We'll see though if it gets that vortex back to the pits. It won't be any surprise to our roving reporter Nick Deming when he returns from lunch that the vortex, he's missed 2 or 3 pit stops with the vortex. He only went away for lunch. It's like, how many times did it pit? Well, it didn't just pit, it's into the gravel now, unfortunately, and caused a code 60, which I suspect won't take very long to clear up, because it's, you say it's off to the right-hand side of the track, so it's out of the way, nothing is to be brought on, so it's not going to drag any gravel back onto the track. Shouldn't be an issue. I think they'll get that 712 vortex cleared really quite quickly and get green flag racing back underway. 21 hours and 15 minutes to go, can you believe? Still, it's hard to imagine that we're that far in. The Porsche just about to leave the pits. The number 7 car was just about to leave the pits when a BMW right in front of it is coming to their pit. I think that's the 19 BMW. I'm not sure. I think I got the number wrong on that one.
19th place in class.
19th, my apologies,
yeah,
of course. I'm looking at.
Well, Nick Damon, fresh from his lunch, his tapas perhaps, or paella for lunch, is back in the pit lane and saw that incident very nearly. One car running into another in the pit lane.
Yes, I've had them repassed, and I heard them call code 60. It's my clarion call. Come back to the pit lane. It's a code 60. Just so we know who's going through. But yeah, that was a bit of a mistake, wasn't it? Really, it was the bit of bad luck for the 7 car Dynamic Motorsport machine, because literally as they were about to go, in came the 450 Century Motorsport. No one really made a mistake. They are very close together. But what the Dynamic should have done then is not try to lead. They should have got the manual pushback first rather than going for it. And imagine they had the luck of having the steering lock of a London Taxi or an old Triumph Herald when they've actually just got a GT3 car which can just about get round a roundabout. So no surprise they nearly came together. But there was no harm, no foul. But I would say a good 7 or 8 seconds lost by the number 7 car. As I can hear, we've gone green.
We have indeed, as the 92 is into the pits as well. The Herberth Motorsport Porsche is in, parked at an angle because it's had to go round the. I think it's which of the Audis is that? I can't quite see which one of the two it is, but I know with Nick where you are in the pit lane in relation to that. It's the 5. I thought it might have been. I didn't want to go and say in case it wasn't. I know you're right next to that now. So the Herberth car serviced. Was there a driver change on the Herberth car? There was.
I don't know who got in, but certainly Jürgen Haring got out. So. Let it down. It's showing a bit of scuffage around the edge. So already 2.5 hours in, they're showing a little bit of damage, probably mostly from gravel pickup and slap back as such. A few cars just coming in.
A little bit of gravel rush, eh?
Yeah, a bit of gravel rush. You said it more of a motorcycle thing. The 34 car collection just takes, I think it was just in for fuel only. 1, 2, 3. One of the Spanish cars comes into the pits behind the top car. Yeah, it's quite a busy code 60. A lot of people, of course, who got into the pits late. Gained none of the advantage of code 60 because they certainly had the half tank, and lost all of it because it went green. So they just come down here for a kind of mistaken half tank. Out of the fuel area comes a 712, which I assume was the vortex, which didn't cause the problem. Is that right?
No, 712 was the car that caused the problem, and it's the it was Bobby Gonzalez who got into the 92 Herberth Porsche.
Okay, super. The 712 now is going back down to his pit at the other end of the garage. So we'll wander down that way.
Well, that was off because that was off at between turn 9 and 10 on the right-hand side of the circuit, facing the wrong way, but sort of 45 degrees well into the gravel. So quite how it got itself over there, I don't know. So presumably it was towed out and pointed in the right direction. We did see one earlier. I think it was that car or one of the other Vortexes. I think it was the 701, wasn't it, Vortex, that had a also swapped ends and faced the wrong way on the track, but then just highlighting exactly what Nick's just suggested, that these cars don't really have much of a turning circle, more of an orbit.
978 was stranded in the gravel not too long ago and has made it back to the pits, Nick's telling me. So what's the latest on that? Are they attempting to repair the Speed Lover Porsche?
Yes, they are. They are underneath the car. There's two engineers right at the middle, so I'm not quite sure if it's a differential gearbox or drive shafts. They've taken some of the supporting accoutrement off the bottom of the machine. Oh, they were leading. There was a woman sweeping away. This is a big giveaway. There's two drive shafts down there. So my guess is they're going to be doing it. So that will be a new drive shaft, which we explained also why the wheels weren't going round, where it was stuck in the gravel because
Nick, I've just
no connection.
I've just spotted that there's an engineer on that car holding a master cylinder and reservoir in his hand, which to me would suggest potentially a clutch. That's from the front end there of that car, just taken out of the engine bay there. So I just wonder if there was a clutch issue. You're talking about drive shafts. That car was certainly buried in the gravel, which caused the tow truck to dig in, but then when it was out, they got it onto the track, it was able to freewheel onto the low loader. So I'm just wondering if there was some kind of clutch, diff, transmission issue with it.
If you have the normal giveaway, if they put drive shafts down, that will mean there's a drive line issue. They are quite neatly by the side. As you say, you're quite right. They're measuring a new clutch master cylinder, so there's an issue with that as well, which would make you think there has been some clutch. But if they're going to change the clutch on the car, that's going to be a very, very, very long change, and might explain why they're right under the middle of the car rather than more on the edges, which you'd expect for the drive shafts. I'm trying to see if they've actually taken the old ones out. And whether that's actually what I'm looking at is the old ones are already removed. No, the old ones are still in. So they are absolutely, you could be right, working on a middle of the engine. And of course, removing a clutch from a Porsche is not a work of a moment, but of course it's just an actuation issue, and the clutch itself hasn't failed, and that's much less of a problem, isn't it? That's just a hydraulic issue. Perhaps you've got a leak and you change a pipe, and therefore you can sort it out again. So let's hope for them that's what caused it. But yeah, as you say, there's no drive. They've not done the easy thing, which is replacing the drive shaft. So as you say, perhaps they're just there because they thought that might be the problem. The problem itself is the connection between the engine and the actual driving force, the gearbox, and let's hope for them it's just a hydraulic issue.
Well, that was my thinking with the reservoir being held aloft, clearly being changed. I wonder if it was a clutch issue in the first place, that they just couldn't disengage, which what caused it to swap ends and pop it into the gravel. Let's hope, as you say, Nick, it's no more than that, and they can get out there and get us back on the track. Well, that's the way to find out.
Well, Ricky, I forgot this is Ricky's car.
Ricky Coomber, you mean, don't you?
So Ricky, well, the most basic interviewer's question: what happened?
Brake failure, big one. So, yeah, with cylinder, I think, is the culprit. So, yeah.
So the guys at the back, they're going to be changing the brake master cylinder and the braking system within the whole car?
No, I think as a result of getting it towed back on the lorry, it's broken a nipple on the clutch, so it's lost fluid there. But the initial, obviously coming off the track, was just no brake at all, not one bit. So there's pedal hit the floor. So
that must be an interesting moment.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, it kept me awake anyway. So yeah.
And the actual braking problem, they know how to fix that then?
Yeah, I think we could get two new cylinders, so yeah. Hopefully 15, 20 minutes we'll be back up and running again.
Great stuff, thanks Ricky. So we're all right, you see. It was in fact down to, it was the clutch, you're quite right Peter, but that wasn't the cause of the problem. That was a result of the low loading issue. But the problem was caused by brake failure, which they're also fixing, so that's good news. So they hope you're out in 20 minutes. Excellent stuff.
So Snowy gets half a point.
I got half a point for that, and I think also that there's some bonus point or something there just for the cause of retirement at this point, or cause of returning to the pits, is a broken nipple. It's amazing.
I did hear you chuckle at that. I was professional enough to stay completely deadpan and serious, but each to their own.
Oh no, you weren't.
Well, I turned my microphone off before I started absolutely howling. You've got to have the foresight to do that, you see.
Oh, there it is, you see. That's the difference in
that's
pay.
The
difference in pay grade.
That's the sort of level of grown-up commentary you're getting here, folks. Two chaps that still cripple at the sound of a nipple. Ralph Bone, Herbert Motorsports Porsche, leading by just over 14 seconds over the Daniel Kylvitz WTM powered by Phoenix Ferrari. And CP Racing's Mercedes of Charlie Putman running in third, ahead of Martin Lechman's brand new Car Collection Motorsport Audi, and the 716 Peter Cox true racing KTM Crossbow. Now that's doing very nicely, and as far as its fuel mileage is concerned, only 2 stops for the best placed KTM, and it's already up to 5th. So I'm not suggesting that car could necessarily win the race out front, but it can certainly go a little further on its very large fuel tank for a car that weighs just over a tonne. Nick, more from the pits.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's bad news. The 16, the bright blue, well, the blue wrapped over red Ferrari, the 458, I'm afraid is a retirement. The universal signal of the finger across the throat has been given by the mechanics. Not sure what's taking it out, because they had to done some advanced riveting early on, but the car is not going to return. So something has failed on it, and they couldn't fix it. So very bad luck, and we'll have to see whether that counts as the 21st race for the driver trying to do the run. But that's out. The blue Ferrari will not be running again.
Francesc Gutierrez Aguil, who has a long run of 24-hour races in Barcelona. And I don't know whether he counts just being here at the event and wanting to race, clearly having a car to race as entering, or whether, looking back on his results all the way to 1998 through 22 years of history here in Barcelona, whether he's actually been present, as in got to the stint. He would have thought, almost to confirm the fact that he could take this as a race run, they would have put him in as the start driver. But in the end, that wasn't the case. So Marc Carol Ibarra will be the only named driver alongside the PCR Sport Ferrari as racing it. There's still definitely something not quite right about that Audi GT4, by the way, with the panel on the left-hand side further away than the one on the right where it should be. And that is, I think, as a result of some contact with some other cars in the GT4 category, quite possibly the BMW that it was drinking away with early stages, the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW, which was the white car that we were struggling for earlier on. We're running in 19th place, I remember, as per the positional lights on the side. Actually, the Jorgensen Strom BMW is right behind Lisa Clark now. So car number 450 about to potentially change these positions again. 450 will be lapping Lisa Clark in actual fact, and Lisa giving Darren Jorgensen plenty of room to do that.
I think this is Lisa Clark's first run in a non-Ferrari, isn't it? I think because she's done lots of Ferrari Challenge, Corsa Clienti type racing, and I think this is her first time outside of a Ferrari.
She's a former champion in the Ferrari North America Challenge for the Copper Ladies. Started racing 458s, as we're talking about those cars, sadly, because that's our first retirement. Started racing 458s in 2017. But yes, I can't see any example of her racing anything other than a Ferrari prior to this weekend. So that will have taken some adjusting for the driver based in Beverly Hills. And only took to racing 4 years ago. This will be her 5th racing season, and is doing some Ferrari Europe Challenge racing this year too, actually. Currently 19th in the Shell AM Championship.
Similar principles though, mid-engine car. It's not like she's jumping into a front-engined, sort of BMW or a Mercedes, or even at worst a Porsche. At worst, what I mean is rear engine, totally different.
Careful now, careful.
No, what I meant was that they're well known for being very, very different.
Yeah.
Porsches, and I think it's a different mindset to race a Porsche. I think you either get it or you don't.
I'd be interested to know
I didn't, by the way.
How she's dealing with the downforce, so because I mean the Ferrari Challenge cars don't have much downforce at all. She's now moved into a GT4 car, which doesn't have anything like the downforce that a 3 has, but it has a bit, doesn't it? I mean, it's got a smallish rear wing on the back.
And it's a good point that those challenge cars are known for being, I think the phrase I heard from one of the winners of the 2019 championship, the UK one, was that it's missile quick in a straight line. He said, but just like a road car on the corners.
Right.
It was and I was like, how do you do that? How do you deal with that as a driver? And he said you just recalibrate all the time. He said you just drive it like a road car on the corners and gun it down the straights. But no, 680 brake horsepower for those GT Challenge cars. So that's what Lisa's used to. She's used to powerful cars there. But as you say, GT4 car, I would suspect it's probably it's probably not dissimilar because the Ferrari GT Challenge cars are, I would say they're aimed at between a GT4 and a GT3 spec, but they're probably closer to GT3 pace than they are GT4. So yeah, she's doing a good job there, but in that a new experience for her, and come to racing only a few years ago and somewhat later in life as well. But nice to see her over here all the way from Beverly Hills.
Yeah, along with that team, 499. If I got the right bit of paper, I can tell you the full driver lineup there. So it's Mark Issa, also from the US, Jeff Westphal, who we heard from yesterday with Nick, and Martin Lechman, who's been at the wheel of the 499. So is Lechman also doing a spell in the 500 numbered car? Yes, he is. So Lechman down to race both cars, in actual fact. He'll have to remember which one he's in at each point. AM-rated driver. But Lechman, I think that might be a bit of looking ahead to the future, and maybe Martin's interest in buying a GT3 LMS Evo 2 when it becomes homologated. So put Martin in as the driver lineup for the 500 car, but he's kind of the drive that he's going to be earning the points in is the 499 and the Audi GT4 that he shares with Lisa Clark. So that slips a position overall, because just getting through there was Martin van den Berger for Baz Kooten Racing and their yellow and black Cupra, number 125. So Lisa loses a place there, and she's running in third position in the GT4 category. Chandler Hull leading GT4 in the ST Racing BMW M4. It's a similar car for RHC Jorgensen Strom in the Century prepared 450 car, with Darren Jorgensen himself now at the wheel of that, running second, and Lisa Clark is in third. That's another hour of the race completed, I've just noticed. So 3 hours done and 21 hours to go, Peter Snowden.
It's hard to believe that there's so little done and so much to go still, isn't there, with all the action we've had. But we did predict that, or we speculated, not predicted, that there were a possible settling down period, and it hasn't quite done that yet until this part now. So 3 hours in, and the top of our there, our leaders board looks like this still. It's still the Herbeth Motorsport car number 91 at the front, the 911, with Ralph Bollner at the wheel of that car now. In second place, though, is the Daniel Kalvitz driven WTM powered by Phoenix Ferrari 488. In third position is the CP Racing with Charles Putman, the CP of CP Racing, in third position in the Mercedes. Different make again in fourth place, Martin Lechman in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. That, of course, being a P4 category car, so it's not fully homologated and authorised yet, as it were, but it's still there on track in that position. Right behind him, though, is Peter Cox, a familiar name to endurance racing in the True Racing KTM Crossbow GTX. Unsurprisingly, that being the leading category there, the GTX car. Very, very impressive there. Herbeth Motorsport, Bobby Gonzalez. Now, this car was in third place for a while, so 91 and 92 were sandwiching the Mercedes, as it was at the time, then of CP Racing in first and third. That car is now down in sixth position. Herbeth Motorsport, the second car. Patrice Lafarge, it is in the EDEC Sport Mercedes AMG, that's in seventh. Matteo Pampanini in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche is in eighth position. Sven Heiberger in the Butronic Racing Audi R8 is in ninth, and Stefan Aust in the other Car Collection Audi R8 LMS rounds out the top 10 at just gone the top of our third hour, Johnny.
Thank you, Snowy.
Sorry.
You're losing it now.
No, not at all. No,
I don't mean...
No.
Just generally. I mean, you've lost it over something that you're laughing at.
No, it's just... I didn't mean to... I didn't mean to... For the sake of the listeners, I didn't mean to throw to you at the point when I hadn't realised you got your mic turned on. My apologies. So I didn't look across. So unprofessional, as you say, I didn't look across.
No, I didn't
if the light was on. No, I did. No,
say
it against myself. I should have checked first. So my apologies for the poor segue there, which was me just assuming you were, and you were quite rightly doing something else and researching. So my apologies to sort of throwing you in at the deep end there. Very unfair of me.
Amadeo Pampanini I was looking up, but I found somebody completely different, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. But it's good to have another Pampanini family member as part of the 7 crew in that instantly recognisable gold and black Porsche. Running in 8th place from Sven Herberger and Stefan Aust. Rutronic Racing and Car Collection Audis respectively. Up the inside of the number 430 BMW will go the 500 of Martin Lechman, a move not for position, but the 438 ST Racing BMW, I should say, so 438 rather than 430, driven by Chandler Hull, is hanging on to the GT4 lead, as there are now headlights on the full beam from Daniel Keilwitz, and we've had a driver change in the 91 Porsche. Daniel Alleman to Ralph Bone, so non-pro to non-pro, and Daniel Keilwitz has got the gap down to nearly 8 seconds now. So it was 25 seconds. Snowy was questioning the fact that whether the Ferrari would be able to catch the Porsche, but there is a distinct movement in the right direction for goal-rated Daniel Keilwitz. What happened a moment or two ago between 2 KTMs, I wonder? One in the Felbermeyer colours, the blue and yellow, on the inside, being overtaken by, I think, the 718 car of Pietra Lisa. Around the outside went Pietra and took the place away from Eike Angermeyer in number 724.
Yeah, that was at turn 12, and I think they were just so busy trying to keep out of each other's way that they almost tripped over one another. One of those dark things, almost trying to be too helpful. But they came away unscathed. It did look like they wouldn't do for a minute, but just that, say, turn 12, that's that fast right-hander just before you get to your fabled chicane that you love so much at the end of the lap.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out which car Horst Feldmayer is in. Oh, it's the 724.
724, yeah. The Swedish colours, blue, sort of blue and yellow one.
But it was the 724 being overtaken, was
Correct.
it not? When they got to the line, Angermeyer was back in front, ahead of Pietra Lisa. So they've obviously switched positions again after we described that overtake initially. And now again the red and white car. This is a good battle because it's changing an awful lot. And Angermeyer doing the chasing once more to the 717 car. So Sedi Sarmini and Nick saying they're 2 laps apart. So I don't think I've identified quite the right battle therefore, because Angermeyer versus Pietra Lisa, it's only 1.2 seconds.
Or just what places again, so whether that's unlapping or not. It's 717 and 724, isn't it?
717 is definitely not on the same lap. 717's 2 laps ahead, but I thought I'd seen 718, that was the car that was battling with Eike Angermeyer, and they crossed the line again with only 3 seconds between them. So yes, that's not the distance as they arrive at turn 1 is not 3 seconds. So 717 is not on the same lap, as Nick quite rightly said, but I'm trying to identify where the RTR Projects car is, therefore. And for those enjoying in sound and vision, we're quite possibly on board with it now. Sedi Sarmini's in the 717, fine. Almost need the camera to... Oh, there it is, the 718. That's the one I'm trying to focus on. Okay, so Pietra Lisa, 3 seconds away from Eike Angermeyer, and actually now losing time. So all the battling was between 2 cars separated by laps, and my apologies, I was confusing it with the 718, which is just a handful of seconds behind. There's only 4 KTMs in the race. I mean, it doesn't take much. Take much to baffle me, clearly. But yeah, 3 of them involved. One of them's painted blue and yellow, for goodness sake. So it's not as if they're all red and white.
I was just going to say that they're in fairly strikingly different colour schemes, but
I haven't learned the colour schemes.
That seemed a bit mean to point that out, but.
One has a 717 on the side, the other one has 718 on the side. That's the dead giveaway. Colin White's Ginetta G55 is in the pit lane, and Nick Damon absolutely desperate to report on the stop.
Indeed I am. Ian Stinton was manhandled out of the cockpit there. Still slightly confused, despite being British. I'm always very surprised when you see a right-hand drive racing car. But what are they going? Oh, they aren't getting they're not getting the memory card out. They're getting the driver out. So they come in. It's a complete change. Not quite sure who's going in. I think it might be Jean Bruno, not sure, but we'll find out. I missed the getting in. I saw Ian getting out. A bit of a rub down now with a copy of the Sunday Times. Very flimsy door is shut, and this is the car, of course, that is leading in its class, and so far has yet to lose a gearbox, a drive shaft, or a differential, which is what tends to happen. And the fourth of the KTMs was also in the pit. So let's see if I can grab a pit word with Ian Stinted, who's sitting there looking very, very professional with the cooling towel. A bit warm out there then, Ian.
Yeah, like being in a sauna, about 200 degrees. But yeah, mega.
Is that just your car or a free car, do you think?
We haven't got any aircon or vents, the windows are sealed. It's like being in the sauna, and someone keeps pouring hot coals on it and it gets hotter and hotter. But what a car to be in, what a track to be at, racing other cars. Just got to be careful with the GT3s, they mug you quite hard, but brilliant.
So I'll take it there for you, quite stint yourself. Do you feel happy with the...
It was all good, just staying out of trouble. They gave me a time to do, just kept delivering the time. No curbs, don't break the car, don't hit anything. And we just got to keep going. Secret 24.
Great stuff, good stuff. Good man. Oh, it's always nice enjoying their work, isn't it? If only we were doing that as well, instead of just trying to score points off each other.
Nick, it's only fair and correct that I report our colleague Johnny was absolutely right on the first responses of the replay we were talking about regarding the two KTMs. He was right in the first instance. You were correct about the lap differences, but Johnny was correct in his initial assumption, so I think it's only fair that we do award Johnny at least a half point out of consideration and for correctness.
All right, so that's very kind.
Yes, so therefore, if he does his job well, if he does his job well, he should be rewarded.
This is not a North London primary school sports day. Everyone doesn't get a prize. If you just do what you're supposed to be doing, which is saying what's on the pictures, that's your job.
I'm intrigued as to why you identify North London in particular, but on a global broadcast. But there you go. I still claim that my vote is that he has a half a point for being correct about the KTMs. I'm going to overrule you. Sorry, Mr. Damon. I'm going to overrule you. I'm going to award him the point. I'll tell you what. I'm so adamant about this. I'll actually give him my half point, and I'm going to pass it across the desk now to Johnny.
I'm not sure you can do that. No. I'll take the point for the 458 ID because that was from a long, long way away.
Oh yeah, that was there.
Half point for yeah. Okay. Reluctantly, I'll move to 1.5 points. But you're only a point behind, so there's plenty of time yet to gather that ground back up again. It's incredibly busy through the kinks at turns 7 and 8 now, with the 701 Vortex being chased by the equally svelte 718 KTM. And I did get the idea of that one correct this time. So that's Pietralisa, as I say, from RTR Projects. But all sorts of different approaches now into turn 10 with the GT cars sensibly going over to drivers left. They will have been told that in the driver's briefing. Into turn 10, the best place to be if you're lapping slower cars is on the inside line, well over to the left, and make sure that you're highly visible coming out of the high speed right at turn 9. 701 Vortex has been in the wars up until now. Franck Leon Provost. Car 701 has had at least one spin and running in 7th position in the GTX category, with the two cars behind on the timing screen, both in the pits. One very much for good, as in the PCR Sport Ferrari 458, that's a retirement. The speed level Porsche likely to be there for quite some time yet as well. Ricky Coomber reporting about a major brake failure on car number 978. That now has to be straightened out, and that will not be the work of a moment.
Well, no, two-part failure there. As you said, the brake failure, putting it into the gravel in the first place, which is why the truck couldn't tow it out because it was stuck in there. And then, of course, sustained some damage on the tow truck, damaging the clutch system as well, so having to replace that as well. So double bubble wear there. Very interesting to listen to Colin White there, just reinforcing that which you've just said, Johnny, about instructions out in each Ginetta G55 from the team: do a time, stay out of trouble, whatever. So
Ian Stinton.
My apologies. Yeah. After the Colin White car, my apologies. Quite right again. Another half point. I just keep losing. I had 10 points to start with, and my tower, it's like sort of Monopoly, it's all depleting, my tokens are going. What Wayne Sinton was saying was, the GT3 cars do mug you quite hard, I think was the phrase. As in, we saw that a little bit earlier, a couple of instances, but they come at you, think there's this big difference in speed, therefore you'll keep out of the way, but they're racing as well. And they do sort of expect you to keep out of the way and sort of get on with it. But it is always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car. That's the kind of rule of the racetrack. But it doesn't always work as easily as that. And we saw that a little bit earlier, didn't we, with the CP Racing Mercedes just tagging the TCR Golf, which he owned up to and said entirely my mistake, and was going to go down to the pits and apologise and hope he wasn't going to get punched.
Yeah, Charles Espelao, an utter professional. Not only is he quick on the track, but he's also, very rarely makes mistakes. Well, on those odd occasions, he owns up to the fact that he just made a very slight error. And I know that he's done that. I think on one occasion. My fault was
his phrase.
Yeah, and I mean the second time that I remember him owning up on the TV coverage to say, listen, I thought it was clear of that particular car, and I've just misjudged it, and going to go straight to the team for a very deliberate apology, and I hope that was warmly received by Autorama Motorsport. They've had more significant difficulties since then with their number one car.
But it can go one of two ways, can't it, that?
Yeah, true enough. And then, if it doesn't go so well, then just run is the best answer.
Well, they always say that if you have a conflag with another driver on track and you end up in the gravel for any reason, and you go across to apologise or discuss or berate or debate or whatever you want to do, but before you engage in that conversation, leave your helmet on.
Yeah. Wise.
Wise words. Top tips from Snowy Racer. There you go.
Jasmine.
I've never been in that position, of course.
Jasmine Preisisch is in now the number one car that we were talking about, and Jasmine pretty rapid too, so in the best possible hands with the Swiss racer, as she has got up to third position now and trying to hunt down Manuel Lau Cornago for Bapora Motorsport. Leading the TCR class and TCE series race as a whole will be Paul Celias, again in an Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. So slowly the Golfs are becoming established in this 24 hours of Barcelona. You would expect nothing less from the championship team running with the number one on the door. But Bapora Motorsport, what they have in their favour is a bit of local knowledge in the 151, which has Cornago at the wheel currently, the two Laurent Flusser drivers, Domenier and Cross, with Manuel Lau Gorina also due to be in that car as well. 4 AM-rated drivers, but running in second position so far, so consistency is key perhaps for Bapora Motorsport, together with that local knowledge of the Circuit de Catalunya, de Barcelona, Catalunya. I wonder how many laps they have done collectively around this venue prior to this weekend. Plenty. Yellow flags briefly displayed there, I noticed, at turn 8, but taken back in again, so maybe a spin and continued for a car that will remain unidentified for the time being. Up the inside of the number one car will go the car collection machine. Jasmine Preisisch, though, that car looking much cleaner than it did earlier on when Konstantin Kletzer had his moment into the gravel at basically this point on the track, when he tripped over the 85 Mercedes, and let's hope all of the stones were quickly recovered from that car, so there's not any of that sort of annoying rattling going on underneath the car to distract whoever's at the wheel. But Jasmine putting all of that out of her mind now and focused on the battle in front.
It is a horrible sound, that, when you have a collection of gravel in the cars and the scoops and the vents and whatever. Even if you only sort of dip the car in and even manage to get it out, never mind being towed, i.e. dragged through and picking up loads more. Even if you just sort of drop a toe and a wheel in and get it out again, and then you hear the bits come out and you think that's it, and the mindset is they're all out, they're clear, and you accelerate away, and then you hit the brakes and the whole lot comes out again, and the people behind you thank you for that one so much.
Nick, some news? Yes. Okay. interesting. I'm hoping that we were able to hear Nick, but there are questions about the 278 Ginetta that had come in potentially ahead of time. Jean-Francois Bruno, Jean Bruno, very French-sounding name, but from the United States. Tends to spell his name on the entry list at least, Jon, but it is spelled Jean in the French way on the timing screen. Jean-Francois Bruno, and that car coming in after. Now, what does the drive time? Is it still displayed? No, because it's been overtaken, of course, by the pit lane time. But the Ginetta G55 is on its way out again, I hear, Nick. So an early stop, but a quick one. Nick, I have got confirmation now that unfortunately it's only me that can hear you. I don't know why that is, but we will rectify it. But as I say, much of the message that Nick relayed to me, I was able to repeat. And Jean-Francois Bruno back into the race, but with some problems. An early stop, and the TCX former, well, still leader. Depends how close now the Team ACP BMW M2 has got with Jim Norman at the wheel. There was 1 minute and 21 seconds as they went through the last split, but much of that now will have been negated, I think, Peter Snowden, because of the unexpected stop for Bruno.
Well, exactly, and it's very strange for that car to come back in again, but as you said, maybe it was slightly out of time, I don't know. It's we've seen this before. We saw it a little bit early in the year, this event, the 12-hour version at Paul Ricard, that the Ginetta seems to, it goes for so long and then it seems faultless, and then all of a sudden seems to have a few issues, and just not quite sure what's gone on there. But maybe when Nick has the opportunity to get down to the pit lane and find out and go and chat to either Ian Stinson again or indeed Colin or somebody else, other member of the team, will find out what's going on with that Ginetta G55. A car that's predominantly used in a lot of UK racing, shorter races, support packages to British touring car programs. Of course, the Ginetta Juniors, the smaller versions, but the G55s and GT5 cars now. But much more accustomed to shorter races. So this is it's quite unique seeing this car out in these endurance races. So maybe that points towards some of its little issues that seem to come. It seems to do a set distance and then have an issue or two. But we will find out, I'm certain. One of the Vortex is still out on track, the 701 car that we had a little rotation with earlier. That's just keeping out of the way of current race leader Ralph Bohn in the Herbeth Porsche. About to come through and lap that. Somewhat metronomic at the moment, the Herbeth Porsche, sorry, the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. Vortex in the end not actually helping to keep out of the way there, so lights flashing manically at him there to keep out of the way, and now has finally done so. But this is again what we were talking about earlier, and some of the drivers were mentioning about the differences in speed differentials, just trying to keep out of the way. You've got your own race to do as well, and you might well be in a Vortex or a KTM or whatever, and it might well be the leading car coming through, but you don't want to hop out the way and cause yourself a problem. And also the faster driver wants the car to stay online and let them do their thing, and you can get round them.
Down the hill goes Daniel Kylvitz, 3.8 seconds away from Ralph Bohn. And how is Daniel doing on the drive time? He's almost 90 minutes into a potential 2 hours. The question is, can he get to the end of this fuel window and on maybe even take the race lead? The difference between the top two is virtually nothing now. At least Kylvitz can actually see his prey on the main start-finish straight, and at the wheel of the 91 car, Ralph Bohn, looking to try and slice his way through the traffic as much as possible, but he's got decisions to make here. A Porsche Cup car up ahead of him. with a slightly different, well, the lack of aero is prominent when you compare a GT3 versus a Cup car. Kylvitz gets caught on the wrong side of the 989, but actually judged it very well. And the 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari stabs the 488 up the inside of turn 5, running towards 6 and 7. He is clear of both of those lower class cars. So the 989, which runs in the 991 division, and the BMW from ST Racing from Canada. So now it's a clear road in front of him to the next car that he's trying to get in front of, and if he can make the pass, that will be for the race lead. There's a bit of trim trailing from the front right corner of that Ferrari I've just spotted, almost dragging something else that's not a Ferrari along with him, but I think it's a bit of front splitter maybe that's come loose, not slowing Daniel Kylvitz down one bit though.
Yeah, just spotted exactly that, and I will have a look at that. It's certainly something white, and predominantly that car is white at the front there. But there's certainly something coming off that Ferrari. 2.2 seconds, or 2.294 seconds between them as they cross the line.
Another 25 minutes gone, and I don't want to tear our eyes away from this incident just yet because the lead battle is shaping up so nicely. Go on.
My apologies, I said 2.29 seconds. That was across from the previous lap. It's 0.9 of a second now, less than a second across the line. The visual gap is very different. My apologies, Johnny.
Don't really need a timing screen for this just yet. So Kylvitz closing in on Ralph Bone. Where's the overtake going to happen? I think it's a question of when and not if. The headlights are on full beam still on the front of the 22 Ferrari as they head now through turn 4 into the braking area for turn 5, and what was a 3-car length gap becomes probably 2 under braking. Oh, way out over the curb is Daniel Kylvitz. Surely if he does that too often, they'll start to accuse him of abusing the track limits. Got a much better run out of turn 5 as a result. Turn 9 is next, and perhaps the best opportunity to overtake is, as Peter Snowden says, turn 10, the left-hander.
Going to dive down the inside if he can, but he hasn't got. There's a Porsche slightly in the way, but it's not quite close enough to do it. It's backed him up though, so it's going to be another lap yet, unless he can have a run. The Porsche's being held up as they go up through the hill. They're being held up significantly. This is going to give the Ferrari the chance coming into what is effectively turn 13, 14 there, the chicane. He's going for the inside. The Porsche's going for the outside. He might have boxed him in. He might have done it. He's got it done down the inside in the chicane. Not quite. The Herberth car stays around high, wide and handsome around the outside. Didn't think he was going to hold on to that one. Really didn't. So that's actually thwarted the Ferrari, and it is the splitter, the front right of the splitter, that Ferrari that's damaged down by that light. There's something wrong there. It's hanging a bit lower, but doesn't seem to be affecting it performance. So we're on to another lap now. So recalibrate, regroup, start all over again. But I did think we did have the job done for a minute. He's getting a toe down the pit straight. Is he going to look down the inside? No, he's filling the Porsche's mirrors if he can, but we've got some TCR cars in front now. So we've got the left, the right, and then the big right-hander of turn 3 up the hill. The Porsche running wide to use as much of the track as he can. The Ferrari's up the inside. He's got the job done. Can he hold on to it? He's going to be on the inside for turn 4. He should have the job done as they come back inside. Indeed he has. The Ferrari's got through for the race lead.
Daniel Kylvitz becomes the race leader for WTM, powered by Phoenix. They've been out front, I think, on one occasion earlier on in the race, but this is now a legitimate overtake, nothing to do with pit stops. And I think Kylvitz was desperate to try and do that before he has to take the next gulp of fuel. Remember, he's much further into this stint when you combine the two separate outings for Kylvitz. It's up to 1 hour and 30 minutes of drive time now, whereas Ralph Bone, just behind him, has only done half of that. Nick, you were desperate again. Sorry, we needed to call the overtake there for the WTM crew, but we have had at least one pit visitor whilst that was taking place.
Yes. Oh, you can hear me. It was more a bit of an update, actually. But I went down to get an update on Colin White and why Jean-Francois Bruneau had come in with a problem. And I went and spoke to the chief mechanic, and he said to me, that's Jean-Francois being Jean-Francois. Apparently, he thought he had a puncture. It was pickup, and he wasn't very happy the wing mirror was folded in. So they've unfolded the wing mirror, told him honestly his tyres were all right, and sent him on his way. So oversensitive driver's backside issues there, I'm afraid. Oh, and Ricky Cooper's rejoined, by the way, in his Porsche as well, the speed lower Porsche. But yes, I'm sure. I'm sure our resident in the booth racing driver, Peter Stone, has never had a phantom problem coming to pits and moaned about things.
No, never gone quick enough to justify it, mate. So no, never happened. I've many a teammate that has, though.
I was going to say, you must have shared a car with a character like that.
Well, I do remember being at this circuit once with a particular GT1 car that had no roof, because that came off. Yes, it did affect the air a bit. And
I can imagine.
There was a live interview at the time with the driver, one certain Mr. Campbell Walter, who was less than impressed.
Yes.
Having run over a piece of debris in front, which was actually not off the car that he thought it was, because it had already been run over once, but fired up by the car in front on that pit straight.
Okay. Not quite to the same degree as a wing mirror being folded in and
not running over a diffuser and having it flying up, hit the windscreen and take the roof of your car off. No, it's quite dramatic.
Yeah, I can picture that now. Was there any footage of it?
Oh, there is footage of it. He was there's a great I think it's Eurosport interview, but there's he was fairly Anglo-Saxon, shall we say?
Yeah. Again, you can appreciate that or imagine it at least. We will leave that there. The treble 9 car, the Porsche from redcameljordans.nl, heading into the first corner. We haven't had a Red Camel Jordans update for a little while, but Thierry Vermeulen in the GTX entered car, leading the class at the moment by 34 seconds over the True Racing KTM, also entered in GTX. GTX is almost a come one, come all type category that for cars that can't necessarily be inserted into other areas of the entry, because there will be a point, probably next year, when the new Porsche Cup car, the 992 iteration of the 911 GT3 Cup, will be allowed into the class known as 991. But at the moment, the newer cars aren't eligible for that, so Creventic put it into GTX instead. There's no strict class for KTM crossbows. Now, during NLS races, there's a Cup X category, isn't there? And that is exclusively for crossbows, but Creventic don't have that, so they instead put GTX next to all of the KTMs. From memory, NLS, you only get about 3 or 4 KTM crossbows, though, in Cup X.
Yeah, we say it is a designated class. It is their own class in NLS.
But it's not as if there's 15 cars all duking it out in that division.
Not yet.
No, and it could yet grow, I suppose. A brand new KTM crossbow being sported this year. Miguel Oliveira, the MotoGP star that Nick very much enjoyed catching up with yesterday, Portuguese, taking part in his first ever car race this weekend. And the 716 has now the Portuguese at the wheel, which is the other True Racing KTM running in second spot in GTX category.
Pierre Caffer back at the wheel of the Rutronic Audi.
So Oliveira, in fact, our guide, and you can probably hear the engine note of the straight 5 Audi-derived engine that powers these little KTMs. To say, weigh, I think, about 1048 or 1040 kilos. But for a GT4 car, that is next to nothing. And decent power plant in these cars that makes them sound very potent indeed. And the rather unusual way of getting in and out of the cars as well, as you sort of step forward, the clamshell releases. It is pitched up to a near vertical angle, and that provides you the aperture to get in and out. But again, a bit of an exclusive for Creventic to write about is the fact that they've managed to coax a current MotoGP rider and winner of the race at Barcelona, no less, just a couple of weeks ago, was it, or a couple of months ago. And Miguel Oliveira, fresh from that victory, now back here in Spain to compete. And there's much talk about what Valentino Rossi is going to be doing later in his career as well, moving certainly to car racing. A misspeak for John Hindhaugh yesterday when he called it MotoGT. But I think actually Valentino Rossi, that's exactly what he is doing, moving from MotoGP into GT cars and potentially a drive at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well in future years.
He could be onto something, couldn't he?
He could. MotoGT, why not?
Copyright it now.
Well, that's why he's been so quiet during our coverage so far today. That's probably what he's doing, getting the patent sorted. We will be hearing from John a little bit later on, by the way, probably 4 o'clock local time. As now through turn 13 and down the hill goes Oliveira, and has dealt with a lot of traffic actually during these last couple of laps. I'm impressed by how good the KTM appears to be on the brakes, because I think Miguel just picked off maybe 2 or 3 TCR or lower order cars in that braking zone for the chicane, where I always thought overtaking was a little bit tough. Yes, it's a hard stop, but you want to ideally be single file as you all gun for the apex through that first element of the left and the right.
But also, you're just going to say it's Miguel Oliveira's first car race, and yes, okay, the principles are the same, but it's very different to on a motorbike leaning over. The sensation of that is so different. Transiting from different types of cars is one thing. We've discussed that already. Going from I've forgotten who you spotted out earlier that's going to be in the car, 2 different types, categories of cars.
Yeah, Martin Lechman, yes.
Lechman. So you've got to recalibrate. But the physicality of a motorbike, of being vertical to start, then how far they lean over, some 50, 60 degrees, I think it is, they get over to now, to extraordinary angles. It's a whole different sensation of the track. You've got that muscle memory, you've got the vision of the track. Having just said that, he's just rattled over the curbs quite aggressively, which you don't rattle over the curbs on a motorbike because you take your kneecaps out. It doesn't work. But I was just thinking how incredibly smooth he is in that KTM, as he's just up behind the TWS Ginetta and dives past that now, as well it should do. Good to see the Ginetta still running out there with its mirrors in the right places. But it's a very neat, smooth, disciplined drive from Miguel Oliveira there in his very first ever car race. Very tidy, very impressed actually.
It's also, I suppose, the case that you're so involved as a motorcycle rider. You know, you are part of the machine, clawing over it to be in the position so that it can go through those corners at such a great speed. And you're less involved when you're behind the wheel of the car, contained within the chassis. But yeah, there are different lines you take. I mean, it is literally chalk and cheese. It's all motorsport, but he has to forget all of that technique from MotoGP. There is a slow 125 Baz Cooten Cupra on the racetrack, and that is because of a tyre that's going down. It's let go on the front left corner. That's the side that takes most of the punishment around this clockwise circuit. And a few people have already mentioned the abrasive nature of the Barcelona circuit, despite the fact that it's not that long ago when it was resurfaced. I think you've got a number of constant radius corners through 3, through 4, and also the punishment when you get to turns 12 and 13 and 16 onto the main straight as well. And if you don't get the time management quite right, very easy to see a tyre let go.
Yeah, so the first one we've seen this one, it's the inner sidewall that's failed on that 125 Cupra there, and it's obviously it's folding out. It's not delaminating any further, so that's good. That looks like it's hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get it all the way back there. I mentioned very early on in this about the people don't understand or appreciate sometimes the gradient changes of this circuit as well. And you say with that front left tyre, turn 1 and 2, 90 right, 90 left, effectively. Turn 3 is a long sweeping right-hander, as you've just said, loads the tyre up enormously, but it's also uphill. So it's really loading up that front left there. You'd be really quite surprised how much work it does on it.
Let's get straight down to Nick, because it's a pit stop for the RHC BMW.
Yeah, it's a full service of 450. It's Danny. I have my notes here. It is Danny Jorgensen getting out and Darren Jorgensen getting out, Danny Van Dongen getting in. It's quite interesting actually because it's a different kind of situation in the pits, because their cars are fueling on pit in rather than pit out. The guys are ending up on the apron way earlier, because normally, of course, they come at the apron with about half a lap to go. Car will come round, in it come, they surface it off, and the car will get 3 minutes of fuel. What they're doing now is they're coming out with half a lap to go, and they're having to sit there twiddling their thumbs whilst it goes through the entire fueling process. And the 450 actually also had to go through a process of a penalty as well. I think you've got about a 20-second penalty, which is almost certainly from track limits. So you've got all these mechanics that are going, we appear to be here way too early, standing on the apron and feeling a bit silly. The 125 with the puncture I've just seen has pulled into fuel before it comes down for a bit of repair at Baz Cooten's garage.
That's Nick Damon, and I'm Johnny Palmer, joined by Peter Snowden in the Global Broadcast Centre. Nick dealing with everything down in the pit lane, a variety of issues, problems, and also pit stops that are going completely to plan as well. And there are a number of teams that are on the bubble as far as strategy is concerned. All the usual protagonists, in fact. Herbert Motorsport only 0.6 of a second away from the race lead, and that's actually very impressive because despite the fact that Daniel Kylevitz looked a lot more racy as he approached Ralph Bone and eventually pulled off the overtake in the early phase of the lap, Bone is keeping him honest. 0.6 of a second the last time they went across the start-finish line. So to have less than a second between Daniel Kylevitz, that is every credit to Ralph Bone as one of a couple of AM drivers scheduled to be driving the 91 car through the 24 hours of Barcelona this year. Martin Lechman running in now 4th position, so he's just pulled off a move on Bobby Gonzalez to put the Car Collection Motorsport brand new Audi back up into 4th. But it is at this stage turning into a bit of a race of those two horses currently, WTM versus Herbert Motorsport. But Ralph Bone closes up again. 0.157 of a second. They're absolutely side by side on this occasion. So what has happened to Daniel Kylevitz's Ferrari, I wonder, as Ralph Bone is all of a sudden able to find an extra gear, it would seem, compared to the German run Ferrari?
Well, the Ferrari struggling under braking there into turn 1, really, that great phrase of snaking under braking, but it really was, but you say, side by side into there, and we thought that the job was done, didn't we? And that the Herbert car just had lapsed a little bit. Their last 2 lap times were 54 dead and a 53.5, so the Herbert car, Ralph Bone, half a second quicker over that last lap. So I don't know where they suddenly found that time from, but it just... we were talking earlier about this race settling down, and we thought after this last Code 60 period that it would settle down. Well, not right at the front there, and we thought the job was done. We've got a stationary Porsche on the track. That's the 909 car.
From Duvo Racing with Stanislav Sidoruk, and it's going to cause another Code 60. And this is because it's stranded between turns 5 and 6. So the multicoloured white, red, blue, and a few other colours possibly on it, Porsche, typical of Duvo Racing's livery. And it's been just about an hour since we last went into a caution period. The 4th caution brought Nick Damon back from his lunch, and he's going to be very, very busy now for the 5th Code 60, because I'm sure we'll have a number of takers to the pits, Nick.
Well, we have already just had the 125 come in after its fuel stop, and I'm not sure if you can see the shots yet, but the tyre has, as Peter said, delaminated and broken off the edge, but it has left itself a nice little sidewall on both sides, so it was never running on the ground. Tyre techs looking at it, trying to work out what it was. My guess is just failed due to abuse. The klaxon is going off regularly in the pit lane. Now, with an hour since the last one, this is going to be very, very interesting because a lot of people are going to want to get in for this Code 60. The question is, are there going to be enough fuel slots on the actual pumps? Now, I don't know what the situation is. I mean, does it look like it's going to be a long one, Johnny? Is it a very heavily beached car? Or
No, it's on the track, actually, and being towed now. So it could be a quick one.
And we have a number of the leading protagonists are rather unsurprisingly laying out their tyres and their pit boards, Dynamic and the Herbert team, just trying to see down the other end. The 22's right at the other end, the WRT Ferrari. That's going down past me now. I don't think that picked up fuel just from the attitude of the car. Did the 22 have an F next to any point on the timing, Johnny? Because I don't think that's fueled. It came to be a strange angle.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell because you kind of.
I'll have to work out where it is on the strategy and therefore through the driver time.
They are now doing the driver change. So the driver change has been done. I would assume it's a complete. So they're at the other end. So I'm going to put kind of a stair down at the 22, which is right towards the pit outway. It's absolutely full with the fuel area at the moment, unsurprisingly, because everyone thinks this is a good idea. So I'm wondering whether the WRT has just come in, found the fuel's blocked, run through, and therefore has decided to just do the driver and the tyres this time, and then come around again and do fuel next time if it's free. The dynamic car has had fuel, is now serving a penalty. Out comes from the fuel station comes one of the vortices. Is that the plural of vortexes? I don't know.
I think John suggested it was yesterday, yeah, so
the 499
by all means continue
Audi,
with that.
which has had some fuel as well. There's a big procession of cars that come in. The real question is whether that 22 got fuel. And if I had to bet my house on it, which, you know, or even a point, which is even more important at the moment, I don't think it did. CP Racing have had fuel. EDEX Sport have had fuel. EDEX Sport serving a penalty right now in their Mercedes. That's the 17 car. The 85 CP Racing car comes past me after having gone into fuel. I'll keep on looking and seeing whether they're going to come in and do a driver change as well. He is diving into the pits. This is the Mercedes, and they'll be doing a driver change as well. So out will come, is it Charlie Putnam in the car at the moment for CP?
Yes.
Yeah, he'll be out. EDEX Sport coming towards me at the moment. Looks like Nick Manassian's going to get in. Might be wrong. Not sure who said out. Last time I was here, it's Paul Lafargue who was in. I'm not sure whether they've done another change since. No, it's Paul who's getting out. So it should be Nick. Nick will get in. They'll have the minimum amount of time with Patrice. The recovering 188 car comes through. The 34 car collection Audi also coming out for you. Now, the good news is now, at this point, there's loads and loads of free pumps. But I assume, as it's got noisy, we've gone back green, haven't we?
We have, yeah, because we had a message on the top of the screen that it would be less than a minute because the 909 was being very successfully recovered to the pit lane. As you suggested, it was going to be a quick recovery anyway because the 909 was stranded on hard standing. So it didn't need a great deal of a helping hand, and via one of the shorter routes that are here at Barcelona for the shorter circuits, it's kind of cut through and back into the paddock that way. So it wasn't a lengthy Code 60 at all. And we have question marks then about whether the Phoenix Run WTM Ferrari has even taken fuel. It's got a new driver in the form of Leonard Weiss, or Leo as he's known to his mates. Leo Weiss, the semi-pro 22-year-old, I think he is. And this Ferrari therefore will not be losing too much time at all, very similarly to the Daniel Kylevitz stint that it's just had. That was a 3-minute Code 60, that is all. And those that made it in after the Code 60 flags were starting to be shown will have been able to take half their amount of fuel allocation. Anybody that managed to maybe predict there would be a Code 60 and get in early of the Code 60 being initiated would have been able to take a full fuel load, but I'm not sure many cars and teams did do that. And if you wasted time in getting back to the pits, there was always a danger that your pit stop would head on into the green flag period, and that's very costly indeed, because you don't get a full tank, nor do you get to pit whilst everyone else is going slowly. So maybe the 22 crew thought, we're going to lose too much time here. This is a quick Code 60. There aren't any fuel tanks available, fuel pumps available, so let's just do the driver change. What do you think, Nick?
Well, I've been able to have a look at the pit times now on the time. I had to creep into one of the back of the garage ones, and they were only in the pit for 1 minute and 25 seconds, and that's not long enough to take any fuel. So they must have driven in, seen all the pumps were full, and carried on going. The guys who have taken fuel, their pit stop times are around 3 minutes 20, which is about akin to pumping in half a tank. So, so that's an interesting one. They've got the driver stint change. They've got a fresh set of tyres on it. I assume they'll run this dry now and absolutely full it to the brim, and that'll be his stint. But it's not a great move. And it's interesting that who didn't come into the pits during this particular Code 60? The king of the pits of the Code 60s, and that's the 91 car of Herbert. So what do they always know, don't they? They always know.
Yeah, so had they thought, well, the car's not in the gravel, it's going to be very quick Code 60, we don't really need fuel at this stage. Although, having said that, Ralph Bone's been at the wheel for just over an hour. So did they make use of the previous Code 60? No, because that was about an hour ago. So I've got to think the 91 car will need fuel at some stage in the next 10 to 15 minutes, perhaps. But they've turned up the opportunity to make a stop in the last caution. 5 of them there have been so far. This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You're tuned to RS1 and coverage of the 22nd edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. And the 91 Porsche leads the way from Leo Weiss. And this is going to be an interesting battle now, whether Leo can close the gap to Ralph Bohn, much like Daniel Kylwitz was doing. But I just wonder whether Kylwitz ran out of tyres, because he got in front of Ralph Bohn, he stretched the gap to maybe 5 or 6 seconds, and then all of a sudden the pendulum swung dramatically in the other direction, and Herbert closed on WTM, very nearly had the lead by the time of that latest Code 60.
There's absolutely no point in me being here, because you're clearly inside my head.
That's a scary place to be.
Oh, it is, mate. Yeah. When you worked it out, tell me what it's like, will you? I was thinking exactly the same about those tyres. I just thought exactly that. So we will see. We will see. The number 500 out again. The Audi. This Evo version of it really looking quite different. I'm getting more and more fascinated by these rear wing changes and bits and bobs and everything. And just having a look at these cars. Every time I get a little bit of a glance of it, I think, oh, there's something else I spot and something else I spot. But probably for the wee night hours, we can get back to Wingate, can't we?
Yeah, but also it's exciting for me because those are the cars that you're going to be seeing in the NLS Championship next year. You know, the Audi will be in proper competition from the first meeting in, was it March? Late March, the first NLS.
And the new BMW, of course, it hasn't quite debuted yet. It got close, but didn't get to go into the race.
And that's the BMW M4.
M4, the new M4 platform, yeah, which is meant to be an unbelievable jump forward.
Right.
And they never thought the M6 was an outgoing car, but it's that said, the next two races they went and won it, didn't they? The junior team or whatever. So it wasn't that bad an outgoing car, and I think it was. Come on, who it was we were doing it with? It was we were debating that why did the board go and build a whole new car when the outgoing one just goes and wins the next two races?
Yeah, okay.
Because they can sell more to customers.
Well, the BMW program's been a strange one in that they've actually utilised 3 different chassis for 3 different ways of going racing. Their GTE car was the M8, their GT3 car's been the M6, and the GT4 car the M4. And I think, you know, the marketing department want the message to be on a kind of single line to say the M4 is the sporty model we want you to buy, and therefore use that in GT3 as well.
Well, it kind of mirrors their road marketing with BMW. They set out many years ago, and they've done it. That's partly why they bought Mini, etc., etc. Is they want to build a car for every person on the planet.
Yeah,
like a type of car for every demographic, every sector, however you want it, what terms you want to use. That's something they want to do, and that's very much in the BMW DNA as a BMW Mini group as a DNA. So that's obviously filtering down, as you've said, into their race program of. You say a strange mix, an M8, an M6 and an M4. It seems a bit odd, but on the face of it initially, but clearly isn't.
Well, good to have the sort of the full range represented within motorsport, but I think that message, that idea, may be one of the past now for BMW. Leo Weiss on possibly his first flying lap, and this is the first stint that he will have done in the race, setting an absolute best Sector 1 time. It's actually disappeared now because he's gone through Sector 1 for a second time, but he was quicker than anybody else through the first sector. There it gives you an indication of his motive and his ideas for this next stint, and has closed the gap already by 4 seconds to Ralph Bohn, the race leader. So Herbert Motorsport might have thought they've shaken the attentions of the WTM powered by Phoenix Racing Ferrari. They have for a little while, but I think that car's going to be back with the race leader within the next 15 to 20 minutes. There's a much larger gap back to Martin Lechman, who is on double duty within Car Collection this weekend, both racing the GT4 R8 and the new R8 LMS Evo 2, labelled against both cars, and he has driven both already today. Bobby Gonzalez in the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is 4th, ahead of the CP Racing Mercedes of Shane Lewis. Then it's Mauro Calamia for Dynamic Motorsport. So another Swiss driver in their ranks. They got Nicola Sturzinger and Mauro Calamia, with the 2 Italians from the Pampanini family making that a foursome. And Nicola Minassian, as Nick Damon correctly identified in the pit lane, taking over from Patrice Lafargue in the number 17 EDEX Sport Mercedes. So by my reckoning, we've had all 4 drivers scheduled to race the 17 car now being cycled through on single stints, really. So Paul-Luc Chatin started, Paul Lafargue took over, Patrice Lafargue the third stint, and now Nicolas Menassion, the team boss. As we get another update from Nick Damon.
The 909 was on the back of the RACC yellow truck. It was delivered down to its garage, and they rejected it like an unwanted Amazon parcel. And the reason being, it's now being reversed back up the pit lane on its truck, I think, to the fuel stop. So I think the reason the 909 came to a great halt in between 2 corners might have been because it ran out of fuel. That could be the only reason why they reversed the car the whole way up the pit lane to the fuel area. And they're now dropping it off up there. I'm not quite sure why the 909 team couldn't push it backwards, but it has been delivered backwards to the just before the penalty area and just after the cut through for fuel. So yeah, 909 turned up. Yep, no obvious damage. May well have been it had run out of the goat juice, and now they're getting more.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm also slightly puzzled in the same vein as to when Herbert are going to come in, because, well, they must have made a stop at some stage with Ralph Bone at the wheel, because he's been driving that car now for an hour and 10 minutes. But they didn't make a stop during the last Code 60. And the Code 60 prior to that was over an hour before it. So they must have stopped on the green and therefore didn't elect to stop during the last caution period, which was the fifth Code 60 of the race so far. And still Ralph Bone continues to pound round, so I don't think there's any fear at Herbert Motorsport that they're about to run out of juice. 16 seconds now is the gap back to Leo Weiss, who is caught up a little bit behind one of the Porsche Cup cars and the 17 Mercedes from EDEC. So Nick Menassion not on the same lap as the Porsche behind, and as the Ferrari behind rather, and I'm sure blue flags will be waved in the Frenchman's direction fairly shortly, just to allow the 22 Ferrari through, because there is a danger that Leo Weiss will be delayed a little bit here. But that's the peculiarity, I suppose, of multi-driver racing, is that a car being caught to be lapped may now have a much quicker driver at the wheel of it that's just taken over and now can start to pull away from the theoretically faster car behind.
It's all part of it. It's multi-layer, isn't it? You say multi-layer, multi-class, and this is what it brings up all the time. Nick Menassion in there, no slouch in any shape, form. Even today at the tender age of 48, he says, "I'm an old man." He says. You can imagine our response to that. He has indeed let the Ferrari through, though, or it is now ahead. So no point in defending that one for the moment.
He's not the reason why the second EDEC Sport car runs as 48 at Le Mans, is he? Because they'd have to change that race number every year, therefore. But there was definitely a 48 in
I'll
this
tell you
year's
next
race.
year when it's 49.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they choose 17, which I think is the team's number for the ERA Motorsport, the blue LMP2 car at Le Mans. But the other one, I'm 99% sure, ran as number 48 this year. I'm sure it's just a happy coincidence for the platinum-rated driver. But when he gets to 50, that'll knock him back to gold, silver, maybe even silver. Nick Menassion is a silver driver.
I never got. We'll be on a par finally. I never got as far as being a platinum driver. Never got as far as being a gold driver. Silver, okay. That was it. I was safe silver. That was it.
And that's the ceiling.
That was the ceiling. That was it. Exactly.
That's all right. There are plenty of very swift silver drivers, including Leo Weiss, who's taken over the Ferrari for Phoenix Racing, the WTM powered by Phoenix car as it's termed, and it is running in second position, but watching with great interest about this gap, which is, well, fluctuating a little bit purely because Leo Weiss is caught in some traffic. He didn't know which side of the vortex to go there, the 712, and nearly got caught on the wrong side of Philippe Bonnel, who's running in sixth position in the GTX category. That was a slight bit of confusion there between the two French drivers coming out between the German driver Leo Weiss and the French driver Philippe Bonnel, coming out of the left and right flick at turns 7 and 8. But thankfully, Weiss was able to get out of the loud pedal and avoid the contact was more of a question of reading the situation and being concerned that the Vortex hadn't spotted the Ferrari in its mirrors and was just starting to edge towards the left-hand side of the track. Down through the chicane they go, and completing another lap with Ralph Bone a second more now in his back pocket because of that slight bit of confusion between the Ferrari and the lapped Vortex. Edex Sports Mercedes, the hood lid just flaps it around a little bit at very high speed, similarly to the shaking around of the 500 Audi's rear wing as well. That's not a concern about bonnet clips though, because it only does it at the Mercedes maximum velocity. Car Collections Audi number 500, Martin Lechman running in third position, and in fourth place Bobby Gonzalez in the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage of the 22nd edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. It's Peter Snowden, Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh now joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre. John, we're in a really interesting phase of the race here where we've had 5 Code 60s. Sometimes there are takers into the pits during the caution periods and sometimes not. And I'll try and sum up where we are as far as the GT category is concerned in a moment or two. However, in the TCE series, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing lead after 4 hours of running, car number 1, ahead of the 112 sister car at Autorama Motorsport. And in third position, it's the 278 CWS Engineering Ginetta G55. Fourth spot for the 123 Rail Equipe by Top Car Sport Cupra TCR for Jorge Belloc Diaz, Jorge Belloc Ruiz and Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre. Bapora Motorsport, who have led the category earlier on, number 151 is running in 5th place. So 2 Spanish squads in the top 5. The 221 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW is running 6th, ahead of Bas Kooten Racing 7th. 8th place, the AC Motorsport 188 for the Audi RS3, one car that would have been many people's favourites at the start of this event, but sadly down in 8th place and with a lot of work to do. In the GT series, my feeling is that the 91 car is running a little low on fuel. It did not come in during the previous Code 60 that was only 3 minutes in length. It was because of the 909 Porsche that needed to be recovered from the run into turn 7 and 8, but maybe Herbert realised it was going to be a quick recovery and therefore it wasn't going to be beneficial to come in and take fuel. So Ralph Bone stays at the wheel and they retain the race lead, but they're shorter on fuel than the car behind them. No, because that's right, the 22 car came in and didn't take fuel either. Even though it did a stop, they did a driver change but no fuel, and that's the reason why the 22 car is now in for fueling, and there won't be a driver change there, probably not even tyres for Leo Weiss. He'll be sent on his way. The benefit of pitting on the green is that you will get a full tank of fuel, I suppose. That car is second. Third is the 500 Car Collection Motorsport Audi, the brand new Evo 2. Fourth position, the 92 Herbert Porsche, and in 5th position, 85 Mercedes from CP Racing. 6th, 7th and 8th, flags of Italy, France and Germany represented for number 7 Dynamic Motorsport and the Porsche, the Edex Sport Mercedes, number 17, and the 18 Rutronic Racing Audi by TECE. The GTX class leader is the True Racing 716 KTM Crossbow. 10th position for Car Collection Motorsports Audi for the, now that runs in AM Advantage, for Kerhoff, Edelhoff, Grimm, Edelhoff father and son in fact, and Stefan Aust. 955 is the 991 class leader for Willy Motorsports by Ebby Motors. 989 second in that division from Rabdan by MRS GT Racing, the team with the connections with the United Arab Emirates. We've got Red Camel Jordans.nl class second place, which is in the GTX category for the new Porsche Cup car. True Racing's KTM Crossbow is third in GTX, number 717. 724 is a fourth KTM Crossbow for Reiter Engineering, and in 5th place it's the 718 RTR Projects KTM. 17th in the GT series is the 438 ST Racing BMW, which leads GT4. From in 2nd place in that class, the 450 RC RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century M4. 3rd position in the 991 class is the Duvo Racing Porsche that was in strife not too long ago, running short of any locomotion, running towards the turn 7 and 8, and it had to get a tow rope to get home. 499, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi from the GT4 category, is 3rd in that division, ahead of the 2 Vortex. 712 leads 701. The 978 Speed Lover Porsche, 23rd. And now a definite retirement, and a real shame this, the Ferrari 458 Italia, brought back specially for Francesc Gutierrez Higuí. He didn't get a drive in the end in the 458 Italia. Car 16 is our first retirement. Yeah, I know. What a awful. Yeah, just appalling luck. And we have to have a word. Nick will have to grab a word with Francesc at some point to say, does this still count as another run at the 24 hours? They ran in qualifying and night practice. He just hasn't been able to do a stint in the race.
There are a couple of teams that only have 3 drivers.
Good point. Yeah. Those conversations may well already been had.
So John Hindhaugh and Peter Snowden in the Global Broadcast Centre. Just under 20 hours still to go. Your tweets, please. Hashtag RSLB24 at RSL_studio. Mike Nasser asking, how has the number 1 Autorama Golf made its recovery, and also one at that, after their earlier incident? What's been going on there? First of all, Peter, what happened to that number 1? We normally say Autorama, no drama. That wasn't the case earlier.
No, unfortunately, hi John. Sorry, I was to say hello in the first place. It got tagged by the CP Mercedes, unfortunately, and just he didn't quite leave it the room as he went past and just went off into the gravel in a straight line, and it was well and truly buried, so it had to be straight towed out, which was a great shame, but a superb drive back. And it's just that classic old consistency, isn't it? The thing we say about endurance racing so often: stay out of trouble, stay out of the pits. It wasn't their fault. They stayed out of the gravel eventually, and a great comeback thus far.
Yeah, and doing it through consistency, using the full course purples. Rob Chalmers has just realised in that rundown, no Bonk Motorsport. I know Hankook 24-hour series race without Bonk doesn't seem right, does it? But we've got 2 Herberts instead.
I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere, John.
Well,
I wasn't going to go there.
2 Herbert make a bonk. We were talking yesterday about Johnny and I having half a functioning memory chip each, and there then came a long discussion in the night practice last night about if Palmer and Hindhaugh added together still only make 1 on the scale of memory. How many RSL team members does it take added up to make a Trustwell? Which is a good question, and one I wasn't able to easily answer.
Well, it kept me awake most of the night as well, having heard it. I did ponder.
So sadly only that Ferrari, the 458 Ferrari, out at the moment. We're waiting for the 91 Herbert to dive into the pit lane. It's Herbert 1 and 2 at the moment. Its sister car is on its 42nd lap. The lead car is on its 44th lap, but with a little bit of full course purple, code 60, assistance for both of those cars. But we've very unusual, as Johnny said during the rundown there, that Herbert didn't take the opportunity, but it
has now. John has just dived in.
Right, there you go. Perfect. Straight in for fuel then for Ralph Bowen. So that then was at the end of its 44th lap. and has found an empty spot. So I would suggest that the team car with, at the moment, a couple of laps behind, 3 laps behind, with Bobby Gonzalez at the wheel, will not be too far behind. Leonard Weiss for WTM powered by Phoenix, the 22 car. That was an interesting one, where that car came into the pits, didn't fuel, but they felt they had enough time to do tyres and driver, but not perhaps fuel. And so they took the opportunity to do that. Nick, go ahead.
With the 500, which has now worked its way into third place, of course, the car that's not really there prior to coming into the fuel stop. It's a full service driver change. I think that it is Nathaniel Berton who's getting into the car. Getting out is Marcel Lachman, who's also doing a double duty, isn't he? Because he's also in the 499. I mean, he could have got in the wrong car. They're next door to each other. And that's the standard service for the 500. So Lightman out and Berton in, and we're just waiting now to see what's happening with the 91, which is currently using the fuel at the moment.
Also in for fuel, the leader in the GTX category, that being the KTM Crossbow. That's the 716. Miguel Oliveira had done some 29 laps, or if you prefer, pretty much spot on an hour in terms of time. That's the orange and black 716.
Mega stint from him, John, for his first ever car race as well. I know he's got some experience of Barcelona, certainly, but what a stint in his first ever car race.
I can only imagine how different it must look sitting low down in a racing car. Because on a motorbike, you're actually, I know you're hunched over the tank for a lot of the time, but in the corners, you're getting close down to the road, so I suppose your head's at the same sort of level as you would be, but the entries to the corners must be absolutely, completely different, Peter. Although, we heard Jem Lippman saying last night how good the vision is out the front of that new KTM GTX. Nick?
With the Herbert stop, it's they've gone through this set now. It's Alfred Renau getting in. We went Rob Renau, Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bond is getting out, and now Alfred Renau is getting in. They're getting a little bit of extra fluid pumped into the rear, just above the engine cover. I'm sure that's a precaution. All 4 tyres are done. It's away. There's a couple of times there's been a bit of delay from the car going down to it being started. I'm not sure whether that's a confusion or they're going through a process of buttons, but away it goes. And, well, a really interesting stint. They're in the lead, they're in second, back in the lead again. So, never betting against Herbert in the Creventic race, let's be honest.
Just going back to what you were saying, sorry, John, what you were saying.
Go
John,
ahead,
about,
Peter.
Yeah, just picking up on what we were finished for, Nick, we got to Nick in the pit lane there with the Herbert car. The transition from bike to car, as you said, exactly what Johnny and I were just talking about before, and the track looks the same, and the vision might be great in that car. But as you say, it's the leaning over, and you and I have discussed this earlier in the season about how far these bikes lean over these days. I think you've got a number for it actually. 50 plus degrees, 60 degrees, something crazy, isn't it?
Getting on for 60 degrees,
yeah,
it's
so
ridiculous.
That's
the only time I've ever been at 60 degrees, I was already on the ground.
Well, that was my point, that you're sitting vertically on a motorbike in the pit lane, you go out, and then you lean over, so your muscle memory and view of the track has got to be so different to sitting fixed in a seat. Plus, what I was really amazed at was that Miguel Oliveira was using bits of curb and stuff. On a motorbike, you don't use curbs because you either lose your kneecaps or collect your head. So you don't want to do that. And he was using curbs, not in an aggressive way, but I was just like, how he'd adapted was just phenomenal. And I was supersonic impressed at it was metronomic, tidy, clean, neat, and impressive. And it's just, I was just really, really impressed at that stint.
Just a quick note, the Wochenspiegel Leonard Weiss 22 car should have retaken the lead in that little staggered pit stop cycle there, with still just on 19 hours and 47 minutes to go. The other thing, you've mentioned something there that actually we were talking about, I was talking about when we were doing some of the commentary recently, which is he knows this circuit, but the one thing that he knows is you aren't allowed in his form of motorsport to put any part of your tyres onto the green on the other side of the curb. That's lap deleted, or 3 times and it's a warning, and then another twice and it's ride-throughs or penalty loops down at turn 1. And yet he is using that. He has got used to the fact that he can use more curb and straighten out the corners, come in from a wider line. He's got a lot more contact patch. He can brake later, turn in later, and take motorcycles here pulling over 200 miles an hour, so he's not doing the same in a straight line. But I bet his corner speed's not far off, even though he's only driving the KTM and not a GT3 car. And he's had to get used to all of that in a competitive situation. Now, of course, he is a competitor, he is a racer, but it never ceases to amaze me how good bikers are when they make the transition. I'm not sure you could say the same of very good car drivers jumping onto a bike and being asked to pilot 280 horsepower of MotoGP bike around here without doing themselves serious damage. And it doesn't matter what the cars are. It just seems to me that bikers have got, motorcycle racers have got an inbuilt gyro and an inbuilt innate ability to work things out. And I've also been told from people who've worked with motorcyclists who have gone onto 4 wheels, good motorcyclists, that they listen. They don't just sit there and go, hey, look, I've won a MotoGP race, I'm in a World Championship, so you don't have to tell me anything. They want to soak everything up. And that's so important, because coming in and not doing that, you could easily get bitten.
100% concur, John. It's we've seen it before. I think it's the same that transition between rally drivers and circuit drivers, isn't it? Rally drivers often make far, very good circuit drivers than the other way round. And it's that ability to listen, take in everything, understand the data. And I'm not suggesting that I'm going to incur the wrath of all the circuit racers now, aren't I? Of course, I'm saying that. Do you not think we're doing a very good job? So thanks for that. You walked me straight into that one. Thanks, John. Set me up a treat there. But you know what I mean. I get what you mean. That sort of inbuilt gyro thing. A really good description of it. It's that ability to just recalibrate as well and take what you know. And yes. That point you said about Oliveira not being able to use a run wide with curb so-and-so, his safety net, if you like, has been taken away, and he's clearly loved it.
Yeah, great.
He's taken huge advantage of it and absolutely loved the process as well. But none of it was ragged. What was really impressed me was the neatness, the tidiness of it, which you've got to be precise on a motorbike, because as you ride motorbikes, it'll spit you off in a second and have you off, and that's it. So,
Oh, excellent. Perfect timing that Nick Damon has Miguel Oliveira after his first stint in the KTM Crossbook.
Just having a little chat with his engineers as I walked him past. He's had a conversation with Peter Cox, which is a good place to start. Just checking it up, and they're...
Always makes me laugh when you speak to motorcycle racers and you ask them what bike they ride on the road, and they say, I don't ride on the road, it's far too dangerous. What, you ride on the road?
So,
you're mad. That's what they normally say to me.
Miguel, how was your first experience of proper car racing?
Yeah, it was a tough first stint. Many drivers already to overtake, and it was nice. Yeah, it was very fun. Tough to keep the focus every time, but I'm enjoying. Yeah.
And how different was it trying to overtake a car around here rather than a bike?
Much more difficult and much more unnatural. Yeah.
You're watching you on the screen, and you're very quickly getting used to using the curbs, which is obviously something you don't do as much in the bikes, and certainly you don't go over the curbs. It's happened. I mean, how easy is it to learn this new way around the track?
Yeah, for sure. The curbs on the outside we use, but not on the inside, and it's kind of a new format for me. Just try to cut as much track as possible.
Obviously, it's a very, very different view of the track you have. On the straights, you're higher up, in the corners, you're lower down. But of course, you have a fixed view. Is that difficult to get used to?
Yeah, I mean, the first impression on the car is that you see much less. On the bike, you have a bigger field of vision, and you're more aware of the surroundings. But, I mean, it's just what I'm used to, so that's normal.
So you're in a closed cockpit car. You've done sort of 45 minutes, which is the same as you were doing a bike. which are you more tired when you get off after a 45-minute bike ride or a 45-minute car drive?
That's obvious. It's more the bike for sure.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
A good point that Nick made there about the physicality of riding a MotoGP bike. We often say, don't we, that the situation is that one of the reasons I think that you're more likely to get the so-called casual viewers on motorcycle racing is if you tune through and you watch these guys leaning off the bike, hauling the bike around, Peter, and hanging off it as they do, you would think to yourself, oh my, I could never do that. Whereas, watching some of the onboards of motor racing, even right up to Formula One, and people go, yeah, I do that on I do that on Gran Turismo, I do that on Forza. It doesn't look that difficult when they're actually working hard. Well, exactly.
I'm just going to pick up there, John. Just extraordinary there. That comment from Magera there, so saying it's using the curb was unnatural. If that's unnatural, that level of performance, heaven help us when he's got adapted to it, he finds it natural.
That's a fair point, well made. Man, most of us who know anything about motorcycling, even who ride motorcycles, would say what they do on bikes at nearly 60-degree lean angle is somewhat less than natural. I've often said to people when they ask about, oh, you ride a bike, so you must know about this. Yes, but me riding a motorbike and Miguel Oliveira racing his bike, that is about as similar. It's not like driving a car and driving a car on a track. It really isn't. Riding a bike on the road and riding about on the bike on the track is as similar as basketball and snooker. There's a ball, there's a net to put the ball into, but that's the only thing that they say. Everything else that you're doing is different, and it is actually a different skill to race a motorcycle than to ride a motorcycle, because you're doing, in Miguel Oliveira's words, totally unnatural things. Just keeping an eye on what's coming in on at RSL_studio. Use the hashtag RSLB24. Rob Chalmers has been looking at some of the pit stops. Talk about that in a moment. Dave Alcock thoroughly enjoying the coverage. Great to see them back and to see Nick back in the pits. I'm enjoying the variety of machinery, Vortex, KTM, Crossbow. Loving these cars. Something a bit different, certainly is, Dave, can't disagree with that. And Rob Chalmers talking about procedure. He's been looking, and Peter, you've been involved in racing at up to the very highest level of endurance racing, and it is teamwork, and it's not just the 3 or 4 drivers in the car. And Rob's noticed that one of the Audis has an 8-stage pit stop process written out on both sides of the pit lollipop. So when the driver comes in, he sees one side, there's 4 things to do on one side, and then they flip it over potentially for the new driver, there's 4 things to do on the other, so that you don't forget to reset this and plug that in and change your driver transponder or whatever it is. Now that's the kind of attention to detail that, it might look a bit silly now, but I tell you what, 4 o'clock in the morning when a tired driver's jumped in, absolutely the right thing to do.
Absolutely, and the tired drivers make mistakes, whether it be on track or pit lane, and you can lose so much on, as you say, procedure and things there, and you can cost penalties and all sorts in there. And I think that's one of the things that the top teams do, and Nick just mentioned about Herbert, they always know, I think was his quote a bit earlier on, they always seem to know. You've got to remember as a driver that you're part of a team, as you've just said, John. You are only just part of it. The focus is naturally on you because it's the car and you're out there, or the drivers, that's what we focus on. But you are just part of the team, and it's you're just an employee, effectively. I know that's not necessarily the right way of looking at it sometimes, because some people pay for their own teams and their own way, whatever, and so, but you are just part of it. You're not bigger than it. You've got to follow those procedures, and it is a team game. Certainly, sometimes you say 3-4 drivers just alone, so you've got to work together in that alone, never mind what the team tell you.
To change round of position there between the 2 True Racing GTXs. It's the battle for 12th overall, but 2nd and 3rd in the GTX category, now led by Luc Breukers in that 992 GT3 Cup car that's in the GTX category. It's the new for 2021 car in all of the Porsche Carrera Cups in which it appears, 5 of them. And that car is out on its 14th lap since Luke was in the pits. There was a short stint with Luke, 5 laps before that. So I presume they went for fuel in that last Code 60 period. Stefan Racina in the 717 probably got about 7 or 8 laps still to go. And as we know, Reinhard Köffler has just got in 7 laps ago to the 716. Should say, just to finish off with Miguel Oliveira, and I know we talk about him a lot, but really, never mind what he's done on a motorcycle, this has been a very, very impressive first outing for him in multi-class racing as well, so there's plenty for him to get his head around. A bit like having Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP on the track all at the same time. And a couple of World Superbike classes just to mix it up a bit. He brought that car in out of the lead of the class, so he did exactly what he was meant to do. Go ahead, Peter.
Sorry, John. I was going to say, I was just going to reinforce exactly what you said. I hadn't thought of that angle of it. Yes, he's jumped from the top category of his discipline into car racing, but he's not jumped into a GT3 car, i.e. the quickest car there. He's had to sit there and accommodate and allow for, as you've just said, other categories going to come through, not just slower, but quicker. So he's completely out of his comfort zone in some ways, as he said, unnatural. And I can only reiterate, if that's unnatural, then heaven help us. Don't give him too many more car races, because he'll put us all to shame.
The one thing I want Nick to ask him the next time we speak to him, and I'm sure we will at some stage, because he's been very good at making himself available. That's another thing I would say is very noticeable about his participation this weekend. What's it like having somebody talking to you in your ear? Because they don't have that. They have dashboard messages on motorcycles in MotoGP. First time somebody talked to me in a race car, even though I knew that they would, it scared me half to death because I hadn't heard from them since I went out of the pits, and then 35 minutes later I got a phone call effectively.
Depends entirely on what they told you, though. What they said to you.
Can you check your fuel readout when you come by next time? What was that?
Yeah.
Because you just if you've been concentrating and all you've got is your own thoughts and the sound of the car and what's going on around you, and then there's a little voice in your head that's I've completely forgotten I could talk to them. Right, yes, absolutely.
Part of that procedure, I remember back in the 24-hour days of, you know how long ago it was, John, so let's not go into that. I think the photographs are in colour, but they... part of the free practice thing was for Spa 24-hour, for instance. You had to do an entire lap of the circuit at a set pace, but talk on the radio the whole way round. They use it as a radio check was the excuse, but then partway through they'd be saying, "Can we have a diff temperature, please?" You were like, "Sorry?"
Yes.
Like, I'm kind of busy. You want me to do this at a pace? It wasn't race pace, but it wasn't far off it, and you were given a target time, as Ian Stinter said earlier in the Ginetta. He was given a time to do, and that's what you do, and that's all part of it. And it's that. The more you describe what Guerra's done there, Oliveira, it's just extraordinary. I'm taking on board more and more. You think about, I'd never thought about that element of somebody suddenly talking to you, say, making you jump out your skin. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. I remember many years ago driving a car where I thought the radio had gone off. And in fact, the radio station that I'd been tuned into had gone off the air overnight. I was in the States, actually, and at Daytona. And in those days, before we covered it, they didn't do the full 24 hours, and I was out actually recording a car test in one of the early reissues of the Ford Mustang. And it was early in the morning on the Sunday morning, and I was coming out of a car park where I'd been doing some walk around and a bit of revving of the engine and all the stuff you do in our real world road tests. Jumped back in the car and drove, getting back towards the circuit, and all of a sudden the radio broke back into life, and I wasn't expecting it. And Anyway, if we think Miguel Oliveira's good, what do we think Rossi's going to be like when he goes to Le Mans for Ferrari?
Well,
he's got every opportunity to do well, hasn't he?
Of course he has. And I don't want to say it's a given because that's completely unfair pressure to put him under, but like he's going to listen to us anyway, or certainly not to me. But I just can't imagine it being. We don't know what the result's going to be, but I can't imagine the process being anything other than extraordinary at his level. The man is he's almost superhuman, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely right. And he's another one who has that analytical brain for everything that he does, always has had. He's done a bit of car racing already in the double 6 rather. It's Abu Dhabi. Some talk of him already being in contact with Ferrari for a GTE drive. He's rated as a silver driver by the FIA. This is Rossi I'm talking about. And I have no doubt whatsoever that they will be looking at that very closely indeed. Look what Porsche have done down through the years with celebrity drivers, and I say that in the nicest possible way, because they've all had to be able to drive. And when you think of what Patrick Dempsey achieved, led Le Mans in class, on pace, has finished on the podium, now runs cars in the category. Michael Fassbender doing something similar. Ferrari haven't had that kind of attention. Maybe you would say that Ferrari don't need that kind of attention because it's Ferrari. But with the new programs coming on stream for Ferrari and for Maranello, and particularly with the LMP car, which will be, we're told, a bespoke prototype, which I'm sure they'll sell 24 of at whatever they decide to put the number on it. They'll all be sold now, before it's even been conceived. Running 2 factory cars and maybe a 3rd car for Rossi and a couple of other people. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that working in 2023 or 2024 at Le Mans, Peter. But you'd want anybody to have a bit of experience of the race first, possibly in one of the other classes. And with Rossi having some GT3 experience, absolutely perfect to get him into a GTE car at Le Mans, which not uniquely but relatively unusual in Ferrari's case is actually a car that's based on the car that Rossi's already driven. Few driver aids, fewer, but it should be a relatively familiar environment for Valentino.
Well, it should be, and if anybody's got a driver program and a ladder or academy or whatever term you want to use to progress them through, then Ferrari certainly have. And Leo Weiss here at Barcelona won't be doing the Ferrari marketing team any harm by currently leading in the WTM powered by Phoenix 488 GT3 at the moment, right up at the front of the field. 129 laps completed, John, and 4.7 seconds ahead of the Herberth Motorsport Porsche driven by Alfred Renauer at the moment.
Yeah, and that's another half an hour of racing that's gone through. So we're down to just 19 and a half hours to go. The weather has held fair. It was a little overcast this morning. The weather forecast pretty decent for the rest of the race. It will get quite chilly overnight. There were some forecasts of potential cloud cover later on this afternoon and into this evening. But to be honest, I think this is as good a weather as we've had all day. The sun very high in the sky at the moment as the battle for the lead, such as it is at that 4.2 second mark, and it is a battle for the lead. Just heading through, leader going through turn 3 is the number 91 Herberth car, the leading of the 2 Herberth car, their second motorsport car down in 7th position. Wolfgang Triller's just taken that car over. That car's just had its pit stop. Oh, Jurgensen Strom, BMW, the 450 going slowly. Stanley van Dongen. And this was the car that was leading in GT4. Oh, this is such a shame for the RHC machine. It's turn 3, so he's a long way from home here. And unfortunately, I mean, he's keeping off the racing line. Is that just picking up? But it's a lot of uphill before he gets back. And I think it's a puncture. It is. It's a left front puncture. That's a tyre that gets a lot of abuse here, Peter. A lot of very fast, long right-hand corners, and you put a lot of pressure on that front tyre. And
it's only the second one we've seen, though. The other one being the TCR Golf, and it's they've run wide with it. The front left starting to go down. But interestingly, it's not the front-running classes that have had these failures. You'd have expected it perhaps up at the front of the GT3 cars. They seem to be managing them better. And I think Johnny and I commented earlier that it was surprising we hadn't seen any failures. It was quite a long way in before that happened. It's I don't know what the track temperature is out at Barcelona at the moment.
It'll be hot.
Yeah, it'll be hot, obviously. But Nick will tell us. I'm sure he's down in the pit lane there. It's another little job for him to do. But again, not a massive failure. It just looks like it's just deflated, hasn't it? And it's just
hard to know. It's hard to know, Peter, isn't it? If there's a few places here you can go back off, and when you come back on, you just catch the edge of the track at the wrong angle, and it can cut the inside shoulder. I instinctively looked to see how far through his stint he was, and he's well into his stint.
You should be a team manager.
The reason I did that is because, my race experience is none, really, but I do remember what I'm told in the car because I have to concentrate quite hard, and I'm just, I was always told, don't be fooled by how good these Hankooks are when you first put them on, because even before they're up to temperature and pressure, they give you such good feedback that you feel you want to push straight away, and you really do if you're going to keep them on. Some of these drivers and teams later on will double stint these tyres when it gets a bit cooler. I wouldn't think you'll be double stinting them now, but it can lull you into a false sense of security, and curb strikes early on when you're not up to temp and pressure, that can put pressure on the bead and start to move the tyre around, and so that's why I instinctively look. But he's been out there for 30 laps, so he's been out there for 54 minutes, so it's not that. He's made it back to the pit lane. That's actually really, really good driving there by Danny Fontaine, because no matter how slow you think you're going with a puncture, it's normally never slow enough, Peter.
No, and I think we've got Nick in the pit lane with us.
He's taking fuel. The team are waiting when they're going to do a complete service. Nathan Freak is suited and booted, so he will pick up and run with the car when Johnny gets out.
Another Ginetta man getting into that car, and the point you're making there, John, is what we were saying about those tyres. Why they're not failing earlier? It's odd to that hot way into a stint for so long. Those curb strikes, and you just say the danger you said there, that Hankook tyre of pushing too soon, you get the cold tear of the tyre that you say damages his bead, and that's what you need to avoid. So slightly surprising that, as you say, nearly how many minutes was it? Nearly an hour into it.
Nearly an hour.
54 minutes 54 in. That's very odd for a tyre to fail that far into a stint. But as you say, exemplary driving, getting that car back, just keeping that tyre unloaded effectively, and just the temptation again, then the frustration to want to push on and get it back, but you then do so much collateral damage to all sorts around it. So great job to get that car back.
Battle for the leads at the moment, and Herbert Motorsport with Alfred Renauer has pulled the gap down to Leonard Weiss. It was about 4.5 seconds the last time we looked. It's nothing at all now. 7/10 at the line. They're at the newly reprofiled turn 10. They've got a wee bit of traffic. It's the Autorama Golf round the outside, which becomes the inside for the king up the hill, and there's a change in the lead.
Yeah, well, the Ferrari had a moment there, big squirrel coming through there, and telling the Ferrari's struggling with its rear tyres, John, really struggling mid-corner.
Well, that car has been out on track because we're pretty certain that Leonard got his tyres some 26 laps ago, which it's not massive. We've seen those cars doing pretty close to an hour and 20 minutes on full green flag stops. So I wonder if Leonard's just trying a little bit too hard. In comes the former leader in GTX, Samantha Tan, at the ST Racing car's gone through into the lead of that category. Left front tyre issue, Nick Damon is there.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a really good job, as you say. The tyre is remarkably actually complete. Effectively, it's delaminated, cut away from the inside shoulder, but the rest of it is sitting there looking just like a tyre, really. So nothing like as bad as the 125 which we saw previously, which actually managed to roll the main tread area up towards the inside, which can obviously cause a lot more damage if it gets tied up with any suspension components, but they did get away with that. 4 new tyres are going on. Donny van Dongen has got out. As we said before, Nathan Freak has got in. I'm going to avoid being told off by the man at the front of the car, which is always a good thing, I think. We've had a couple of KTMs do standard services as well, and the SPX car, I think both of them went down. One of which, I think the 716 was serving a penalty, but that's the 450 out and running in Century Motorsport. A good result. And now there's a bit of a post-mortem on the tyre going on. Not sure that's Donny down there. See if I can have a word with Donny. Not sure if that's possible. But they're all having a look at the way it's absolutely cut off the rim. He's tracking obviously to the Hankook engineer. There's kind of, how did you do it? Well, I don't know. I just kind of cut the whole. It's amazing. You see the inside of the tyre. It's just always those white wispy things are actually bits of metal. Donny, what happened?
Yeah, puncture, obviously. Yeah, it was a really good stint. Team did an amazing job with getting the car ready. Had a good, decent space. I was saving the tires, of course, because I was going in for the long run. But yeah, it can happen. And personally, it happens to me. It's kind of funny. Especially, I do Hankook in the US. I got some experience with those tires. It looked like a slow leak or something. Yeah, there's still air in tires, and sometimes they fail.
Do you get any specific warnings about the tyres, like don't go over the curbs, don't do this?
No, as I said, I was super careful the whole entire stint. Of course, I know the engineers all really well personally, and yeah, I drive and test Hankooks myself. So yeah, it came from nowhere. It was a super surprise.
So apart from that, though, it's been going pretty well for the 450.
Oh yeah, I had a really good pace, and I think I have to see. I don't talk so much on the radio, but I will double check with the team. The team is doing an amazing job with a good lineup, and still a long race to go. So we'll come back strong, I promise.
Thanks, Donny. Well, that is the most chipper person who's come with a puncture I've ever interviewed. So okay, fine, carry on. Great.
I think the answer to that is because he knows how unusual it is, to be honest, Nick. Thank you, Nick Damon down the pit lane. There was a penalty for one of the GTX. It was the 724 car that we saw in the penalty box. 6th offence for track limits, and it was a 10-second penalty. That has been served for the Reiter Engineering KTM crossbar. It's back out on the track now. Mads Schleicher is behind the wheel. And so that has been served. The dynamic Porsche is in with its gold wrap, and that is getting full service. This is the gold and black Porsche number 7. Getting the windscreen cleaned as well, but you don't have to throw a pound out the window. It's not like stopping at the traffic lights in West London. Came in 5th position. And Mauro Calamia brought that car in. Now, what I didn't see, maybe Nick picked it up, was whether there was a driver change. Find out in a second as he goes out of the pit lane. It is Roberto Pampanini who took over that car, and he will have dropped a couple of positions. I know we've talked about this quite a lot, but for those people who perhaps aren't regulars with the Hankook 24H series, you'll see people in the pit lane, including Nick, who aren't wearing fire suits, and that is because all of the fueling is taking place outside of the substantive part of the pit lane, and that is why a pit stop cycle is going to cost you around Barcelona probably a couple of laps, because the fueling station, and it is exactly that, rather like the Nürburgring, although that is done in the pit lane itself for the endurance races there, they are normal pistol grip petrol pumps, and therefore it just takes a wee time to do that. So getting in and out when petrol pumps are free, absolutely key. Sometimes better to come in a lap or two before you need to, if you know you're going to get in and out and not have to sit and wait in a queue. It's bad enough when you're doing that down at your local petrol station or fuel stop and you're sitting waiting there because you don't really want to stretch that filthy, dirty rubber hose all the way across the top of your nicely new polished car, so you wait to get on the right side. And why is he sitting there when he's putting diesel in at the super unleaded pump? Why couldn't he have gone to one? And it's always somebody who then takes ages to find their keys when they come back. Well, that's bad enough and frustrating, isn't it, when you're coming out the supermarket? Imagine what it's like when you're wasting on-track time in a race. So all part of the tactics. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSLB24H. Hello to Alan Prosser, who's back with us. He's been unfaithful. He's been unfaithful to us. He's been away watching other racing, which wasn't racing last time they said they raced. I'll leave you to put those things together.
I'm sorry, John, you've confused me in a completely note. Are there other forms of racing?
Well, yes, that's that. Very good, Peter. Straight to the top of the class. Excellent stuff.
Is that those things without roofs, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, not real cars then.
Yeah. Actually, in fairness, F1 back at Zandvoort is completely and utterly bonkers. From the moment I watched the F3s go out on Friday, I thought to myself, nope, this is going to be carnage, and it's been carnage. No spoilers. I haven't actually seen qualifying yet, so no spoilers on Twitter.
No, exactly. But I'll tell you what was bonkers, actually, when I saw the result of the last Grand Prix held there in 1985, and the podium was Lauda, Prost, Senna. Just think about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Takes us back a while, John. But anyway,
yes,
back at Barcelona.
Yes, last race. Meantime, back at Barcelona. Let's go through the class leaders for you after that round of pit stops that we've just had. Leading the motor race and also leading GT3, the Porsche of Herbeth Motorsport, Alfred Renard, in the number 91. He's at the top of the timing screen. I'll mention the Car Collection Motorsport number 500. It's running in a class called P4, which we've never had before. This is effectively running out of competition and out of homologation. This is the brand new Audi R8 LMS Evo 2 that Audi have placed in the gentle care of Car Collection. Nat Berton behind the wheel of that car, getting some important competitive miles. Running testing is one thing, running on a track with 30 odd other cars, with all the debris and the clag and the nonsense being thrown up and the potential for riding over curbs and getting sideswiped or bumping something that then needs to be fixed. Very important part of a car's development. Not the first time we've seen that in Creventic with BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and we've had one or two others as well. Audi included, actually, with the RS3 LMS out in Dubai a few years ago now. In 991, 10th overall, the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. They've been supreme this weekend with their number 955 Porsche 991 Carrera Cup car. It's Nikolai Sergiu behind the wheel of that at the moment. GTX True Racing 716, Reinhard Kofler driving that KTM Crossbow GTX in 11th position overall for them. 17th and leading the TCR and therefore the TCE category. TCE part of the race. Autorama Motorsports 112 car. Vitenis Gulbinas in the Golf. Samantha Tan is behind the wheel of the ST Racing GT4 BMW M4, which now leads GT4 in 18th position. That's the 438 car. Trading up next year to not one but two BMW, the new BMW M4 GT3 cars, which we've seen recently for the first time. And in TCX, CWS and the Ginetta now in the lead with the 278 Ginetta G55. It's Angus Fender behind the wheel. Those are your class leaders at the moment. It's the AC Motorsport Audi. That's the black and dark purple 188 comes into the pit lane.
I was just going to add, John, there was going to be a slight change of position there, but there is. It's the Shane Lewis-driven CP Racing Mercedes is now in the pits as well. It's just done its fuel element, and that was going to promote Nick Manassian in the E-Deck Mercedes into third position, but of course he chose to fuel as well. So he's in the fueling area, Nick Manassian in the number 17 E-Deck, and Shane Lewis has now brought the CP Racing in. So Nick, you're down there in the pit lane, you're going to be able to report on both those for us.
Kind of a split situation. They're a couple of 100 yards apart, but we're going to start with Shane because he's already up and running, up on the jacks. Tyres being changed. It's an exceptionally good run actually from the CP Racing team. I'm not overly sure they did a driver change there actually. I'm going to just nip in and look into the door. I was looking behind me waiting for Nick Manassian to come through as well. But Shane obviously one of the interloper from the big three, of course, with in the team normally, which is Charles Putnam, Charles Espelove and Joe Foster, but he's been with them for quite a lot. Of course, that was a team that for a while was running with Adam Christodoulou, wasn't it? He was their expert driver. So they found themselves a fast AM, so they can carry on taking advantage of those benefits you get from the AM class. And their normal concept of just going as well as possible, but just slightly below maximum, which has served them very well. Don't forget they were overall champions a few years ago. Has got them into the top three, but let me just, I've virtually got there now. This is me talking and walking. Just so I can look in the garage and see if there's a gentleman with his helmet off, who looks.
Let me just tell you, Nick, they both did 32 lap stints, make that 33 lap stint, so exactly on the same fuel strategy
and
for
have they stayed
Nick
with
Manassian
Shane?
and the E-Deck Mercedes.
They have, yes. They didn't.
Same again?
Shane's doing a double then, which is interesting. They don't normally double their drivers. Shane,
wow.
Shane is a couple of years younger than the others, so they have a little bit of youth on his side. So they're doubling Shane. But again, I think he's still rated AM as the E-Deck Sport car now crawls. It's a very, very slow speed limit in between the exit of the fuel stop and the actual pit lane. I think it's about 40 kilometres an hour, which seems just like walking pace. Obviously, a little bit quicker than that, even for me with my perambulations down the pit lane. All the tyres are off, and again, no driver change. So Nick Manassian is staying on board the 17 car. So I think it's a free drinks bottle, but it's interesting that both those tactics have been mirrored by the other team, and they both also, Nick only got 2 tyres, I think, only left side tyres E-Deck Sport as well. So that was something we heard being postulated by one of the other teams earlier. I'm pretty certain Nick only got 2 left side tyres there.
That's very interesting, Nick, thank you. So Manassian gets out after his stint, 33 laps as I mentioned. Shane Lewis has continued into a second stint. Now, just 32 laps doesn't sound much, does it? But that's pretty much spot on an hour. Oh, did he? Right. Okay. So they've both double stinting. Okay. Thank you, Nick. KTM in the pit lane is the 717. In fact, in the box at the moment, and so that is a problem for the True Racing Stefan Rosina driven car. He brought that in third position in GTX. They'll lose a position if they haven't already to RTR Projects and JM Lippmann in the 724 car. Now, thanks to the miracles of modern technology, we could see that the clamshell, or the fighter cockpit as they're calling it, is open. Slightly new design on that, with side windows that are almost door-sized if you are racing driver-sized. So in theory, you could just open those side windows and slot yourself out through there in a kind of Dukes of Hazzard sort of way, jumping into a NASCAR. But the clamshell is redesigned as well for ease of vision, sight lines. Very clever piece of design, that. But it did look on the rear view camera as if they'd been working around the back of the car as well on that. And we'll get Nick to have a look down there to the 717 True Racing KTM Crossboard GTX. Saw those again debuted first, I think, just displayed in the paddock. And I've got a feeling it was either here or it was Brno. I think it was Brno, but I could be wrong. I just remember seeing the new car in its carbon fibre glory, and to me there is nothing better than an unwrapped carbon fibre car, particularly if, as in the case of KTM, the carbon fibre is laid so meticulously that it all goes in the same direction, which is good for my OCD and looks absolutely brilliant.
I think the phrase for it is naked carbon, which adds an extra frisson to the phrase, does it not?
Stop it, Pete. It's too early.
I know. I was
day.
moving on already. Just a quick thought there. Just on strategy, very interesting. Just looking at the number 17 E-Deck Sport Mercedes with Nicolas Manassian, as I thought would change. I think he'd hop out of it, but you say he's done the hour. But as Nick Damon's reported, he stayed in the car. They had Paul-Louis Chaton in that car to start with. They did a fair old stint. Then they rotated both Lafarge, Patrice and Paul round really quite quickly. And Nick's now going to double stint that. So I think that's a very clever bit of strategy on behalf of E-Deck. But we've got Nick Damon down in the pits for us.
If I was a betting man, I would say that they're replacing a water pump. But it's not like a water pump I recognise from a
717.
The 717 KTM. It's not like a water pump I recognise from a 1970s or 1960s British Leyland car. The reason I'm saying I think it's a water pipe is because it's got an in pipe and an out pipe, and it's got a kind of and it's got water coming out of it. That's quite amusing. He's just emptied whatever in that water pump, and he's poured it all over his friend's leg. So I'm not sure whether they've replaced it. They're just looking for a water leak. But the water pump has been taken off, and they are now.
There's a second pump. There is a second pump, Nick. On the back of the car. This is the Audi 5-cylinder engine, of course, the earlier versions of the KTM Crossbow using the E8888 2-litre engine, but this is the 2.55 cylinder as opposed to the 2-litre 4-cylinder. This is proper quattro noise, and that's bolted onto the side of the left-hand side of the engine. That's where the work's going on at the moment. And Nick, they've eschewed the most important things in pit lane. They've actually got a proper torch, not just a mobile phone light.
I've not seen a single use of a 4-pound lump hammer either so far, which I'm very disappointed. We did see the Ferrari specialist metal hammer earlier for the work on the 16, but there's been some very, very subtle work going on, and it's a little bit disappointing, I have to be honest with you. They're just pouring in a load of coolant, water-free coolant, which they're then adding water to. So they're kind of diluting down their water-free coolant with water, which is interesting. So it is obviously an overheating issue.
Do you think it might be? Do you think it might be dehydrated coolant? Just dehydrated water, just had water.
It sounds like it. Yeah. Either it's car squash. Car's a bit thirsty, so it's got a bit of Robinson's. I tell you what it is. It's a Valvoline G48. If anyone wants to look it up, it's in a big packet. Just add some water to my water. And yeah, there's now like bright blue. Now, the thing is, that is bright blue. They also have a jug of bright pink, so it looks like they're having a squash party. It's like one of those children's parties where you get a choice of 2 squashes. Do you want orange or do you want grapefruit? All right, Jocasta. If they start playing pass the parcel, we know what's going on. But definitely, it is a cooling issue. Now, whether it's a leak, whether the thing's overheating or whatever, but they have both types of coolant to go in. And this will be a reasonable stop, I think. There's still a little bit of shouting going on. And they're taking the opportunity to do a little bit of work at the front of the car as well, which I think is actually working on the lights. They've noticed the lights are vibrating, so they're putting some rubber down to damp it. They're light damping.
I saw the pink liquid there.
Well, I can point you to the blue liquid that's on the floor. Pink liquid's going in. If my lovely camera person just turns around, hang on a second, let me just point you down. There's the blue liquid down there. No, he's on air, that's why I can't do that. I mustn't take him off air, don't me. No, it's the blue liquid's here. See? Come around. He's walking around, so it's not there. That's the blue liquid, and that's the pump that's come off. So blue liquid, pump that's come off.
Oh, that's not the same, is it?
No, it is officially G48 coolant, which are then diluted with actual mineral water. So it's been diluted with the best sort of stuff. I mean, this is obviously a very posh team. It's not quite Evian, but it's close. And
I'll tell you what, John, this is a slushy party I don't want to attend, looking at the colour of that. The pink one looked passable, literally.
That's a line I never expect to hear Peter say. It's a slushy party I don't want to attend. So I take it it's a cooling situation where they're effectively, having to try and find out what's going on. The driver got out, sneaky little monkey, and I haven't seen where he's gone. So it was effectively a while.
Coming down, Nick, I'll let you do a little bit more ferreting around. At the moment, if it was the children's birthday party, we're playing how many people can we fit in the engine compartment of a KTM GTX. Just legs hanging out the back of that at the moment. We're 90 seconds away from the end of another hour. So we'll quickly do a wee rundown for you with pit stops at the front of the field having been completed and round about halfway through their stint. A little bit more than that perhaps for Alfred Renard in the leading car. He's on his 26th lap, and it is Herbert Motorsport that leads then as we're coming down to 19 hours to go. The 91 Porsche leads from the 22 WTM powered by Phoenix Ferrari 488. It was an hour ago, just under an hour ago, after the pit stops, it was about 5 seconds to the advantage of Leonard Weiss behind the wheel of that Ferrari. It's now, he's now 25 seconds in arrears, but he's got 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the new third place car, the 85 CP Racing Shane Lewis driven Mercedes. Fourth different manufacturer in the top four is the new for 2021 Car Collection Motorsport Evo 2 version of the Audi R8 LMS, and in fifth the current version of that car is actually fourth in GT3 Pierre Caffer behind the wheel of the Rootronic Racing by TECE Audi R8. That's the number 18 car. In the classes, we've got GTX being led by the 716 Reinhard Koffler driven 716 KTM Crossbow, ahead of Luke Breukers by just under a minute. That's the Porsche number 999, the GT Silver and Blue car, rented in from Speed Lover. In third in GTX Writer Engineering in the 724, back a little bit, back a couple of laps actually. In 991 category, in the fuel at the moment, in the fuel area, Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, the number 955, but they've got a good nearly 6 minutes on the Rabdan by MRS GT Racing in second, the 989. Leading in the TCE race and best of the TCRs, Autorama's number 112 Volkswagen Golf is in a very impressive 16th position overall. Samantha Tan's leading GT4 in the ST Racing number 438 BMW GT4, and in TCX in 23rd position, CWS Engineering, Angus Fender is driving the G55 and leads his class. Those are your class leaders, with a reminder that at the top, Herbert Motorsport, having completed 145 laps, the 91 Porsche leads by 27.5 seconds with 19 hours to go. So just after 5 o'clock, Central European Summer Time. We'll take you through to midnight with our full live coverage. Then our TV colleagues at 022 are going to take a wee bit of a break overnight. We'll leave you with some locked off cameras and some lovely sound of the cars around the track before we come back for the last 4 hours to the flag from 8 Central European time to midday. But that's all a very long way ahead at the moment. Nick Damon is in the pits. It's Peter Snowden and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Global Broadcast Centre. Talk about this during Le Mans, Peter. What was your tactic to getting through a 24-hour race? Did you break it up into manageable pieces? Because when you think about it, thinking when you get in the car at midday today, right, we're going to be back here, we'll be going to racing this damn thing until this time tomorrow. That's rather a large thing to get your head around. Did you break it down into stints, or let's get to darkness, let's get to midnight, let's get to breakfast? How did you guys used to run it when you were racing for the guys like Lister Storm and those type of teams?
It was an interesting point, and the way I got around it was my first 24-hour was a Nürburgring 24-hour, so a bit of a baptism of fire. And the weekend before, we were at Le Mans, listening to you, of course, and I collared somebody that I thought might have a bit of experience, some chap called Wyn Percy. You may remember him. And he had a great piece of advice. He said two things. He said, just drink as much water as you can until you pee clear, as in take on lots of liquids, and don't try and learn the circuit, just know what's coming up next. He said, and the team will do the rest for you, and do as you're told. And that was about it, really. And it was like, oh, okay, so I'll go and do Nürburgring then. And that was how it was. And you just got on with it, and the team sorted it out, really.
And you were just basically a witless tool of management until you got in behind the wheel, and then you were left to your own devices, were you?
But as long as you didn't get it wrong, yes. Yeah.
Our expert on all things VAG, Rob Chalmers, thinks it might be a hydraulic issue on the KTM. Standard pink coolant, blue hydraulic fluid is what Rob Chalmers is saying. But Nick Damon has stayed down there and has asked some questions.
Yes.
Poked things,
yes.
Tasted things,
no,
and can give us this answer.
No, tasting's Bradley.
You're not channeling
that.
Joe Bradley
no.
quite that closely.
I love Joe,
right?
but that's way too much. The problem was gearbox temperature. They had a gearbox issue called the gearbox getting too hot. So it's gearbox coolant, the gearbox radiator, and the gearbox radiator pump that are being replaced. So that is the answer.
Oh, wow.
That's why the stuff. I think at the same time they've taken the opportunity to top up the other coolant, hence the bucket of pink. But the blue is the gearbox stuff. And interesting, when they took off the undertray, which they've done to get at this, there was a whole load of that kind of blue gearbox cooling gunk at the bottom, which is obviously because they had to take off the pump. So it seems to me they just had a gearbox cooling issue. And of course, these things will very quickly stop working if anything overheats. So luckily they got it back. It looks like it got clunky, and now they are working hard to get the cooling systems back again. It must be quite confident because the driver's got back in again. So he got out for a few minutes, now he's back in the car again with his own personal fan holder, which is quite nice. But there's a lot of panic around. My guess is they're at least 10 minutes away because we'll get the other tray back on again, but they seem to have done a pretty good job. I think they knew what the problem was from moment one.
It's Nick Damon reporting on the difficulties for the 717 Stefan Rossina driven Tree Racing KTM then, the only car in the pit lane proper, although we've got a handful of cars taking fuel, including Samantha Tan's ST Racing BMW M4. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Peter Snowden, John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer for this. Well, we'll allow Peter to step away for a short period and get him back in again in just under an hour's time. So John and Johnny looking after things in the Global Broadcast Centre with Nick Damon down in the pits. Very busy through turns 1 and 2 with a couple of car collection Audi R8s and the Ginetta G55 from CWS Engineering. Angus Fender now all of a sudden getting surrounded by R8 material of various vintages, including the brand new 500 car, and allowing them to go through. So Angus is currently first in the TCX category, can't quite get into the podium positions in the TCE series race though, and with some rear bodywork trailing at an obscure angle, the 34 car of Gustav Edelhoff now allowing Nat Berton through for Car Collection Motorsport. Interesting choice of driver there, Nathaniel Berton in the new Audi R8 LMS. Again, someone very useful to get into the new car to tell those at Car Collection and those at Audi, more importantly, what he thinks of the new machine. It's clearly still in its development period. We were talking about this earlier on, John, the fact that this is effectively a public test outing for the car, but it will mean so much more when you've got the possibility of, you know, getting caught up in somebody else's battle, contact possibly, we hope not, but it means a bit more before they attack the real 24-hour races next year.
Think back, Johnny, but just before I answer that, just the left rear wheel arch fender area behind the rear wheel is what's flapping. It's not doing that angry penguin thing that the TCR cars often do, where the little bit on the very outside sort of flaps around, and it's, as I say, it looks like an angry penguin or an angry owl. It is actually at a fairly consistent angle, but it's not where it's meant to be. So I think there's been a little brush with something else there for the Kerkhoff Group Car Collection.da number 34 car. Think back to Audi and what they learned in all their works racing, JP, down through the years. And remember that year where they went to Le Mans having eschewed the opportunity to go racing and went on the most extreme, extraordinary and extensive, and lots of other things beginning with E, testing program I think we'd ever seen before. And they turned up at Le Mans, and tyre debris, along with a bit of wet weather, absolutely scuppered their races because they just hadn't raced the car. And the car wasn't race ready. I wouldn't suggest that the team wasn't race ready, but they hadn't raced, and solving problems under the pressure of a race is very different from simulating problems in a pit lane when you've got the track to yourself. And I think this is smart by Audi. We've seen other manufacturers doing it in the past, getting the new car out, getting it into some customers' hands potentially as well, for them to pass some feedback before they finalise the homologation, and the car is then basically ready to be sold on through Audi Sport Customer Racing, Chris Reinke and the guys at Neustadt, and the lovely new headquarters. I say new because I've not been there yet, but it's been around for a while since they moved out of Ingolstadt with their test track and the new headquarters for Audi Sport Customer Racing. I dare say we wouldn't be let in there at the moment. Quite a lot of stuff going on. Stuff with a capital STUFF spelt LMDH. But yeah, I think it's smart, JP, to get the car out there. It gives the opportunity as well, of course, for them to get some nice action photographs of it for the brochures.
Yes.
And also, just, as I say, to find out its foibles. How does it work in traffic? That new placement of the rear wing, distinctively different from what we've seen in the past. One or two little tweaks to the shape of the top of the wings, the fenders at the back end, it looked to me when I was looking at some pictures yesterday. So, yeah, fair play to them. Fair play to them. By the way, whilst we were talking, ST came into the pit lane. They were leading the GT4 category. However, with that pit stop, that means that Nathan Freak has gone back into the lead, notwithstanding the left front tyre deflation that the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW had. So it was at 19th, the 450 GT4 in 19th position. And let's go down to Nick, who's got the second placed TCE and TCR car in the pits, the 151 got.
I've got the 151. I've also got the second place overall, of course, which is the WTM Powered by Phoenix car. That's getting a full service driver change and tyres. I think it's quite noticeable they're burning those rears up, as Pete has identified previously. The 151 coming in from, well, it's actually scored as 5th place overall in the TCE. It's crawling away from the pit lane. I'm not sure what that's all about. And at the same time, the Phoenix car, the Ferrari from WTM is left as well. So two. If I had a betting money, I think that 151 is going way too slow down the pit lane, which makes me think its pit lane speed limit is broken. So they're being really, really, really careful and erring so far on the side of caution. It's not true, that walking speed. But so the big news was the second place full service for second place car. There was a driver change. You'll have to tell me who it was, because I was at the other end of the pit lane looking at the 151.
Hendrik Still got into the Phoenix car. So that's starting, JP, pretty much exactly an hour after the last round. Another set of pit stops at the front of the field, and that is spot on time. It was a 34-lap stint, an hour, and by the time they got back in the pit lane, just over an hour and 3, call it an hour and 4 minutes for Lennard Weiss in that number 22 WTM. That puts Renault back in the lead in the 91 Herbert Porsche, and he'll be in in what? Well, that Porsche seems to go a wee bit longer than everybody else, so let's see how far it goes this time, because he did 44 laps last time around, though there were a couple of laps of full course purple towards 60.
Well, I think they run, the 91 and the 22 are running in slightly different GT3 categories, aren't they, because of the driver makeup. So you've got the 91 Herbert Porsche in AM, if I've written down the correct things that Nick very kindly said to me again today after revealing the list for the first time yesterday in night practice. So they're in AM. The 22 Ferrari is in Pro because it's got one Pro driver and two semi-pros. Henrik still is one of them and Leo Weiss the other, whereas the 91 crew only has one Pro and one semi-pro. And the two AMs. So yeah, the difference is that one's in Pro, one's in AM, but they're virtually neck and neck, which is great for us. You know, even though they're probably going to get maximum points within each of their separate categories, what we're interested in is who's going to finish out front overall.
And this race has done this to us several times down through the years. Do you remember the Barwell Lamborghini versus the Herbert Porsche, where other than in the pit stop cycle, I don't think there were more than maybe a minute and 20 seconds apart it seemed to me, for the whole 24 hours.
Yeah.
And we were, you know, massively leaning on trusses to try and back time it from the end of the race to see who was going to make their stop and when and how it was, because that literally was the only thing that was splitting them. And I feel that we're already into that sort of rhythm of a race here, JP, with what, barely 5 hours completed.
10 seconds was the margin 2 years ago at the 2019 Barcelona 24 Hours between the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, when you had Adrian Amstutz, Leo Mashitsky, Patrick Kuyala and Dennis Lind, up against the foursome that are in the Herbert Motorsport crew. Actually not quite the same, because Alfred Renau wasn't part of that lineup in 2019.
Correct.
Sven Muller was instead. So you had Muller, Renauer, Robert, Ralph Bon and Daniel Alleman. 500 Audi is into the pit stop, Nick Damon.
Yeah, full service. It's Patrick Niederhauser who's got it. I think it's Nat Berton getting out. This car slightly dropped down the order. I think, I'm not sure whether it's deliberate or not, to be honest. They were running a very aggressive third, and they're just easing themselves back into a place where they can work what they want to find out during the course of the race, getting involved in the hustle and bustle. But a pretty standard stop. They had to serve a 10-second penalty, which probably was for accumulation of track limits, as that appears to be catching everyone out eventually. But they are now off and away for another hour.
The 10-second penalty was overtaking another track
wrong, you see.
The track surface. Yeah, and that's been served, as you said. Car rejoins in that dark silver with the dark red stripe from the bonnet, and then the Audi Sport rhombus, isn't it, on the top. Starting the next GTX and also TCR sets of pit stops. We've got the True Racing number 716. Now, last time it came in the lead. It's coming in second place this time because we're still waiting for Luke Breukers to come in the 999. So that's interesting. That Red Camel took the lead in GTX during the last pit stop cycle, Johnny, and has not yet come in for the pit stop on which True Racing, its main competition is serving now 40 laps, or if you prefer, an hour and 16 minutes for Luke Breukers in that car. The KTM can't get that far. Also in the Autorama, the VW Golf, which is leading TCR in the fueling as well. That's Vitenis Gulbinas in the 112.
As far as penalties are concerned, just going to go back to that topic very quickly, because the live timing that you can very easily find from the 24hseries.com website, by the way, there's a live timing link. The final column says penalty. Now, I'm assuming for a couple of cars that have 10-second penalties, that sits there until the penalty is served. Is that right? So Sergei Peregudov,
yes.
Duvo Racing, he's got 10 seconds in the final column, and I think that will remain there until the next opportunity arrives for the penalty to be served. And you don't have to come in specially to do it, you just bolt it onto your normal pit stop.
There is a screen on the livetiming.get results, which is where the tracker is as well, which I have up here. I have another tab which has the penalty screen that, for example, has just told me that at 16:54 local time, so just over 20 minutes ago, a warning was issued for the 91 Herbert car. Now, that status says served because it was only a warning.
Yes.
If you go further down to one that was applied to the 978 Porsche, then that's a 10-second time penalty for an infringement. That just says issued. So that hasn't yet been served.
And that would tally, in fact, because at the final column on the main screen, which says penalty column, at 978 does have 10 seconds next to its name, and that will disappear, I'm sure, when Olivier Dawn comes in to serve it for the Speed Lover Porsche. So that's a very easy aid if you've found live timing from 24hseries.com to know whether a car needs to serve a penalty or not. Nick, we've got 3 abreast Porsches down at the first corner, one of which is the 92, which is running in 5th position with Wolfgang Triller at the wheel, the second of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, but you've also got plenty of action in front of you, Nick Damon.
Yeah, we have the leader from the TCE class, the 112, yeah, the 112, yeah, the 112, that'll do. It's only 3 numbers, how many times can I get it wrong? This car came in again, and again it deposited a little bit of fuel from the overfill pipe, so it's done that 2 or 3 times, so this has got a little bit of an issue right at the top of it when they absolutely brim the thing. Completely standard stop. Apart from that, a bit of a dumpage of petrol, and they're going to complete a driver and tyre change and back out again in the lead.
Excellent, very efficient turnaround indeed. And returning to the racetrack, just trying to scan the sky here and there, because the skyline in the distance for car 92 as it headed up to the kink at turn 9 looked a little bit threatening. I know the temperatures are nice and toasty at the moment, but this place can be no stranger to a bit of rain. I remember a brutal thunderstorm at this event just sort of 3 or 4 years ago. There's a lightning conductor, isn't there, on the top of race control for the moments where storms do arrive. So let's hope.
We were sort of discussing, given that we were higher up than race control, if we had a lightning conductor on the top of the grandstands, under which our very top floor, mind you, there's nothing above us other than roof, where our commentary box is looking down. It is a good commentary box position at Barcelona, because you can see about 80% of the circuit, maybe a wee bit more, and it's unusual. It is unusual in that you can see into the pit lane. Nick Damon, join the conversation.
Yeah, yes, in theory, it's a good pit box. The only problem is if you're working with Martin Haven, and then Martin can see the entire track and feels no reason to bring anybody else into his monologue, as happened a couple of years ago, where he called all the pit stops, the entire race, to the point where we all went home, basically. Johnny's laughing because he remembers a particularly awkward conversation Martin and I had at Barcelona Airport where I called him out on it.
I remember that. If you recall, that year our flight was delayed to return to Gatwick or Heathrow, so that provided you for the contretemps that you had with Mr. Haven.
Pointing out that the reason you have a pit lane team is because they're in the pit lane. Anyway, the Herbert car, this pit lane person just turned around and there they were sneaking past. I'm assuming, therefore, that they're double stinting Alfred as they double stinted Robert at the start, or stinting and a half. Because I think that car just took fuel and went through, and I'm not even sure it took tyres, but I was actually at the time obsessed with the 112 or 12, whatever the number was, the Autorama car. But yeah, I think that was a sneak through. A bit of fuel only for Herbert, who certainly, it does appear that the strength of this Porsche at the moment is it's just a lot kinder on its tyres, and we did know there was going to be degradation, high degradation here. Temperatures are, whilst the temperatures are starting to drop, the mugginess has remained. But yeah, I think tyres are going to play a much bigger part than we thought in this race.
Nick, what is the weather looking like if you look over towards the hills, towards the north and western side of the circuit? Because from what I can see, it is starting to look a little more threatening, and quite often that is where the weather comes from.
It's certainly clouding over, and I should now walk across the pit lane so I can get a better view. I still have no rain forecast on my app. And in fact, my app is only saying it's going to be partly cloudy until it's dark, and then it's completely cloudy, but it doesn't matter anyway. But certainly, if you look away, so across past where turn 14, 15, so out the edge of the circuit, yeah, it looks a lot more threatening, and there's a kind of a darkish cloud coming over the pit lane complex now. And we have had rain at about 5 o'clock the last 2 days, so there's nothing so there couldn't be a freak shower. And the humidity is very, very high. I can vouch for that, because I'm sticky as anything, which is a lovely, lovely image, isn't it? Yeah. So
that,
my guess
that
is
and your slushy party.
Well,
that your slushy party from earlier on. I think we can move on.
Yeah, they can throw the pink stuff through over me, but not the green stuff. That looks very unpleasant once it's been mixed with water. It looks like real gloopy stuff. Yeah. So I think to be honest, whilst if you look down towards turn 1 to the left, it looks lovely. It looks less nice the other way. And to be honest, a nice sharp shower now. Could A, throw the cats amongst the pigeons, and B, take away a bit of this rather oppressive humidity?
Now, I think you might need to go down. You've missed the car, but the True Racing KTM Crossbow number 716, Reinhard Kuffler's just been in and out of the pits, and that was on time, but it had some remedial work on the front of the clamshell. They had obviously some KTM coloured tape.
There is a car, well, I think it's that one, that effectively doesn't have, if you think of the right-hand window on the clamshell, it's broken and has been replaced with basically tape since about the first few laps. They've been coming in and retaping every single time. They had a longer stop once, and I think it must have cracked, it must have become unlaminated. And of course, the aerodynamic effect is trying to suck it out the whole time, so they have to keep replacing the tape, John.
Thank you. Hello to Lauren, who is having breakfast in Denver, Colorado, watching the race. Hashtag RSL B24 at RSL _studio. Hello, Lauren. Thank you for joining us on what will be early Saturday morning for you. So we're racing in the fueling area, JP.
Yeah, Sergei Peregudov as part of a couple of Russians in that lineup for the Luxembourgish team. The fuel has to go in on the top of the nose for this Porsche, so a very kind of street car looking pit stop for this car with the pistol grip fueling mechanism, but thankfully a clear fueling area for Sergei to be presented with, so he had the pick of the fueling area to choose from. That's not been the case all the time, particularly during the Code 60s when the 22, we still think that the 22 WTM by Phoenix Ferrari had to abort a fuel stop. They still did the driver change and new tyres. They had to come in at a later date to get that fuel. Grand scheme of things, it's not massively delayed the Ferrari, which is still 41 seconds away from Alfred Renauer now in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So you've got Henrik Still, who is a semi-pro, up against Alfred Renauer, a semi-pro, both silver rated in FIA terms, and lap times, well, relatively similar. Actually a bit more time extracted by Alfred Renauer on the last circuit, which was lap 157, but it's probably because he caught a bit less traffic, as now the number 7 Porsche just has to deal with the Jürgensen Strom BMW. Wasn't sure which way that car was going to go. Nathan Freak at the wheel of it now, leading the GT4 division as the Porsche accelerates out of turn 10 with that slightly remodelled car collection Audi up ahead. That's more of a distraction, I would say now, that rear strake at the back of the wheel arch. I've always thought they are a bit susceptible if some contact is made on the rear of the current Audi. I don't know what the rear wheel arches look like on the 500 car and whether they've addressed that issue in the new design.
Well, I am told by somebody who knows that they are known in the trade as disposable parts.
Okay.
They are needed for the regulations, because as in ACO regulations, you're not allowed to see any part of the tyre from behind the car. So if you notice they've got little strakes on, Duo just soaking up a penalty on the 909. That was their 9th offence for exceeding track limits, so that was a 10-second offence. And by the way, the 724 again getting another penalty. That's the second since I've been here, so that's the second in 90 minutes. And they've clocked up, it was their 6th offence the last time I spoke about it. They've now had 12 offences, so it's another offence. This is at turn 15, and they'll get 10 seconds when they're next in the box. Just going back to those little strakes and wings there, the louvres, they're so that you can't see when standing behind any part of the rear tyre. And I am told by someone who has immeasurably more knowledge of these things than I, that if they get dislodged or fall off, they are seldom replaced, because in fact the air can evacuate from underneath the wheel arches and around the wheels far easier without them, and that actually aids downforce. So that's why they're called quote-unquote disposable parts.
I like it. Yeah, and actually you'll be looking for some near scenery then, maybe on the start-finish strike, to wipe those off as early in the race as possible, I suppose, as long as you don't do any more damage. But it's interesting that, that any part of the rear tyre cannot be seen. It's almost... They're layered as well, those bits of bodywork. Correct. With some kind of horizontal, slightly angled horizontal tiers to them. So obviously that's designed to allow the air out at a certain angle, but you're better off seemingly without them at all. So I won't say that Car Collection will be quickly trying to replace those in the next pit stop. It's only one that is starting to dangle precariously at this stage. Very busy start-finish straight with a variety of classes represented, including the 91 Porsche, which leads the motor race. Alfred Renauer, 42, nearly 43 seconds now, his advantage.
About to put another lap on the Car Collection car, and does so between turns 2 and 3, JP.
Neatly done around the outside of turn 2. Ooh, and just runs a touch wide, but lights flashing now to the Baz Kooten Racing Cupra. And yeah, Alfred Renauer, although missed out on a drive at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year, he was on the entry list for a good spell before it was finally switched to Robert Renauer. But Alfred nevertheless got some laps around Circuit de la Sarthe a couple of weekends ago as part of the Le Mans Cup meeting, and has forgotten nothing about how to control a GT3 car on the ragged edge with great skill. And Hendrik Still, who is a Nürburgring Nordschleife expert, whether it be behind the wheel of a Rinaldi racing prepared Ferrari, or indeed one by Phoenix, as is the case this weekend. That car is going very strongly indeed. And Shane Lewis has, well, been putting in some very decent lap times over this stint so far, and that gap...
Double stint for Shane.
OK, well, it's starting to show now in the difference between the second-place Ferrari and the Mercedes in third, because that was a much, much bigger gap when I left the scene about an hour and a half or so ago. It's under 7 seconds now between Still and Shane Lewis, so much so that the German driver may have company in the next 15 minutes or so. Oh, a drama for the 450 RXC Jurgensen Strom BMW. Is that the same tyre? It's a front left that's gone. Exactly the same
like
corner.
It is like watching an action replay, and at the early part of the lap as well, JP. And last time they had to do pretty much a whole lap with that left front tyre, and they did a cracking job getting it back, and they're going to have to do exactly the same again to get that car in. Now, what was interesting about it when we talked, it's Nathan Freak who's in the car now, and he took it over at the last stop. They were coming around, they'd been out 54 minutes, and I'm going to say it's pretty much exactly the same time now as well. And also we've got a vortex off the circuit as well, which is the 712, the usual puff of flame as it refires, and that will get back on. I think that is almost exactly the same part of the circuit that happened before, and Nathan Freak is going to have to tour back in So there must be something that they're catching on the track. Although I have to say that the outgoing driver who brought that car back in before they handed it off to Nathan, which, and somebody's going to have to remind me who it was now. I think it was Danny Van Dongen. It was Danny Van Dongen behind the wheel of that car. He works with Hankook a lot, and he knows how to look after the tyres and bring them in. And he was completely nonplussed, JP, about what had happened there. Meanwhile, at turn 2, the yellow flags are out, and this might be another code 60 unless we can get that vortex refired.
Well, Danny Van Dongen really does know his stuff because he's a former Dutch Supercar Challenge champion. He lives in Zandvoort, for goodness sake. So it's a shame he can't be at his home track this weekend when there's another certain race meeting taking place.
Not to be at home. He's probably rented his house out for a fortune.
Very good point. There's probably 5 car parking spaces on the street outside that he has rented out to various people. Good plan, Danny, and then you can visit Spain instead. So he's been racing for nearly 20 years now. I fear here for the 712 car, which is really struggling to get up the hill, and we're going to go code 60 as a result because of where it got stranded in the gravel trap. Actually, its driver, who is Lajour, I'm trying to find Sebastien, thank you. So Sebastien Lajour's talented driving to that point because he was just inching his way up that heavily banked right-hander. And Sebastien Lajour started racing this year, actually, with the Dubai 24 Hours. That was, as far as I can tell, his first ever motor race with AC Motorsport when they ran the Audi, as they're doing this weekend. But they ran an extra Audi, number 199 in Dubai, and Seb was part of that lineup. And this will be his second race of the season, therefore. But up against the tyre wall, I feared for anybody...
I think he's got a transmission issue because he got that car rolling.
And now it's locked,
but now he can't get it out of gear. And I wonder if he's got a clutch or a driveline issue on that car. Oh, no, hang on. He's trying to restart it. But, of course, I think that's a clutch. And I wonder if that has been what pitched him into the spin in the first place, JP. He's trying to restart it, and the starter motor's sort of edging it forward, but he's not really getting any forward motion, to be honest. It did restart. There was a big puff of unburnt fuel out the back. Of course, this has brought everybody in for fuel.
Well, it had happened at turn 2. I thought it was quite early on in the lap. And that is a relatively steep camber if you were to walk it. So Sebastian did very well to inch the car up towards the left-hand side of the track and to the safety of the tyre wall. And also...
Leader has steered out. Leader has steered out. The Herberth car is out. The 92's in, but the 91 has steered out. Second place car, Henrik Still, has come in with the Ferrari, as has CP Racing. In fact, Henrik's already rolling again, so is CP. Nick Damon is in the pit lane watching cars go by. Has Henrik come in to change drivers, Nick?
At the moment, he has just driven all the way down the pit lane, so fuel only. Watching the 85 and the 500 as well. The 85 is leaning in. I think Shane is getting out of the Mercedes he is. So Shane Lewis is going to be a change in the driver.
Double for him.
After doing, just shy on the full 2 hours, not far off. The 18 Rutronic Racing car comes in. The 978 looks like it's fuel only. The 92 is, you're quite right, which was the Herberth 92 car. Now, I'm just wondering whether when the 91 got there, I think it may have been because leading the pack was the 22, who was the first car in. So I'm wondering whether actually Herberth had gone past the pit entrance.
Just gone past.
To the point where he's actually, I think he's now in. And luckily, the 91's in, and luckily the first phase of stoppers had gone and cleared the pump, so he's found a pump easily. So it was absolutely full, and there's been some quite clever management because no one ended up waiting that first time round. Now, I think I can now see 4 more cars coming in. There aren't 4 slots, so someone's going to have to wait or abort. It's all cars from all classes. The 499, which is the GT4 Audi, and the 34 car collection Audi have both found spaces, but the 125, I think that's the bright yellow Baz Kuiten Racing Cooper has missed out. He's waiting now for fuel, but there should be a spot because the 450 has finished fueling. Obviously, he has to now get his tyre change. That's the M4, M2 CS, the GT4 car. So the 450 has a puncture tyre again has fueled up. That allows the 125 to find a slot. In goes the 188 as well. So at this point, all the pumps are active, but there's no one waiting. Past me goes the 989 Porsche of, I think they're going to go into the pits at the far end of Red Band by MRS GT. Yeah, they're going to have a full stop as well. So it's kind of a mixture, depending on where you are. You see this one appears to be where you are in your driver time, about whether you're changing or not. So we've had Shane Lewis change. My absolutely expectation, it will happen, is that Alfa Romeo will get out, and I think it's Jack Alleman getting back in again, by the way.
Just down at the Jorgensen pit, Jorgensen-Strom pit, guys looking inside the left front wheel arch, because that is exactly the same look to that tyre that came off there as the one about an hour ago, with the inside shredded. And I wonder if there's something there that is catching on the 450. Only 26 laps, so well, actually 53 minutes against 54 minutes, so it's the same sort of time as well. That is an extraordinary coincidence if that's just happened twice.
They've gone back, and it's all gone back in again. They haven't taken any particular larger amounts of time to sort it out. The 7 car, the 4th place, the bright gold Porsche of a Dynamic, they've stopped, but I just, only because I just couldn't my eye, I don't think they changed drivers, so they did put tyres and fuel in. As I said before, Alleman keyed up to get into the car for the leader, the 91 Herbert, the 34 car also stopping and doing a full service. And it's quite quiet in the pit at the fuel tanks now, just one car's there. Everyone else is gone.
Query camber issue, I would say, for that left front. The 438 BMW doesn't seem to have the same problems, although why it would take 6 hours, near enough, for that to start showing its ugly head, JP, I'm not sure. What, we're 5 hours and 40 minutes into the race, and it only started 4 and a bit hours, so about an hour ago.
It does look the same. I'm looking at it now. It looks almost exactly the same. Amazing. It's not quite as bad, so I have to give the Donny, I'll give it a 7 out of 10, and I'll give Nathan an 8 out of 10 for tyre whispering for an entire lap when you've got a problem.
Unless it's camber setting that has been reached because of too much curb earlier on in the race, and it's sort of just not failed, but worked its way into that position. Nathan will know more though, so Nick can chat to him.
Just waiting for him to get a mask. It's the just making sure everyone is safe.
Car collection on its way out while you're.
Oh, he's here now.
Car collection on its way out while you do that, Nick, and it looks to me as though the errant piece of bodywork on the left-hand side has had to have been taken off by the car collection motorsport mechanics.
That's a blow for their error, isn't it? With Nathan Freak here for the 450 car, well, they say lightning doesn't strike twice. It struck twice, and it looks exactly the same. Any idea?
Not really. I mean, we were managing tyres then, driving at a delta lap time. Got the radio call through from the engineer to say that the previous puncture was debris through the tread. Everything was fine. And then, out of nowhere, puncture. So, don't know. I can't see how it's set up related. We're so conservative. So need to have a look at it, analyse and understand.
So definitely the first one was just a bit of, let's call it rubbish on the tracks taken out. So this second one, which I've looked at, looks exactly the same.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine at the minute. I need to have a look at it, but I can only obviously go off what Hankook are saying. We did a lot of testing throughout the week, been on the track since Wednesday. We were happy with, double stinting tyres. These were brand new on for my stints. They did, 40 minutes? So yeah, very, very strange. It's hard to see. Hard to see. It's not a coincidence, but we need to analyse it a little bit more and understand.
On a more positive note, when it's running, how's the car going?
Yeah, we're still going, and we're at the front. It seems pretty tight. It's early days in a 24-hour race, but we have to push.
Thanks very much, and hopefully this is the last one.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice.
Thanks, mate. So who knows? I think we'll find out another hour, John.
JP, Danny Van Dongen, when he got out, said he thought because he had no real warning. He thought it might have been a slow deflation, so getting the news that it was debris related would sort of fit with that. They've been very unlucky, Johnny, haven't they, if they've had that happen again on the same corner. Are they just dropping a wheel into a gravel trap where there's something? I don't know. It's hard to say, and I'm not, I'm not going to apportion blame anywhere, but that is desperately bad luck.
Well, Nathan will know what settings they've gone for, and as he said, we're very conservative, so he can't see how it's set up related. He's the team owner of Century Motorsport, by the way, the Century in the team title, and therefore will have been, talking closely with the engineers that have sorted the car and how it's going to run. My only fear, as I say, is that they've caught a sausage curb violently, and that has sent the setup out of kilter, but it does take a lot to do that. And they would have noticed, I think, bigger problems in terms of vibration and whatnot. So, well, they'll have to just look at it with the Hankook tyre technicians. And the great thing is with Hankook, it's very much a two-way process. And they can feed a bit more information in. A reminder, by the way, that for fuelling, it's another speed limit to worry about. So is it 20 Ks in fuelling, 40 Ks down pit lane, and 60 kph when we get to a code 60. And we are under number 6 of those, kicking in at 33 minutes past 5.
Significant penalty, JP, for the leader in 991 Cup class. Veely Motorsport by EB Motors have been pinged for, and as I say that we go green, for a 9th offence at this time at turn 9, track limits 10 seconds. That penalty has been served, according to my screen in front of us from race control, and we're back to green flag racing, spot on time with 18 hours and 16 minutes to go.
10.5 minutes I made that code 60, and 6 of them for not quite a 6-hour old race yet, so we are already running with on average 1 code 60 every hour. This will all be being logged by the strategists on the pit wall and in the garages, by the chief engineers, to try and work out how much further we've got to go, and when the next potential window for a fuel stop may be, whether it's at the end of a natural stint for cars, or statistically are they more likely to encounter a slowed race because of the code 60. Also, you just get this natural clumping as well, which is exactly what the BMW is almost into. 4 cars completely together up ahead of the new driver into the 450. So Nathan freak out, Darren Jorgensen back in, and we can head to the pits once more with Nick.
And down with Shane Lewis. Shane, after a long stint in the 85, it's quite rare you guys do a double, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of understood the tire and the degradation and what was taking place. And we figured we got to do it under green. And since I kind of had the knowledge of what was going on, they said, how you feeling? I'm like, let's go. So I just wanted to keep pushing out there. I mean, we've got a long 24-hour to go. So that helps the other drivers rest up a little bit. I don't mind if they kick me in the ass out there a lot. That's all right.
So, I mean, the good thing is the car's so competitive. You're running in 3rd at the moment. It seems to be able to hold pace with everyone else.
Yeah, we have to be really careful over the curbs. With the Mercedes is such an awesome car, but we've got to be really more careful over the curbs maybe than the Porsche or some of the other cars do. So we're playing the long game at 24 hours, but yeah, we got a good pace, car's good.
And now you get a few hours off for a sit down after you
Yeah, time for a little lunch, something to drink, and watch you guys on TV.
Under the window of that, you can go to sleep. Thanks. Cheers, Shane. That's Shane Lewis. And the team also actually ran back down the pits again. So a couple of teams, then the 92 both took a second slurp of a half tank of fuel whilst we were talking about other things, guys. So there's been some active use of code 60 by a couple of the teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting lineup, the 85. No pro driver, out and out pro, although they're all very, very fast. But Shane Lewis, you've just been speaking to, Joe Foster, Charlie Putman are AMs, Charles Espenlaub, the semi-pro. So that puts them into AM neutral. And I mean, again, we've got potential here of finishing on the podium outright, and maybe even a second place. I think it might need a drama from either Herbert or from WTM, powered by Phoenix, up ahead of them. But they're keeping, crucially, the second of those cars within sight, within a minute of the lap speed of the 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monchau Ferrari.
I tell you what, Johnny, I love the fact that people are tuned into us in sound and vision all around the world. We were talking about breakfast time in Denver. Meantime, at River's Edge Raceway in Mission, British Columbia, which is a very historic drag racing track, Keke Murray is setting up for some club racing to begin up there. So I think that opened in 1951, oldest rod and custom car club in Canada, and they have been racing there since those days. So Keke Murray out there getting ready for a club event at Mission Raceway Park. Wish them all the best for today. Sea level, so it's a great place for record breaking, and they're having an event today. 42 exhilarating races, they say, against 12 weekends in 2021. So congrats to them, and nice to know that another part of motor racing is tuned into our endurance racing. We're at opposite ends of the spectrum there, JP. We're 24 hours here, and you know something. They clearly run rails, and I don't think they're running double air fuelers or anything like that, but there's some smashing looking door slammers in the pictures there down through the edge, and it's door slammers as well at Santa Pod this weekend as well in central UK. So wish them the best. I'm looking for some records to see what they actually run at, but I bet it's a damn shite shorter than 24 hours, I'll tell you that.
Well, surely we're talking less than about 30 seconds, aren't we, to get from start to finish? I mean, it depends what cars are doing the run.
A lot of places now don't run the full quarter mile, although possibly in club racing these guys still do. So it might be the fact that they are still running. It is the what is it today? September 4th. It is Dark Lotus Open Drift Night tonight, this afternoon. So they'll actually be not just going straight up and down, they'll be going a lot sideways as well. I do like a bit of drag racing. Some of my happiest days were spent at Santa Pod when I was younger, and I saw some good guys racing at Las Vegas Dragway when we were there for the original IMSA ALMS well, I say a few years ago, it's probably 20 years ago now, isn't it? Probably a bit more than that, in fact. And it is a totally different type of motor racing, and if you've never been drag racing before, I know it's a bit odd, but frankly, until you have seen top fuel funny cars and double air fueler dragsters going off the line, where the noise itself could be used as a weapon, and it feels like I was fortunate enough to stand on the line with double air fuelers going off either side of me, and it felt like with top fuel funny cars rather going off either side of me, and it was as if someone had reached into my body cavity and rearranged my internal organs. It is absolutely extraordinary. And your eyes, if you stand at the side, your eyes literally can't keep up with them the way they accelerate. They are the fastest accelerating man-made machine, full stop. And I'm talking faster than a Saturn V rocket goes up, faster than a plane takes off on reheat, faster than a plane takes off from the deck of a aircraft carrier with a steam or magnetic catapult. Absolutely extraordinary thing to watch, because it doesn't, when you first look at it, it doesn't look like it's possible. You think, hang on, somebody's just put real life into fast forward for me. it is extraordinary. Ever get a chance to go and see a Top Fuel NHRA race or one of the big international events in Europe, big in Germany, Sweden, Santa Pod in the UK, just outside Poddington in Bedfordshire.
Well, the last time we were racing with the 24H series was at the Hockenheim Ring, which is a big drag venue as well.
Absolutely.
Because the final bit of the lap there, almost, if you run a bit too wide through the final two right-handers, you end up on a very greasy drag strip indeed at the start line. Nick, you've just witnessed that one of the Vortex heading down pit road, but sadly several feet higher than we've become used to.
Yes, Vortex on a flatbed. That was a little-known album, a song from the Smiths' third album. Vortex on a flatbed, it's true, it's really serious, but not surprising.
Well, it is for Vortex, but yes, you might well say not surprising. As I said, they've had a couple of strong 12-hour races this year.
Yeah.
I mean, we did remark at the time, we're surprised the Vortex has managed to get this far without incident. I'm afraid it's back to normality though here in Spain.
Possibly that there's a correlation between me being here and Vortex having bad luck. Because I saw that Creventic, after we were talking about it before, posted a very pointed, I thought, tweet saying, "You do realise they've been doing really well recently with like two-class podiums and everything else." And what's changed? Nick's turned up. Well, you know.
Yeah.
I don't like taking responsibility for things, but it does appear that the big orange Vortex are having a problem. But in fairness, they've not done what I normally accept, which is catch fire. So this is cool.
Well, we're already on to a winner then. In that case, go on, John.
I'm tweeting blame Damon right now.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from Vortex head office they are starting hashtag bring back Consti.
Yeah, that could happen.
Well,
in fairness, there's a number of people who want to do that as well, but you know.
At Dubai, after a 24-hour race there, of course, they managed to finish second in GTX with the 701 car. It was a second and a third place finish at Mugello. Ricard, they did get to the finish, but quite a number of laps down actually for both cars, so that's when the dramas return in a sense. Third place, this is one I remember, at Hockenheim in May, where the 701 car of Philippe Bonnel, Nicolas Nobbs and Bastien Gouret managed to finish just 30 laps off the eventual GTX winner, but they did get to the finish. I'm afraid though here in Barcelona, whether it's the heat, whether it's the abrasive nature of the track, or whether it's just the fact that some people tend not to treat Vortex too well, because they've been subject to quite a bit of contact in this year's race as well, and off into the gravel trap for both cars. 712 having to go into the garage once more, John.
The only good news I will say is that it did roll off the flatbed on its wheels. They didn't have to put the dollies under it to move it. So whatever was ailing it that meant they couldn't get it out of gear for Sébastien Lajou, they have fixed that. And so at least it is going, but they're going to go to work on the back of it immediately. The sister car is still turning laps out there in its bright orange colours. Undercover KTM.
Often a good sign for, it's a little bit cool and the wind's picking up, which is making me hope it's going to rain, not because of any other reason, just want to get its humidity away. Just so you know, this is a warning. In my head, I've worked out 3 or 4 other Smith songs that work really well with the Vortex as well.
Right. It's just as well that we're not doing full commentary overnight, I will say.
Yeah, so like Broken Vortex and a Hillside Desolate, you see, it's all going well. Are you actually au fait with the Smiths back catalogue, or am I too early 80s for you?
I know some of them. They're getting slightly more obscure.
No, that's
I'm just drawing some more. I've got some more penalties for you, and again, I'm not calling them all out. These are ones from cars that are in significant positions. The TCX leader, 10 seconds for a refueling infringement. That is the CWS Engineering Ginetta. 20th overall. Angus Fender still behind the wheel of that car. And I did notice early on, did we mention the 955, the 9th event? Yes, we did. So I'm just scrolling back to keep you updated as the Vortex is in a state of déshabillé. It's been undressed at the back, and they are going to work around that gearbox area, Mr. Damon.
Yes, they are. It's interesting. They got some of the fixings on this are quite interesting. It does have that look of something that is half, in modern race car and half not have any garage. but they are. This is something, as you say, and they'll have to get the whole thing quite quickly. But there's no real panic. I think they know what they need to do, and it may take some time.
As that rear piece of bodywork came off, it looked like there were some paper towels being used, maybe to just drop to mop up to some spillage of some description. I don't know.
Liquado de spillaggio. No, it's dry. So it's completely dry.
Turn 2.
I think it's a mechanical oomph in the inside, which is the problem.
At turn 2, guys, we have an errant wheel. Now that's where the it's the Ginetta. It's lost the left front wheel. So Angus Fender, with the wheel arch deranged and the inner wheel arch deranged, has lost the left front wheel and tyre. Obviously, that's not a puncture. Something's gone through the wing as well. Now, has he run over something?
That's a bit of curb.
It is a bit of curb. He's lifted a curb.
Yes,
he has lifted part of the...
He won't lift the curb. Surely the curb will have hit him. How do you lift a curb and then have it there? That curb was up already. It's hit him, I think.
So some of the curbs have kind of drainage gullies, don't they? And
yes,
I think it's a perforated drain cover basically that has been picked up by the Ginetta and pierced the top of the front left corner.
And the wheel, I think, has been ripped off by that. It is one of the sleeping policemen, the sausage curbs, to the inside of turn 1 and 2, to the left-hand side of the apex of turn 2, and that has been dragged up, and I think that's ripped the hub completely off the left-hand front of that car. Angus doing a cracking job to get the car back to the pits. He's coming in now, Nick. You'll be able to have a look at this as he is rather sensibly missing the final chicane and dives into the pit. That's the most extraordinary thing that I have seen. We'll let him get back into the pit lane. Another 2 hours have been completed. 18 hours still to go as we approach 6 o'clock on the nose here in Central Europe. So the issue with the right front, we've gone to code 60. The tyre has, the left front tyre and wheel has been taken out of harm's way, and the wheel nut, the lug nut, is still attached through the hub and through the wheel. That's been completely ripped off the 278. JP?
We'll get to the update and then we'll go straight to Nick, because we'll get an up-close description of exactly what that Ginetta's picked up. Herbert Motorsport number 91 leading the way from the 22 WTM-powered Phoenix Ferrari. 85 CP Racing Mercedes third. Dynamic Motorsport Porsche fourth. Edex Sport Mercedes 17 fifth. Then the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is sixth. 500 Car Collection Audi seventh. And the 8th place Retronic Racing's Audi number 18. 9th place, the 34 Car Collection Audi. 10th is the 716 True Racing KTM Crossbow, which leads GTX. Leading 991 classes 955 Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors. Red Camel Jordans.nl GTX car is second in class, ahead of Rabdam by MRS GT Racing's Porsche 989. The RTR Project 718 is 14th. The 724 Writer Engineering KTM Crossbow is 15th. And then the 438 ST Racing BMW leads GT4. Duvo Racing's Porsche is 17th, ahead of the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW that's had 2 punctures, nearly identical. Car Collection Motorsport 499 Audi is 19th. True Racing 20th, that's the 717 car, ahead of the 2 Vortex V8s. 712 ahead of 701. Speed Limit Porsche 978 is 23rd, and out of the race, the PCR Sport Ferrari. Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Golfs 1 and 2 in the TCE Series. 1-1-2 ahead of number 1. 278 CWS Engineering Ginetta G55 is third. Fourth for the 1-2-3 Rail Equipe by Totcar Sport Cupra. There's another Cupra of Spain, Bapora Motorsport fifth. Bascooten Racing 6th with their 125 car. The 221 Team ACP 7th. And in 8th place, the 188 AC Motorsport car. How are you doing with the Ginetta G55, Nick? Because is it about to leave the scene? We have got to describe how the last couple of hours have gone in a moment or two. But, yeah, let's get that first. And then we can detail what's happened in the last couple of hours. But I don't want you to miss this opportunity with Ginetta.
Hello, hello. Oh, here we are. With come at the front here, because we've got a problem with the camera. See if we can get with Angus. Angus, what happened?
It's a shame. That stint was going really well. I was going for the full 2 hours, and the Code 60 benefited us really nicely. I was setting purple laps in TCE, and I wasn't taking many risks at all, if any, and the lap that went into turn 1. Didn't hit anything, brakes as normal, turning point as normal, and heard a loud bang, and the front wheel goes through my bonnet. So, yeah, it's a massive shame, but I think it's a hub failure, so it's not all I could do.
So the wheel coming off is a failure of the hub, and the fact you've picked up a bit of curb is just a coincidence?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had it completely slow for turn 1. I was braking at the 150 board every single time. I know my references around here, I've done enough laps. Went to wind on the lock and heard a loud bang from the front, and then obviously you can't really turn when the loaded wheel isn't there, so nothing I could have done. It's a shame I hit that little sausage curb, otherwise we might have been able to save some bodywork, but it's the nature of the sport, and sometimes mechanicals happen, and as shame as it is, there's nothing we can do about it now.
Bad luck, Angus. Thank you for talking to us. So there we are. So it was cause and effect. They're already working on it. If it's just a hub, that's not a particularly long job. They do need to find a new front left quarter. It's taken out some elements of that, but just a bit of bad luck, almost like metal fatigue. And certainly it did seem to, from my look at the hub, it has like snapped off, which is a really strange thing for it to do.
If you excuse a pun, because that was Angus Fender driving the car, and the front left period is the front left area is rather obliterated now, so that'll take some rebuilding. This rather references the thoughts from, I forget whom exactly now, about the Ginetta and the fact that it may not get to the finish with that. No, Snowy's putting his arm up, but it was a driver suggesting that elsewhere in the TCX category, if the Ginetta carried on from start to finish without a problem, they wouldn't have a hope. Whereas, what's that sausage curb made of then? Rubber? Plastic, but it seemed to flex very easily indeed. So, I don't know whether there's a kind of rubber plastic composite, but they're normally drilled into the ground and very secure indeed. Of course, the Ginetta that hit it was very much in contact with the ground at the time. Not just because of the tyre, but the tyre and the wheel had already dislocated and left the car. We're under another Code 60. This will be Code 60 number 7, the last of which was just over 10 minutes. It may be even longer than that because, of course, the track staff and those involved with the Royal Automobile Club of Catalunya will have to locate another sausage curb to put that back into position. So that gives us opportunity to look back and resume the last couple of hours of the 24 hours of Barcelona.
And it was...
So, yeah, the sausage curb is now being put back into the position. And, as I say, this is a little bit of a work of a few moments. In fact, we now have a message on the screen telling us that this could be a prolonged code 60 and therefore a great opportunity for another pit stop, potentially. You'll only take half fuel. You're only permitted to take half of your normal fuel allocation. Is it going to be long enough to come in for one fuel stop, do a full lap at 60 kph, and then come in to top up the rest of the tank, is the big question. Thing is, how much of that sausage curb actually needs to be replaced? It's not a safety issue.
It's just the end piece there. I now get what's happened, because we saw the wheel off. It's actually the hub that had failed, so the nut had come off. So the wheels come out of the complete. So the car's then, as Nathan said, it was on its disc, effectively, trying to turn in loaded wheel. It's gone across there, run completely the far side of the green curbing, and hit that, as you say, sort of, I don't know the exact material, but it's a rubberized polymer petrol. I don't know where to get petrol from. Plastic.
Petroleum.
Yeah, exactly. I know what I'm doing in there. And it's torn it out to the ground. You said that they're bolted down to the ground, but that disc it's a cutter. It's like an angle grinder. It's basically gone through it and ripped it up, and that's why it's fired it out through the top of the wing. I'd say Nick Damon said quite rightly, how could it on earth could it have got there? Well, it's because the wheel had gone already. That's why. So it's just turned it into an angle cutter, basically, an angle grinder, and sliced that up and pitched it through. I mean, heck of a shock. I mean, just turning in there, as you say, one bang and then something else, and hadn't picked up that, you'd have been okay. Hopefully they can get it. Depends what damage it's done on the engine bay inside there, or that has to just come out through the top of the wing, or has it done the inner wing and anything sort of lines or anything else that are in there. But I think the delay is going to be in not replacing the curb so much. It's the way it's been torn up has damaged the bolts that hold it down, so it's torn it out of the ground. That Ginetta has pulled it clean out of the ground. So it's all well and good. They'll have a new replacement curb. That's the easy piece. It's what do you attach it to? Unfortunately, that's what's damaged. I think that's what might cause the delay, Johnny. Much like the Ginetta itself, it's the wheel fell off it, putting it bluntly or succinctly. But it's what else has happened to it since.
I've just remembered it was Wim Spinoy, by the way, who races in the Team ACP BMW, who suggested if the Ginetta had a trouble-free run, they wouldn't have a hope at all of winning the GTX or the TCX category. But he didn't foresee the Ginetta getting to the end of the 24-hour race without a reliability problem, possibly a couple. Actually, this is something we really didn't expect, which was some metal fatigue, which popped the front left wheel off the car. I mean, I don't see the need to replace the sausage curb, just run the rest of the race without it. However, I don't like the look of those bolts in the road that are not visible and could very easily be caught by a front splitter and, tear a very expensive and pretty race car to bits if that's caught at the wrong angle. So new sausage curbs are being sourced in fairness, and a couple of them, in fact, required. And then, that buckled bolt maybe needs to be cut away, perhaps, so that a new curb can be located. This is the reason why it is going to be a prolonged Code 60, and there might be the chance for a couple of back-to-back pit stops here for the race leaders. Daniel Alleman staying out at the moment. Hendrick still likewise. They might not be in a position to make a stop yet, because remember, they're tootling around at 60 kilometres per hour. They've got to wait till they get to the pit lane first, and that can be an age at this much reduced speed.
Yeah, so the air guns kicking the drills out, getting the bolts out of the ground to put that in. But of course, you can cut one off or grind it away, but you still got to be able to have the thread taken out that's left, the residue of this in there. That's got to come out, so you can screw the next one back in, because you can lay it down there, but it's not all that. So what they're doing now is that they're shortening it by the look of it. What they're going to do is they're going to put cap the end of the sausage curb off rather than replace it, by the look of it, and do a shorter version. So I guess if it's a small piece of curb, that's all it needs to hold it in one bolt, 1 out of 2. It's a safety issue, isn't it?
Well, it looks like the end piece that they've selected is about the same size as the one that the Ginetta picked up. So I think that's about right. I think that is the a half-width piece that ends that run of a long sausage curb, rather than the double-sized sections that will be immediately to its left.
It's like Lego bricks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it a
So you've got-
is it a two-er or a four-er?
You've got a one-er or a two-er, and well, they've certainly selected, interestingly, two of the narrower type, and still, for me, the perplexing thing, the difficult thing, is working out how to attach this now, because there's not a lot left of the bolts underneath. Stanley knife being utilised here, which is a big ask on
It's not going to cut through metal, is it, in a
thick
hurry?
old bolt.
It looks like
they're going to try. Yeah.
I think that's bits of plastic they're cutting off. Yeah, they are. It's just bits of plastic they're cutting off of the residue where it was torn up. So I think it's torn through the bolts and left some of the remains of the curb that was there. Most of it went through the Ginetta wing, but some of it obviously stayed where it was.
So that will make it a lot flusher a connection, and just being kicked into place. The 978 Porsche is in pit lane, which is the speed lover 911 GT3 Cup car of Gavin Pickering. More bolts going into place as well. We would, of course, get some news on which pit stops are happening and when, but we've also allowed Nick Damon to head away for a little portion of the evening too, to enjoy some food. So keep a close eye on who are making the pit stops. Jorge Belloc Diaz, Angus Fender is in because of the incident, but the first moment we knew about this problem was the tyre being off the car and wheel, up against the tyre wall, and then it arrived containing part of the sausage curb, the end piece no less, which has done an awful lot of damage to the top of the wheel arch. It comes off with the bonnet, in fact, so they remove the nose cover, and through like a blade, there's the sausage curb, sliced its way through the fiberglass top of the bonnet, and eventually is easily released. But just a question of how much damage that has done to all the important parts of the car, like the suspension. Brakes probably high enough, actually, to have not affected the disc. But when you've got a car that is normally a number of millimetres above road level, as soon as that front splitter is basically skating along the ground, it is going to clear out anything in front of it, including the end of the sausage curb.
Which I think's been replaced and done. I think we're finished on that, Johnny. And also, just looking at the damage that went through the bonnet of that Ginetta, I think it's done a lot less damage than I first anticipated, as it's gone purely through fiberglass, the bonnet, not through the inner wing as well, which usually has things attached on the inside, like brake lines, electric lines, etc. That was my concern, was collateral damage or what else it had done. So it may well have been a very, very lucky escape there from both sides, the circuit and the car that was on the circuit, the CWS Ginetta G55. It may live to return to the race yet.
I'm sure it will.
The big lady's not singing.
It's a question of how far down the order it's had to go, I suppose. Still in 6th position in the TCE race, and amazingly still leads TCX, but that's because Catesby Jones is a few laps down, yes, compared to the Ginetta, and actually probably until Catesby's in a position to overtake the CWS Engineering car, we won't get a true idea of how far away that car is, because the Ginetta's already gone through the timing split. But of the 2 TCX cars entered, is there a chance of those lead positions switching around? 15 minutes was the gap back to the BMW M2 to the Ginetta at the start of the pit stop for the Ginetta, and we're back to green.
So Herbert, it is still at the front with the Ferrari a little way off at the moment, so almost 2 minutes down. Joe Foster's in 3rd place with the Mercedes. Still a mixture of course, we had the 2 Herbert Porsches sandwiching 1 and 3 at the beginning there. Now it's 1 and 4th, but the 4th place car is the dynamic car with Amedeo Pampanini at the wheel. 5th place is the 17 Paul-Luc Chaton back in the EDEC Mercedes. So good old mix of fun. We've got 3 Audis, car collection, Rutronic and car collections in 7th, 8th and 9th, and 6 ahead of them. Tim Muller in the other Herbert Motorsport Porsche 911. We're back to racing. 17 hours and 42 minutes left to go. A mere 17 hours and 42 minutes left to go, he says casually, like it's nearly over, like it's nowhere near. It's barely run in yet. But dramas all the way through. We've had, I think that was our 7th or 8th Code 60. That we just managed out, our 7th one, yeah. So we've had an hour of racing under Code 60s, 1 hour and 1 minute, that being the longest one, the last one there, just 10 minutes for that. They did say it was going to be a prolonged repair at 6 minutes past and 16 minutes past. 10 minutes later it was done, which I thought was, I was expecting to be there for 20 minutes, half an hour while they sorted that out, because it was, you know, track maintenance, and a great job by the officials there to get that sorted in 10 minutes.
So the Code 60 was called at 17:59 local and green flag at 18:16, so little longer than 10 minutes. What is it, 17 minutes? But nevertheless, that's still mightily impressive. And when you total up the Code 60s, we're just over an hour now of the 6 hours and 20 minutes that have been run so far. So about a sixth of the race affected by caution. And we're still on course at the moment for 1 Code 60 every hour, just so long as we don't get another one in the next 40 odd minutes. But on average, yeah, 1 caution period every 60 minutes of racing, which is useful purely from a statistical point of view from those working the strategy. And you can't necessarily bank on a Code 60 every single hour, but you know, when we get to the end of the race, somewhere between 11 and 12 o'clock tomorrow, if you're running pretty low on fuel, do you then bank on the fact that we might have a Code 60 and an opportunity to fuel, or an opportunity to at least go a little slower than race speed, purely based on the opening 6 hours, or have we just been unlucky?
It's a big gamble. I would say it's a reasonable one. More than 50-50? I don't know. I would say probably yes. Probably yes. I mean, the problem is that you go and gamble on it and it doesn't happen.
Well, yes. And the ideal would be that you've entered 2 cars in the race, a bit like Herbert have done, and you go one way on the one strategy and the other with the other car. But you've got to be in a position to do that. There's another drama now at turn 3. So are we actually in store for a couple of Code 60s in this 1 hour alone? It depends how serious the problem is. Turn 3 is the constant radius right-hander, which brings the cars through more or less 180 degrees and back onto that short, sharp straight and the end of the first sector. And I'm trying to work out which cars are in the first sector, that it might be those cars that have just completed sector 3. Well, that's where the leader is actually in the first sector, rather the second place car in the first sector, but thankfully the 22 has already got through. Also, it may be the number 7 Amedeo Pampanini Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, but I know for a fact it's not that, because it's the flat 6 from the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that you can hear in the background. Still, the yellows are at turn 3, so now I'm looking towards True Racing's KTM Crossbow for Miguel Oliveira, the Rabdan by MRS GT Racing Porsche. It could be all manner of cars, to be honest, judging by the sector times. But the difficulty is still there, and unless the car that is in strife can limp its way back to the track surface under its own steam, there is every chance that we're going to go back into another caution period. Fantastic sunshine now, glinting off the various cars working their way through turn 9 as Pampanini, Amedeo Pampanini, threads the eye of the needle between the turns 9 and 10, through the kink at 9 and into the braking area for turn 10, picking up the tow from the 125 Baz Kooten racing car, and then just dodging to the left-hand side of the 450 BMW from RHC. Down into the chicane. And now through turn 16 will go Amedeo Pampanini, running in 4th position. And hopefully we can stay on board this number 7 car so that I can describe to you what Amadeo is going to see in the next couple of corners, because this will fill in the blanks regarding the issue at turn 3. Down towards 1 and 2 we go. Not hearing the engine noise in the background any longer, but right, just working his way through turn 3 now, looking for yellows left and right. Got to say, I can't see any anywhere. So is that just an erroneous message? It was initially shown, and I'm now going to refresh my timing screen, because certainly there was a yellow out for a little while. And I've got the confusing message of, well, no, green flag all the way around the racetrack, but an isolated yellow at turn 3. No idea, but I think we're all fine, and the cars that are still running in this race have not found the extremities of the circuit, with Daniel Alleman leading the way by just under 45 seconds from Hendrick still for WTM powered by Phoenix, the Mercedes of Joe Foster, and then this guy you hear in the background, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Amadeo Pampanini.
You do like to tease, don't you? Just come out of a code 16 and threatens going back into 2 more.
Yeah, I can only go by the information we've fed, unfortunately.
I'm not doubting you. I was thinking,
but I'm still puzzled.
Yeah, it's still there, yellow flag on the timing screen, but it's what it says. But there's no apparent reason for it. So maybe it's an electronic glitch, doing a little something just to raise our heartbeat, or to make sure that we're paying attention. That's what it is, Johnny.
Well, thanks to all those at 0221 who were able to supply the definitive information that there are no actual yellow flags being waved at the first couple of corners on the lap. The 499 Audi GT4 is being driven by Jeff Westphal. He took the opening stint at midday today as well. And in the Audi Atlanta badged car on the dashboard, Jeff Westphal working his way down the start-finish straight. I forget exactly where Jeff is from. Does he have Atlanta connections? Racing with Lisa Clark. He's from San Carlos in California, in fact. But the Audi from Georgia, or with connections at least to that part of the US. Mounting the curb and being driven very aggressively indeed. You would expect nothing less from Jeff Westphal. Lots of experience behind the wheel of the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus 004 rather than the 007 that was seen at the 24 Hours of Le Mans earlier this year, but has been associated with Audis, with Ferraris last year actually, and Scuderia Corsa when he raced in the IMSA Sports Car Championship with that team. But since then, in 2021, very much an Audi man. And he has in front of him at least one of the Porsche Cup cars. That's not the Duvo racing car, it's the 989 rather than the 909 car. So 989 has Andrius Butkevicius at the wheel for Rabdam Porsche, and that car running in second position in the 991 class behind the Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors Fabrizio Broggi. So Audi alongside the 989 car, which is Rabdan, by the way, a team with connections to the United Arab Emirates, and that's the reason why the 989 runs with a sort of take on the United Arab Emirates flag with the red, green, white and black, just in a slightly different combination. They have at least one driver from the UAE taking part in that car as well, Bashar Mardini. Oh no, that's in the 999 car, so let's just get that right. Rabdan have Saif Alameri as the UAE representative, Audrius Butkevicius, Nikola Mikelon rather, and Nikolai Gadetsky as a very much international flavour for that car. UAE, Lithuania, Italy and Russia all represented in car 989.
It's a good mixture, isn't it?
Lots of colours of flags there to my memory sometimes fails me on knowing the flags of the world. but I think I've just got that nailed.
Well, your school days are closer than mine, you see, so you've got a better reason to remember them.
Well, yeah, this job is a good excuse to know your international flags though as well.
So when your children, not yours in particular, when one's children say to you, "Why do I need to learn national flags at school?" Is it for when you become a motorsport commentator?
Exactly.
And work for Radio Show Limited,
And their ears will
you'll
prick up
need
and
to
go,
know.
"Well, I'm interested
You'll need
now."
to know.
Yeah.
Spotter's Guide to World Flags.
Yeah, I like it. Well, yeah, there are one or two flags you actually rarely see in...
Janetta's out again.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Yeah, well, high time we stopped the flag chat and started talking about something more successful and a more positive story, because Angus Fender has had the fender repaired and the front left corner looking a lot straighter now. So they've obviously had the repair bits in the correct position for that team to go to work. Took all of the rather battered and bruised body panels off that car, and it looks as good as new. So Angus Fender can get back into his rhythm. He was describing to Nick Damon that actually he felt he'd done absolutely nothing wrong, hit the brakes at the same point that he'd done for several laps before at turn 1, and was carrying good speed through the corner. But unfortunately for him, there was a massive bang from the front of the car, and that was the hub letting go, and the wheel and tyre went for a Burton. Circuit's furniture actually containing the wheel well. Thank goodness it didn't start bouncing off over the debris fencing and into the spectator area, and came to a safe rest on the ground next to the white tyre wall. So 278 can start to focus on gathering some of that ground back again. It has dropped to 8th position now in the TCE race, 2nd in TCX, and those racing the Ginetta will be wanting to know exactly how far back they are from the leading TCX car. Well, you're talking 5, 8.5, probably 9 minutes now, the deficit between the Ginetta and the TCX leader, which is the team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2 of Catesby Jones. 8 minutes. Sounds like a massive mile. Well, it is huge in motor racing terms, but they've got 17.5 hours to try and make that back up again.
So plenty of time to make it up. Got 17 hours to make up 8 minutes. What's the problem? It's easy.
That's, I can't do the maths, but about a minute every couple of hours.
I wasn't trying to test you there. No, that's not too bad then.
Yeah, a minute every couple of hours. They should put them. That should put them back into the lead of the class with about 10 minutes to go. No problems.
I'm sure they're not, but if they are listening to us in the pit garage, they're probably sitting there going like, really?
Yeah.
With their hands up there, really, guys? You think it's that easy?
Well, of course, that relies on the BMW M2 from ACP going without incident to the finish as well. And as we know, endurance racing is incredibly tough on all involved. And with 11 hours of nighttime running, you never know what you might encounter in the darkness hours. So there's a lot that we're assuming there, that the Ginetta can run faultlessly between now and the end, and likewise the BMW can as well. So that's the car that the Ginetta is chasing, the 221 of Catesby Jones, heading through turns 1 and 2 with the red and white door mirrors. Smart paint job that for the new M2 CS racing car with its 450 horsepower, running as car 221 in the TCX division. It's interesting to me, though, that by far the most dominant of the cars in the TCE series is the TCRs. You always think the BMW M2, the Ginetta G55, they would be quicker than a TCR car when you add all the laps together. But I think because they're so nimble, the TCR cars, whether it's the Golf, whether it's the Cupra, or indeed the Audi RS3, when you knit together all of the good bits of the lap for a TCR car, it actually comes out as a much better lap time compared to those TCX cars.
You say you're absolutely right. There just seems to be the TCR car is just a perfect package, isn't it? Just seems to do the job.
Yeah, it's a nice way of putting it, actually, the perfect package. We talked about GT3 cars earlier on and how they might favour certain bits of the lap, the tight corners, the medium speed corners, and then there are certain GT cars that are just, they make their lap time on the straights. TCR, designed for sprint racing, yes, around Grand Prix circuits, but around tight, shorter circuits like Brands Hatch, for example. And other, sort of smallish Dijon, perhaps. I'm sure they do plenty of TCR racing around there. The shorter circuits that require ultimate commitment and concentration. But a TCR car just works seemingly everywhere it goes, and that's the reason why it's become the global category of modern-day touring car racing. I do like the fact that you can turn one into an endurance racer with very little adjustment, though. And change the fuel tank size, suspension settings potentially. These cars all have to run on Hankook tyres as per the regulations, and we can say that about every single car now, despite the fact that the Ferrari 458 Italia was running on a certain French rubber through special dispensation from the organisers, purely because Hankook could not supply the right tyre size for the now retired PCR Sport prancing horse. There's a new third place TCE series car, which is Bas Koeten, because Christian Frankenhout has taken charge of that car. Christian with a very good result in the last 24-hour Barcelona event that was part of the Creventic calendar anyway. And Christian 2 years ago was part of the Hoffa Racing lineup that, now they don't think they won the race. I'm just going to have to remind myself where they eventually finished. It was a bit further down the order. Yes, they, having had a good initial phase to the race, they finished 5th with Michael and Chantal Kroll, Roland Eggerman and Kenneth Heyer for the Hoffa Racing Mercedes crew. I know that was 2018. Let's see if I can find 2019, which was the last time that Barcelona ran as part of the 24H series. So in 2019, Frankenhout was part of the lineup, and they finished 24th with Wim Spinoy also joining the lineup there. Alex Prins, Kenneth Heyer, Michael Kroll, and Frankenhout then having to adjust to the behaviour of a TCR car. But I'm not surprised to see the Dutchman now up to 3rd in class, and I'm not sure he's done at that just yet, because how much further ahead is the 2nd place car in TCR? Well, a minute off the race leader, and Christian will have about a minute and 45 to make up on Arūnas Gesiauskas in the Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. So 2 goals from Autorama Motorsport, and in 3rd position now the Bas Koeten TCE runner. And Christian Frankenhout ahead of Jorge Belloc Diaz and the Vapora Motorsport car of Manel Lau Gorina. Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche heading into turn number 13. And that car was leading in GTX when I last checked. It still is. Ivo Breukers now at the wheel of that car. And running in the lead of GTX, but only by 0.2 of a second. So this is the battle on now for GTX honours between 2 very different cars. But Miguel Oliveira is going to go for a MotoGP overtake. Can he make the corner? Just about leaping on the brakes in time, but he almost took to the Joker lap there, the penalty MotoGP lane, which sits on the outside of turn 1.
He got his knee down there, didn't he? So down the inside, stuck his knee down, and away he went. I didn't realise who was in it for that moment until he just said. But great drive yet again. I know just when he went off on the break that a little bit earlier, John Hindhaugh and I were talking about that to quite some extent, to Miguel Oliveira and how he's adapted to this, and quite extraordinarily job he's doing so far, and pulling away already. Admittedly, the Porsche just letting the Mercedes through, the CP Mercedes through, so possibly slightly deceptive there. I'm just saying that as he's let the Mercedes through. But McGarrett in this KTM, I almost don't want to jinx it in case there's anything wrong, but he's just doing a fantastic job of adapting this. This is his first ever car race.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, with thanks, he said yesterday, to Hubert Trunkenpoltz, who is the boss of KTM Motorsports. So Miguel Oliveira races with KTM in MotoGP. It's on that bike that he took victory in the Barcelona event earlier this year. And Trunkenpoltz, obviously knows Miguel very, very well and said, you fancy racing a KTM of the four-wheel variety in the 24 Hours of Barcelona. It falls between an off weekend or in an off weekend for MotoGP. They were in action, was it last weekend at Silverstone, the bikes?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, so short trip from the UK, probably back home briefly to Portugal and now to Spain to do round 5 of the 24-hour series. All the way up the inside there, went not for position, the CP Racing Mercedes, and Oliveira had to be cautious and wary of what was being displayed in his door mirrors. I don't know what the rear visibility out of one of these KTMs is exactly like. They do carry door mirrors, but I reckon it's almost looking through a keyhole more than anything else.
I'm guessing apart from the mirrors, about zero. It doesn't appear to have a rear camera. Most of these cars do these days, more sort of GT3 spec cars. And it does have one. It does such a thing. It does have a rear camera facing on it. So the CP car, I thought the CP car come through already though. We went to that a few corners earlier in the lap, so not quite sure.
Ooh,
no, that
okay.
was the Porsche. Sorry, it was getting past the Porsche letting him through, wasn't it? Yes, that's these two splitting it. So it was the KTM and the Porsche originally. The Mercedes got through and then got past the KTM as well. That's why I was getting slightly confused. But he did dive down the inside into turn 1 there. That's Joe Foster that pulled that manoeuvre, not for position, but as Johnny said, but certainly caught Miguel Oliveira, I wouldn't say napping, but it caught his attention is a far better way of putting it, as he shot down the inside. And it just goes to show what we said earlier about some of these GT3 cars do tend to mug you quite not brutally, but quite efficiently. They get on with it. So Miguel Oliveira currently just outside the top 10 in that KTM, in the True Racing KTM. It is obviously the leading GTX car, the one behind it being Ivo Bruckers in the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche 911. Sitting, say, just outside the top 10. The top 10 actually, 10th place car is Fabrizio Broggi in another Porsche, but that's the Woody Motorsport by Ebbie Motors car.
Elia Earhart now driving the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi R8. Up the inside of the Willy Motorsports by Ebbie Motors Porsche Cup car. And now the 18 into turn 10, tucking to the inside. This Audi from Rutronic Racing seems very manoeuvrable indeed. So good car setup from the German team. And Rutronic Racing, a relatively young outfit when it comes to 24-hour series competition, but they do race in the ADAC GT Masters as well. And Kim Louis Schramm has been linked with the team too. Kim Louis has been also a regular when it comes to this championship in the past. So there's an interesting article which I just found actually regarding Rutronic Racing and a Q&A with Manuel Reuter about various questions as to where their future may lie and how committed they are to the 24H series. So their very first 24-hour series race was at Mugello, but Manuel Reuter, of course, with lots of DTM experience in the early 2000s when that championship came back again. And he used to race, I think, with Opel Reuter in the past, but turning his attentions to looking after Rutronic Racing. And a question asked him, is the team confirmed for the rest of the season, and particularly Sebring? And the thought from Rutronic is definitely yes, because Manuel Reuter's a big fan of Sebring, raced there with the old Group C cars in the 1990s. So has really good memories of that. Barcelona was on the calendar along with Hockenheim as well. And let's hope we can get Rutronic Racing to the island of Sicily as well for the Coppa Florio and the second running of that event next month. Through turn 13 then will go the number 18 Audi, which started well. It qualified third. They put Pierre Caffer at the wheel of that car initially. It dropped to fourth in the early stages, but then they needed to make a few pit stops, and Elliot Earhart has had to work incredibly hard along with his teammates to bring it back into the top 10. Elmar Grimm in a similar Audi R8 LMS is just behind, and the newer R8 LMS Evo 2 ahead of those two cars on the timing screen, running in 7th position. So the four rings represented in 7th, 8th, 9th, with the Fabrizio Broggi Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche in 10th position and leading the 991 class. Curbs are very serrated on the exit of turn 5, and therefore you've got to be so careful if you run a little bit wide not to rejoin hastily, because you're going to majorly stress the inside tyre wall returning to the racetrack and potentially ripping the inner shoulder across that highly serrated curb, which must stand a couple of centimetres off the ground at its highest point. It's kind of tapered, as now the 717 car is being warned about track limits coming out of the penultimate corner at turn 15. 717 is the True Racing KTM Crossbow.
My part, they said 17. Apologies.
It's all right. 717 is the car that's been, well, not even pinged for track limits, just being warned at this stage. But the 17 car, Paul-Luc Chatin, Edex Sports Mercedes, running in 5th place. I was also mentioning Hubert Trunkenpoltz as getting that drive for Miguel Oliveira. Well, Trunkenpoltz is doing some driving today as well. He's at the wheel of the 717, no less, and heads across the line now. So that car running in 5th position in the GTX category. Daniel Alleman, Henrik Still, 30 seconds between the two. Joe Foster in 3rd position in the CP Racing Mercedes, ahead of the gold and black Porsche of Amedeo Pampanini. And CP Racing car, although looking serene every time I catch sight of it, is having to very frequently slice its way through slower traffic and try and not let that compromise the lap time in any way. Joe Foster, though, a real expert at doing that, about reading the situation up ahead. And I suppose every time you go down the start-finish line, you are assessing the road in front, Peter Snowden, to work out what traffic you're likely to catch, maybe in the next sequence of corners, or maybe even just towards the end of this 2.85 mile lap. You've always got to be pre-reading a situation with traffic.
Yeah, second guessing kind of thing, isn't it? It's you say it's that looking ahead and seeing what it's going to do, and where you're going to catch them, and can you do anything about catching it at a different place? Because what you don't want to do is arrive and have to sort of slow, not do anything, lose time. As you say, it's all very well. You don't want to get involved in a situation where you try and dive down the inside of somebody and cause a problem, but equally you don't want to fall back into the clutches of a competitor behind you whilst you hold behind a group. We saw it there, didn't we? A group of 4 cars where he just sat behind the Porsche, sat behind for a little bit, waited, and all of a sudden it put the Audi into contention with him, and all of a sudden he had another battle by the time he got past him on the pit straight.
Ryan Walker's reminding me about Manuel Reuter, saying actually he was in DTM much earlier than I remember as well. So when the DTM returned in the year 2000, he definitely was racing for Oak Ball, but had done previously in the 1990s in the German Touring Car Championship. Also a Le Mans winner with Mercedes back in 1989. But yeah, this association with Audi and Rutronic Racing is a more recent affair. I don't know much about TECE, or whether it's even pronounced Teche, but that's obviously one of their partners at Rutronic Racing. So if you know about TECE, at RSL_studio, it's very much part of the team name We haven't got Hegerli Racing here this weekend, but they, of course, were victors at the Hockenheim Ring in May, and we were hearing all about Hegerli Racing at the time as well, with Ben Constant-Duras asking the questions. I think they are a fruit and veg supplier, Hegerli, and therefore there's a bunch of grapes and possibly a couple of apples on the side of the Hegerli logo, which accompanies their Porsche. Let's hope that the 66 car will be seen again before the end of the season. So although the entry is great here, and there's certainly no complaints from me in terms of the numbers, but at the same time, some of the teams that have done very well so far this year, like GPX Racing that won Dubai, the Mugello 12 Hours was a win for Herbert, wasn't it? We've had, I think, 4 different winners this year. So the 2 back-to-back wins for the 91 Porsche at Ricard and Mugello. Then Hegerli took the win at Hockenheim, and GPX Racing was our third different winner from 4 races. That's right. In the GT3 category, at least, and then lots of other different winners through the various classes, and indeed in the TCE series race. If you weren't with us for the previous encounters regarding the TCR battling, well, last time out in Germany, Konstantin Kletzer, Emil Heyerdahl and Jasmin Preissig took victory in the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Golf. It was a 1-2 for that team at Paul Ricard, car number 1 finishing ahead of the 1-1-2. At Mugello, a Red Camel Jordans.nl victory for Ivo and Rick Breukers, the father and son team, who have since moved into Porsche racing. But on that day, or in those days, the Friday and the Saturday, they were running the Cupra, the famous and old workhorse, the 101 Cupra. And in Dubai, it was a victory for Top Car Sports for the 131 Cupra of Fabian Dance, Adrian Specher, Patrick Singh, Ronnie Yost and Ben Leuchter. So we have had all sorts of different winners, but Autorama Motorsport, if they can pull off a win here in Spain, that would be 3 in a row. And at the moment, one of their cars does lead, 2 of their cars lead the TCE series. See, I've got Teche in my mind now as well, TECE. The TCE series 1 and 2 are the VW Golfs, and unbelievably, car number 1 now leading that race after it spent about 15 minutes in a gravel trap earlier.
Well, I was just going to say that you were talking about if it can pull it off, it's this is the record, etc., etc. But just bear in mind that's been in the gravel for at the very beginning. So a great comeback, and with its the original driver in the car as well from the start of the race, Konstantin Kletzner, back into that car.
Yeah, and they lead the TCE series points as well.
TCE, TCR, TCE, TCE, TCR. What's it going to be?
You can choose.
We can choose, can you? It's multiple choice. That's where we're going with that one, is it? And also to point out that they might be well leading the class, but also only 18th and 19th. It's still pretty high up the order overall as well. Getting back to the top of the field, Johnny, we were talking a little bit earlier about the who's going to call it. I said that the Ferrari part of me would still like the underdog part of me, which is perhaps a little unfair to the Ferrari. Would like to see the Ferrari just do well. It's still currently in 2nd place, but I did say safe money is always on the Porsche, certainly run by Herbert, and there they are at the moment. They were 1st and 3rd, they're 1st and 6th at the moment, so the 6th place car, Tim Mullerand, relatively languishing in terms of Herbert performance, down in 6th place. It's 17 hours to go. Just saying, but it'd be hard pressed to bet against a Porsche. Probably not going to thank me for that now, are they?
Well, I still think the 22 has the potential of winning this race. The Herbert Porsches 93, 91, 92 that we've had in the past this year, Dubai started with not a good meeting for either car. Then there was the victory for the 91, but I'm also interested in where the 92 car finished, 4th, with a similar lineup to what we've got this weekend. So generally the 91 does outperform the 92. The other thing to think about is which part of the GT3 entry they are each in. Now, they've gone for AM Advantage in the 92 because there is no out-and-out pro driver in their lineup. Theoretically, the fastest of the 5 for car 92 is Marco Seefried because he's a semi-pro, and therefore they've chosen to have a little bit of an advantage over the other AM neutral cars by having a larger fuel allocation. Not necessarily a larger fuel tank, but they can take on more fuel at each of the stops because they're running with a, in inverted commas, slower driver lineup, 4 AMs and just the 1 semi-pro, whereas the 91 car has 1 pro, 1 semi-pro and the 2 AMs. So I think they're about right, actually. Yes, you say 6th position for the 92, but this far into the race, when they will have used, I'm sure, all 5 of their drivers, they're doing very nicely.
I know we had Wingate yesterday, and I'm going to have Colourgate now. I'm going to offer a new one. I've just been admiring the 955 Willy Motorsport by Emi Motors Porsche GT3, which is currently pedalled by Fabrizio Broggi in 10th overall at the moment. And it's like a highlighter pen. It looks like it's predominantly black, but there's lots of different colours on different corners. So it's got like a luminous yellow on the front left and a luminous pink on the right rear, bodywork, etc. What really caught my attention though is the detail they've gone to is they've colour-coded the wheels to that corner to go with the car, rather than putting a set of silver or black wheels on the car and there it goes. I appreciate the different sizes front and rear, but it obviously has a set wheel per corner, because if it doesn't match the paintwork. It's got to fit in its colour-coded road wheels to that car. It's quite some detail.
Yeah,
I'm quite impressed by that.
Willy,
it's small things that amuse me, that entertain me, as well you know.
Willy Motorsport have done that for a little while actually, and it is incredible attention to detail, as you say. You can't afford to get the tyres mixed up. Well, first of all, tyre attached to wheel in the right order. Make sure that it's a brand new Hankook and that it's for the right corner. And then
the left corner. The correct corner, you mean.
And then putting it on the correct corner as well. So I wouldn't like to be the man responsible, man or woman responsible for putting those tyres on in the right order.
Technician.
I used to have little Matchbox cars that you could take wheels off that were different colours, and I got very, very OCD about putting those on in the right combination too. So maybe if there is a job going at Willy Motorsports, I'll be the next one in. You're about to say, you find that revelation.
I find that revelation that you got OCD about wheels on Matchbox cars. I find it shocking. I really wouldn't have thought that.
Yeah. Of course, your tongue is firmly in the cheek. There is no one more OCD than me, but actually not about kind of meticulous and ordered things. In fact, diametrically the opposite of that. The messier I can be, the better.
No, see, I'm the opposite there, but I think I'm a close runner-up on the OCD. But it's what the sort of drivers' superstitions and things and whatever. When you put your socks and gloves and things on, I always have to put left sock, left glove on first. Cannot do it any other way around. Do not ask me why. I do not know. It isn't linked to any great day where you suddenly won a race and therefore you kept a tradition. It's just I'm just weird.
Interesting thoughts from Martin Brundle last weekend when they were dealing with a rather chaotic Spa Grand Prix, but he made the point that
non-Grand Prix
through his career he's only ever got into a race car from the left.
Correct, yeah.
Cannot get in from the other side.
Totally understand that.
In a single-seater.
Yeah, I would imagine exactly the same on a single-seater. You don't have the choice when you drive a left-hand drive GT car. You've got to get in that way, but
not necessarily.
Although I have to admit, having raced N24, what became the GT4 Astons when they first came out, and the first time I drove a road one, it was actually on track. It's somewhere in the UK, and I went to get into it, and I went and walked round to the left-hand side and opened the door and stood and looked and went, there are no controls on this side, so I'll just shut the door again. I would have got away with it if the owner of the school, Mr. Bill Coombs, who's known to a lot of people and raced Formula 1 cars and all sorts, happened to spot it and just said, I know exactly what you've just done there, because it was his car. And I was like, no, I haven't, sir. I was just looking. I was admiring the Alcantara. But I went to get in that side of it because that's what I'd only ever done. It was the same colour as well. I was just like, there's nothing there. I'll just casually walk around the other side and... Oh, hello. Oh, we've got Nick Damon's down in the pits post the Tapas Part 2.
No, I've been here for a while. I've misplaced my cameraman. It's a nightmare. The camera team's gone off for a break and left me all alone. That was the problem. I was thinking, where are they? What? I had a very short break. I'd like to point out I've had 45 minutes and 7 hours. Yes, so I just thought I'd come in and say hello, say that I'm here, and wait to see what's happening. But obviously we are in that very much a lull after a long code 6. Everyone's full up with fuel. They can just run round and round and round for an hour. So should get busy in about 11 minutes.
I like the precision in about 11 minutes. If you'd said 10, I'd have got with that. But 11? It's either 9 or 11 or 10.
This is the sort of Creventic-based accuracy you have to get used to, Peter. It's not, it's not just finger in the air guessing. It's 2 fingers in the air guessing.
I understand the methodology now. I get it. Right. I'm learning all the time. Johnny keeps winking at me. I just thought it was a nervous twitch. Now I get it. I didn't get the code now. Now I understand.
Yeah. I didn't know I was winking, in truth, so maybe it is something I'm unaware of. I've just taken a little bit of time there to write down all of the drivers that the 92 car has had to this point. There are 5 on the entry list, but they have only used 4. And tellingly, Marco Seyfried, who is the semi-pro, therefore, technically speaking, or theoretically speaking, the quickest of the 5, he hasn't been at the wheel at all yet. So that's another strong point for the 92 still to come, I would suggest. They're running in 6th and potentially looking out of the battle, but they've got plenty of Marco Seyfried still to throw at the car yet. And does that mean that a lot of his running will come overnight, when a pro driver can, or a semi-pro driver in Marco's case, can really earn their corn in the nighttime hours?
And if he hasn't driven so far, he's going to be perfectly fresh, isn't he?
Exactly. He might still be asleep, actually, and has been since midday. I mean,
let's assume he's even hit the circuit, of course, and it's not just he hasn't been in the car because he's actually not here.
But, being asleep at this time of day is the done thing in Spain. During the hotter periods of the day, get your head down, and then you can watch 24-hour racing deep into the night. And remember, the circuit gates are open for a crowd this weekend, so I'm expecting a decent following appearing in the grandstand that overlooks Turn 9, which is exactly where the ST Racing BMW is heading for now. A very wayward run out of Turn 9 there, and well over the curbs for the 438 BMW that is being driven by John Miller.
I think at the time we are in Spain now, we're slightly out of the siesta time, though.
7 o'clock? Not if I had my own way. I would have been asleep from midday to 7.
We know that you're a law unto yourself, Johnny. We didn't say Johnny's law. We just said Spanish siesta time. They're 2 very different things.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, you might have got up for a little bit of paella by this point.
You beat the drum to your own tune.
I
always
shall.
have and always will.
I shall.
And we love you for it.
I love tuneful drums. We've had another hour, by the way, so it is now 7 o'clock local, and a chance to have a look, therefore, at the order of the cars very shortly, the current standings, and thankfully we're far enough away from the last Code 60 for things to have got a little quieter, more into a rhythm, with just under 45 minutes since the last Code 60, which was caused by the 278 Ginetta losing its front wheel and tearing up a bit of the racetrack along the way too, bringing that back to the pit lane, almost as if when a cat brings a mouse back to its owner's house. That's like the Ginetta pulling a bit of the sausage up and delivering a sausage for the team at CWS. No?
These are the kind of musings I expect from Nick in the pit lane with his theatre background. But obviously it's getting to that late. I think you need a sugar hit.
Well, all good theatres should have their own cat.
It's September. We can't get into panto season just yet.
All right then. I'll wait a few more months. I was expecting some standings to talk you through, but they haven't appeared yet.
I was going to say, I was just waiting for Nick to do that. Oh, yes, we can. You were slow on the uptake there.
Even I know. Even
Here
I know
is Nick Damon. Go on, what were you going to say? Standings every 2 hours?
2 hours, yeah.
And highlights every, what, 4?
No, every 2 hours as well. Well, that's what you're saying so far. I don't know. I just sit there listening, and then you witter on when I want to talk about something. On a serious point, it is never too early to talk about Panto. And that's the key thing, because there are many things to decide. Don't forget, the only reason I'm in this pit lane, and the only reason this week is my 25th anniversary of being in pit lanes, is because I played a pantomime Dane.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, it certainly is.
Well.
Nick is right, though. I've got the schedule here, and 8 o'clock is the next standings rundown. We're only at 7, so wait another hour, folks. I'll tell you what. It's a chocolate brownie, actually. I'll give you the rundown anyway, because it's radio at the end of the day, so we don't need the actual graphic in front of me.
We do just let Nick know that his favourite car, the 712 Vortex, is back in the pit lane. It's in the fueling area now, but it's about to be in the pit lane. I know he does like, he's drawn to that like a moth to a light.
Well, let's let Nick call us through that pit stop then for the Vortex. It might be just a scheduled one this time for a car that has unfortunately revisited its famous unreliability for this weekend, but let's hope that for the next few hours it can stay out of trouble. This is a scheduled stop for one of the 2 Vortex, Nick.
Yes, it is. It's a scheduled stop, we believe, for the 712. Coming in the slow, laconic wave of the sort of pointy thing, which from a certain angle looks like an image you wouldn't normally get on television. In he comes. I found my cameraman. This is the important thing. I've got Zap again, so that's all right. Oh, someone's doing a chair tower. The boredom has kicked in at Eden. No, it's Red Camels. Red Camels are building a tower of chairs. So obviously their success is nothing important. The Vortex is getting a bit of a wash and a brush up. They seem to be tightening stuff up, so actually it's not completely standard. They haven't done a tyre change, but they are torquing the various nuts. So obviously it was basically coming in for fuel. Are they going to do anything else with it? No, it's just there. It's gone. It's left. It's left. Not a single spanner on it. A couple of large wrenches, but no spanners. So let's go back to. Oh no, the chair's gone back down again. I can see how high they got.
Well, 4 chairs, I think, in total, and it must have been at least 8 foot high. But the thing is, as soon as Luke Broikers was involved, and a couple of other members of Red Camel, huh?
The 438 comes into the pits. That's the.
Oh, okay. You're talking about cars. I was talking about chair towers.
I'll go
Carry on.
Chairs, don't worry. That's the ST Racing. Out gets John. Is it John Miller? I think it is, isn't it? I'd say John Millett, but that would be a budgie then, wouldn't he? It's John Miller. I'm not quite sure who got in. It's Mr. Hull. We've got first names for the size of cars as well.
Chandler.
Chandler. Not Chandler Bing, but Chandler Hull. There's one for your Friends fans there. Standard stop. The very high-pitched air whine you would normally hear at a NASCAR race. Well, you will for a while, because these 5 stud nuts are standard on the these GT cars. Of course, they're not going to be standing on NASCARs for much longer. NASCAR's going to centre in single nuts. I think it's next year or the year after. Their next car of tomorrow, or they're getting called the car of tomorrow week, isn't it called now? Car of next March. Perhaps what we ought to do is we ought to try to instill within the pit lane a challenge to see who can get the most chairs in front of each other. The Barcelona pit lane chair-based challenge, it's got to be a winner, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, is there a 22-year history of that as well as this race, I wonder? Does it stretch back to the late 90s?
Yes.
But if you're only up to 4 chairs...
Every tradition has to start somewhere.
Quite right.
That's the point, you see. We can start a tradition.
I'd be more impressed if there were, say, 10 chairs involved. They got to 4 and then gave up because it was about to topple over like a giant Jenga table.
It's bad planning,
Tower.
It's bad planning.
What?
I could do 5.
Planning, yeah.
I could do 5, no worries. I think the point about it is eventually you'd have to either A, have a step ladder, and B, be out the pit lane. Out in the pit lane, should I say. In comes one of the Audis.
Because the roof gets in the way, of course it will, yes.
The 499 is in from the GT4 class. We're walking towards that now. It's a bit of a situation where, one thing that I would say is there's 32 cars, and they really spread them out. You kind of think they should have done it the old-fashioned way, where there's 2 cars sharing each pit, and they could have been like in just half the pit lane. They're much easier for us to pit lane walkabout type people. But this is the...
I think, Nick, what you should do for chair towers is go back to the PCR Sport garage and ask if you can borrow, they're not needed at the moment, their drill and rivet set. And then you could actually drill and rivet chairs together.
That is actually cheating, don't you? It's a freestanding championship.
Has anybody caught us yet?
Well,
what I was about to say was...
I'm very sorry, because the first thing you suggest as soon as I suggest a new competition is chair doping. You know, I'm getting an impression here that, you know, some of Snowy's cars may have not even completely within the rules.
I've no idea what you're talking about and deny everything. But what I was going to say was you drill them, rivet them, and cover it up with tank tape, colour-coded.
PCR
Nobody will know.
style.
Get the photograph, take the photograph, submit it, see where you go, and then discuss with stewards later.
The 409 leads, and yeah, I had the chance to look at the damage on the left-hand side. It's quite substantial actually. It is cosmetic, but they've done a fair. That would certainly, you know, cost you a fair few quid at your local Audi centre to get fixed. They've done a number of the plasticky bits. They've ripped out, but obviously it's not affected the performance very much.
I think you're right that plasticky bit was probably quite expensive, Nick.
Oh yeah.
Nick, I'm a little bit concerned about Catesby Jones's team ACP BMW, because I thought I'd caught Catesby going rather slowly in the middle sector from one of the cars that was working its way through there. Looked very smoky on the left-hand side of the track. Has made it to fuel, but took over a minute to go through the middle sector. So just tell me what condition that car is in right now, Nick.
Visually fine, but he didn't take fuel. So he just drove in through the pit entrance. He didn't take fuel. We're meandering down now. He stopped on the apron. There's kind of a laconic walking of his... obviously, again, this is the complete opposite of where we were before. Air jack being applied. And they're going to change tyres, but they have, the weird thing is they didn't get any fuel. Because we've seen cars... We've seen cars with trouble, Peter, and normally even when they've only got one tyre on the car, they still get some fuel and they come back, but he's just come straight through. But this is not the same BMW that's had 2 punctures. No, it's
that's the 450.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's out there at the moment. But Johnny's right that car did appear a bit smoky, but it was front left, and it was sort of just down from turn 6 into turn 7. It was keeping itself on the left-hand side, but I'm not sure whether it was keeping out the way and locked up and brakes. I was trying to miss the apex, therefore let the faster car through, or whether it was a bigger issue. So
the thing that drew my attention to it is that middle sector should take you at worst 50 seconds, and it took Catesby 1 minute and 7. So a big chunk of time lost. I haven't got a sector time for the final sector because it was an in-lap, and it doesn't give me that. But yeah, more concern for me because the car didn't take fuel. So they obviously wanted to get that car in fairly sharpish to deal with the problem. So the bonnet is up. What are they looking at now?
I've just reached the 221. And they're going with torches. Are we seeing? Yeah, well, there's some smoke emitting from the top of the engine. Not sure if Zach can get the picture of that. It's breathing out, so it smells oily, like from the oil breather. So
smoke does rise, so it could have come from below, couldn't it?
No, they had taken off the oil cap, so they were just letting the thing vent itself, which it was happy to do, I can tell you. And there's a lot of peering in-game. What's gone wrong with this? So they are having a very detailed look, looking underneath to see any obvious leaks. This car, of course, is brand new. They are the one careful owner. First race, and I think this is obviously, I don't know if it's a teething trouble. If you saw plenty of smoke, it means it's probably an issue. But it could be something as simple as a line coming loose. It doesn't have to be, you know, a piston about to disappear through the cylinder head.
This is what I was talking about, though, regarding the 9-minute gap between this BMW and the Ginetta that was also in its own dramas down at turn 1, losing a wheel. It really doesn't take very long for the car that you're racing with to encounter its own difficulties, and all of a sudden the Ginetta G55 is coming back into the fight again in TCX.
There is a problem here, and I think this is the biggest thing, is that I don't think they know what's wrong. You know, when they pounce on the car, right, this is the issue, no worries, okay, it might take us 20 minutes to fix, but we know what it is. I think they're still trying to work out exactly what the problem is. Sitting there kind of going, oh, let's put lights down, but one of the things about these engines these days is the engine bay is full of stuff. And so even with quite a high intensity light, seeing anything is quite difficult. They're kind of using, it's definitely blown some oil because it's on the top of the bonnet, so whether it's just had a venting issue, got an airlock in the oil, because obviously anything more serious than that, they'd stop it, but they haven't actually put the thing into the the garage at all. They're obviously just in this investigation phase, but they haven't bothered with the front lift, Johnny. That's still the same tyre, so it wasn't an issue with the smoke, wasn't tyre smoke. So the computer's in. My guess is they got a warning. They were going, it was too hot. The smoke you saw was the oil venting out the top of the system, got overpressured, and they now have to work out what that was.
And is Catesby still in the car? Not a question of being able to chat to him. Okay.
Well, I could shove it in. I'll see if Catesby will talk to me. Catesby? What's the problem?
Not really sure. We just lost power and power to go forward. Something with, feels like a boost hose came off or something along those lines.
Our TV crew said they saw quite a lot of smoke coming out of the car. Did you see that?
I did see the smoke, but I wasn't sure if it was just tire stuff I picked up and driving offline.
So you just lost power. There's no like temperature warnings or anything?
No, there was nothing on the car, so it's just loss of power.
Thank you. Thanks, Catesby. So yeah, that's the thing you see. See, obviously it's at worst thing a mystery problem. One thing I quite like.
Yeah.
I don't know if Seb can see it. Seb, can you? Is he on air, Seb? He is, right. I need to show him something, because I've never seen this before. Seb, if you look in there, they have Velcroed the key, the normal ignition key, because this is a converted road car. So obviously it's got keyless entry and keyless start, but you need to have the key in the car. So they've actually Velcroed it into the centre of the car to make sure there's no, like, where's the key? Who's got the key? Whose pocket it's in? Yeah, well, your driver just walked off with his overalls. The actual keyless start key is permanently Velcroed in. But that's not the problem.
Excellent.
You know,
that's a great idea, isn't it?
If you're converting a road car, you know, you have to think about these things, because obviously they still have the same ignition systems as a road car, which I'm pretty certain this has probably still got the immobiliser and the alarm as well somewhere.
The problem is, in your road car, that wouldn't work, because I'd probably leave it Velcroed in as I went to the supermarket, and then anybody could just walk up and take it home with them.
Yeah, we got the second place car in. No, so this is fourth now. Oh, this is what happens when you just disappear for half an hour. Got the fourth place car.
So fourth in GT.
The 22. The WR.
Yeah.
The car which everyone keeps thinking is damaged, it just has a really interesting paint scheme. Was he second when he
You
came
can
into
call
the
it the
pit?
Phoenix car, by the way. I wouldn't call it the WRT car, but call it the Phoenix car.
I think WRT it's not, because of course it's actually WTM.
TM, yeah, but Phoenix is the team that runs it. So
was it second when it came in for fuel? He's now scored as fourth on the giant scoreboard.
Well, 204 laps completed. It depends how long it's been in the pits.
Well,
3.5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it probably was still second, actually. Probably was still second.
Full service. Once again, this is even further. I can't believe how, you know how sometimes you turn around and two things happen really close to each other? They've literally spaced out these pit lanes as far as they could. So Zapp and I are just arriving now as the car leaves. But it was a standard stop with the driver changing tyres and everything. Yeah, so that's I'm sure that when the stagger unwinds and the Edict car and CP Racing go in the pit, they'll move back to second again. Much congratulations for the driver. So it's Hedrick still. And they carry on going then.
So Jochen Krumbach has taken the Phoenix car over with its Wochenspiegel Team Monschau sponsorship. That's the WTM bit. And Krumbach, who from memory started the race in the 22 car, has gone back into. They've done their full rotation of drivers now, 5 of them in total in car 22, and it is timed at the moment as just a quarter of a second off the back of the 17 E-Deck Sport Mercedes. I don't think that is the case in reality. We'll allow the cars to head across the line. But it also shows you quite how much time you lose by coming in for fuel. That takes you, well, nearly 4 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes 58 was the total pit stop time. And that has cost the car not only second, but also third position. So the new top four order, Daniel Alleman for Herbert Motorsport, number 91, leading by 1 minute and 40 seconds over CP Racing's Joe Foster in his Mercedes. Then it's the best part of 90 seconds back to E-Deck Sports Mercedes, and a further half minute to Amedeo Pampanini, who goes ahead of the 22 Ferrari now. So yeah, each pit stop, when you're talking 4 minutes under a green flag condition, that's going to heavily alter the top 6 places as 22 loses another spot as a result of its stop.
And just about to have a word with Hendrik Still, just out of the 22 car, the Phoenix machine. So, Hendrik, you're in a kind of a slowly disappearing backwards battle from the 91. They're getting away from you a bit, aren't they?
Sorry, please. I don't understand. Sorry, again, please.
The 91 car, the Herbert car, is just getting away from you ever so slowly, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was struggling a little bit at the end of the stint with the stint. End of the stint with the tire was not so good for me, so I don't know. But general, I think we're still in a good position. It's very close in total, so yeah, let's see what the night brings. And I'm happy to be back here in the Creventic now.
It's noticeable that your car does lose speed towards the end of its stint. Do you think that in the cooler temperatures of night, that's going to play to your strengths and you're going to be able to move back forward again?
Yeah, I think during the night, I think we are very strong with the Ferrari. That's why I expect. We know it from the other Creventic races. So, yeah, I think this is our time and during the night.
And so far, the car's undamaged. It's perfect.
Yeah, everything's perfect. Car is running well, and yeah, we just try to make no mistakes in the traffic with slower cars. We are all very experienced from a lot of 24-hour races, so yeah, I expect we can do it. We are able to fight for a victory.
Well, we've hardly started, maybe 7 and a bit hours in, loads to go.
Sorry again?
Loads to go, only 7 hours in.
Sorry, I don't...
As I say, they're 7 hours gone, so there's a long time yet.
No, correct, yeah. Sorry.
Thanks, Hendrik. Cheers.
Henrik Still at Dubai was driving a Team Zack Speed Dodge Viper. So that's the previous experience of Creventic Racing that he's talking about. Also in that car, Victor Scheitar and Manuel Lauk back in January. I don't know whether Henrik has been part of the 24H series since then. He's been busy in NLS instead for Teichmann Racing, running in the Cup X category, so doing more actual KTM crossbow development work in NLS 1, 3 and 4 as part of the Nürburgring Nordschleife based championship, and he also races a Mercedes AMG in the ADAC GT Masters for Zack Speed as well. So that's a Mercedes AMG Evo at places like Oschersleben, the Red Bull Ring and Zandvoort. So he's a busy guy, silver rated, and can lend his driving talents to all sorts of different machinery. But back in the Ferrari this weekend, which is fun to witness. Tim Muller now in for his pit stop, and this is the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the one that hasn't yet utilised any of its pro driver lineup. So it's one of those, Snowy, that's almost just hanging beneath the radar, the number 92 car, not quite showing its full hand.
Poised, I think is the phrase, poised. To say, when to show its hand, we are only 7 hours in. It doesn't feel like a lifetime, but 7 hours is a long motor race by most standards, until you think of it as part of a 24-hour race, and that sounds ridiculous. But there's so much more to come yet, and we're getting to, get into the exciting part, as if there hasn't been enough excitement already. Wheels coming up, sausage curves going through cars, not to mention spins and cars in gravels, and tow trucks getting buried in the gravel themselves, and that's just what I can think of. Never mind any proper highlight show. But we're getting to the exciting part now. In the next hour or so, the light's going to change dramatically. I think the Ferrari comment there is very, very pertinent, how that car will come to its own this evening. We were saying about the tyres going off and being confirmed there that they think it's going to be strong in the evening. And it's only in, where are we now? Jochen Krumbach's in the car now. This is number 22 car I'm talking about. It's in 5th place currently. The EDEC Sport, my apologies. Mercedes now up to 3rd place. So Mercedes in 2 and 3 at the moment, CP Racing and EDEC. And I was going to say that pesky Herbert, I mean that in the nicest possible way, that they're just always there, aren't they? There or thereabouts. It might change over a pit stop, but that's about it. As soon as it settles out again, up it pops at the top again. I'm surprised to see the second one, as I say, languishing is an awful phrase. I don't mean that in a negative way, but it is for Herbert. Only down in 6th with Tim Muller at the wheel at the moment. But that's just also having fuel this second, so he'll be coming out into the pit lane still. And just as I've mentioned it, the EDEC Sport Mercedes with Paul-Loup Chatin is at the wheel is into fuel, so that'll be down into the pit lane with Nick very shortly. I'll be intrigued to see what they do with the driver change, whether they leave Paul-Loup Chatin in that car or whether they do a driver change for it. Maybe Nick could be around about just to see that one, because that will be a very interesting strategy. I was surprised when they kept Nick Manassin in the car for a double stint a bit earlier on, which I think has helped propel it back to the pointy end of the grid. So I'll be intrigued to see what happens with that one. Tim Muller in the pit now in the second Herbert car. So he's come out of fuel and he's out into the pit lane.
Let's go back to Nick, who is in KTM land.
I am. It is land indeed. Many cars here. We're down with the bronzy one, the 718, the unadopted child at the side, because of course there's 3 of them in the big KTM pit, True Racing, and this is the RTR Projects machine. In gets Eric Yanis to take over. He's the guy who qualified it. A bit of a spruce. This car also suffering from the problem they're having with the windows popping from the side. You can see it's got a lot of tape just keeping those side windows in, so that's obviously not a unique problem for the 716 has got that as well. Just watching the 92 car rejoining. Of course, the next pit stop will be EDEC Sport. We're down in kind of this is the people stopping at their regular points after they would have done because of the reset of that code 60 an hour or so ago. I'll be honest, this isn't the quickest of stops for 4 tyres and wheels. I mean, there's no limitation. Just in SPX, you can have as many people servicing the car as you can in the GT3 class, but they're just kind of not quite. I'll tell you why they're doing more tape. Obviously, this is a technical issue with this window popping on both sides. It's something we discovered during the process of this week, so that'll be a thing for Monday morning down at the KTM factory to work out how to better affix the side windows. Obviously, there's nothing better than tank tape, but at the moment, there's a huge amount of being used on these cars, just to try and stop them from popping out. Fired up and away. So a bit of a longer stop than we normally want for the 718, but they're out and away. And a few grams heavier with plenty of tank tape. As the EDEC Sport car now leaves the fueling, crawls down the pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour, being waved into its box. By the look of the driver's stature, I think that is Paul Lafargue getting in, so they're going to, they're carrying on the rotation. So Paul-Loup Chatin to Paul Lafargue to Nick Manassi, and at some point, Patrice Lafargue needs to get in the car, and he is obviously the least quick of the 4 drivers. Patrice
Well, he has been in it, Nick.
Has he?
He did a 29-lap stint, yeah,
Patrice
after
or
Paul.
Did he?
Patrice did 29 laps after Paul.
Well, there we are, you see. That's me.
He might have been having lunch.
I don't think so. I've only been out of the pit lane for about 7 minutes so far. It just seems like longer for you guys. On a serious point, that's good then, because they managed to get this fellow Patrice on board, because he's a little bit slower. But he only needs to do 2 hours, of course, because it's a pro entry. So the AM only needs to do 2 hours, and so they can. If he's done 29 laps, that means he's done an hour already. So
he's done almost an hour, hasn't he? Yeah.
So they'll put him in once more, which I'd be surprised they put him in at the night. So perhaps they'll rotate it through from Paul back to Patrice again for the gloaming. The sun is beginning to think about going down. Just to my left in the pits, we still have a 221 car. That's still got issues working out what on earth's wrong with the engine. They've taken one of the engine braces off to try to get more access. It's a very, very crowded engine bay in there, and trying to work out what the heck's going on is difficult. They are looking to replace a number of hoses, as we were told by Catesby Jones, that they thought there might be a hose. They're now looking at much work on the top of the induction system. examination of a spark plug. This is some good basic engineering. Do you remember the Haynes manual where there's a picture of all the spark plugs and you could tell it was too rich, it was too lean, it was running too cold or too hot. You had to match your spark plug with the spark plug in the back of the Haynes manual and put it in your car. That's what they're doing now. It's visual spark plug analysis. Maybe there's a racing spark plug. As you can see, they've got the brace here they had to take off to get access. That'll have to be bolted all back in again, the cross brace. But this is the thing, I hope you've got this on camera soon.
It is, yeah.
There is just not a lot of room to. They take a lot of stuff away to get access, but the modern engine bay is packed solid and designed to put you off from working on it yourself, because you're supposed to take it to your local BMW approved dealer who'll charge you £100 an hour to do this. But if you're a racing team, you still have the same issue of getting that access before you can start mending what's ever wrong. And if they've got a player, they think it's a pipe may have come off or an issue with the oil system, it could be something very, very simple. It's unlikely to be terminal on such a new car, so they've got to try and find out what it is. But that investigation procedure massively slowed down by a lack of access.
I'll tell you what, Nick, if you can find a BMW retailer, as they're called now, they're not called dealers anymore, they're called retailers apparently. If you can find one that charges £100 an hour in the UK, that's a car there.
Well, yeah, I thought I was pitching that a bit high, but you're probably right. Yeah, I mean, I think let's not get into dealer pricing, but yeah, this is a good example. So we talk about the Vortex or the KTM. One of the great things about them is, as custom designed racing cars, they have great access. It's really easy. They know the bits that are going to break, and they're in areas where you've got space. Yes, you still have to remove things. Yes, it's hot, but compared to that absolutely packed engine bay, you've got space to work around them. I mean, it's not exactly like a Triumph Spitfire where you could literally get a complete marching band in around the engine, but it's still a chance to have a chance to actually fix something in under an hour.
You say that, Nick, though, that there's a BMW GT4 car that races in the UK that's a genuine factory BMW Team Brazil car from that series when they ran, when they first came out. And it's now in private hands. And its first race, they put it on pole position and the engine then blew. So overnight, they bought an engine off eBay from an M4, put it on because the engine is actually standard. It's all the ECU and bits on it, and they worked on it overnight, plunked it in, went out the next race, started from pole and won the race. And that's a genuine Team Brazil car, as in basically Schnitzer. It's still running around in the UK now.
Sort of... That's the thing. I hope they did buy the engine, didn't just wander around the car parks. They found one they could nick, obviously. That's the key point. That has happened, of course. The Autorama car, the #1 car, which obviously spent 4 minutes in the gravel track, was still in the lead, came in. And much like several of the other Volkswagens, it drops a load of fuel. When they brim it up at the pit stops, I've watched what happens now, it's brimmed up, but when they put it up on the air jacks, it then sloshes the tank around a little bit, and enough of it falls over the overfill. So we get a little puddle of petrol every single time from both the cars in this team, both the 112 and the #1, are just dropping a little bit of fuel. But that was a relatively quick stop, and they'll be back away. I think they were scored second by the time they'd actually managed to get out of the 3 minutes of fueling, but they are, of course, net in the lead when the second place car takes a stop.
Also, two little neat piles of tyre pickup that have just been prodded out of the wheel spokes there.
They have the big professional prodder, don't they? Which looks like the...
yeah, they do. I like that.
A super-duper barbecue fork, isn't it? Right, let's go down, love. I want to go get a barbecue fork. We're having a barbecue? No, I'm going to clear tyre debris out of my race car. The lady says, that's it, I want a divorce. But there we are. Well, I don't want to get into gender stereotypes. It could be the man wanting a divorce and the woman who wants the tyre prodder. But yeah, that's what they look most like. But I'm sure they've been specially crafted within a ½ millimetre of their life, and probably cost £8,000 in bag spares.
Oh, I thought it was just a tool for something else that Autorama used that for.
No,
is that a specific,
it's got
almost like a toothpick to remove the tyre debris from the inside of the wheel?
It's been cobbled together with several other bits of metal, but it is absolutely designed for the job. It's not. Grief. They're just poking a bit of a snap-on tool through there. They've actually stuck item A to item B to item C to make a professional poker.
It's very smart.
In your defence there, Nick, I have to say that I'm surprised at Johnny, though. The clue was in the phrase when you said it's a professional prodder.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do you think it's some Heath Robinson device?